Chapter 171. When Ruhua stared at Ning Shu in a daze. Just a moment ago, he was still warm and affectionate. The next moment, he was so ruthless. When Ruhua was so shocked that she didn't know what expression to make. He Xiaohua rushed out of the kitchen with a spatula. She directly pulled Wen Ruhua's ear and shouted, "Who did you say you were going to elope with? You're too bold. You're already married to me. How dare you elope with someone else? Let go of my ear," he Xiaohua. "I said let go of my ear." Wen Ruhua's face was livid. She couldn't break free from he Xiaohua's control and couldn't save her ear. "Bai Qinxiang, you betrayed me. I treated you so well." Wen Ruhua roared Ning Shu. She looked at Bai Qinxiang leisurely drinking tea. Looking at her own sorry state, Wen Ruhua felt that death was better than living. "Cousin, what's your relationship with Ruhua? Why did he elope with you?" He Xiaohua questioned Ning Shu. Ning Shu spread her hands. "Cousin wanted to get rid of you, so he pulled me into the water. He saw that I had a carriage and could run faster, so he tricked me into eloping with him." When Ruhua almost spat out blood. Ning Shu roared, "Bai Qinxiang, you bitch. Cousin, we're leaving first." He Xiaohua pulled Wen Ruhua's ear and left. Ning Shu asked Yulan to sit down and eat. "It's a pity to leave without eating such a big table of food." Yulan also nodded. He Xiaohua is really a powerful woman. "Miss, when are we leaving? I really don't want to sleep in the tent," Yulan said bitterly. Ning Shu ate and said, "We're leaving tomorrow." "Great." After the meal, Yulan was very active in packing up her things. Ning Shu divided the things on her body into two portions, one for Yulan and the other for herself. Yulan looked at the banknotes and asked, "Miss, why are you giving this servant so many banknotes? Don't put all your eggs in one basket. If something happens, we can only eat dirt," Ning Shu said indifferently as he leisurely laid on the bed and watched Yulan pack up. Thinking of the days of trekking tomorrow, Ning Shu and Yulan went to bed quite early. They planned to leave early the next morning. In the middle of the night, Ning Shu was woken up by someone. The groggy Ning Shu thought that Wen Ruhua had snuck into the tent again. He hurriedly took out his sword and stabbed the person on the bed. However, none of them managed to stab him. "Miss, it's me." The secret guard's voice rang out. "The horses are here, what?" Ning Shu woke up with a start. "What's coming?" Yulan also woke up. When she heard the secret guard's words, her face immediately turned pale. "Me. Miss, the bandits are here." Ning Shu almost jumped up. Why would a bandit come to this remote village in the middle of the night? Coming out to rob in the middle of the night, you are not a thief. There was no such thing in the plot. What's going on? Ning Shu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He hurriedly put on his shoes and went out of the tent to see the village head's house was brightly lit. Ning Shu immediately understood where the bad feeling in his heart came from. When rushing was the male lead. He should be entangled with the female lead. However, now he was married to He Xiaohua. This seriously exceeded the plot. In order to reverse the plot, he had to eliminate He Xiaohua as his wife. Just when she decided to leave tomorrow, a bandit appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the night. It was simply too much. He had gone too far. It was all because of her. "Yulan, quickly hide well." "Forget it. Secret guard, take Yulan and hide well. Then come find me." Ning Shu stuffed the package into Yulan's arms. Yulan's teeth were chattering. She hugged the package tightly. Ning Shu anxiously asked, "Where is the young miss?" "Young miss, let's go together. These bandits are people who kill without blinking. You and your secret guard brother first find a place to hide. The young miss has something to do now." Ning Shu's guard said, "Take Yulan and leave first." "Hurry." The secret guard did not say anything. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yulan and disappeared into the night. Ning Shu took a deep breath and headed towards the village chief's house. She hid not far away and saw a group of people blocking the entrance of the village chief's house. One of them was riding a horse and looked like a bandit leader. The rest of the bandits were relying on their 2 legs. At this moment, the village head's family, the old village head, He Dahua, He Shaohua, and even Wen Ruhua were caught. He Dahua frowned her caterpillar-like eyebrows. She said to the bandit leader, "What's the matter? You are a guest. Go inside and drink a cup of water. You want to send us away with a bowl of water?" The bandit leader said murderously. He Dahua looked like she was afraid of death. She lowered her head and said, "Of course it won't be a cup of water. It's already so late. Everyone must be tired. Good wine and dishes will be served soon. Good wine and dishes are not enough. There must be a woman. Let this woman serve me. Call all the girls in the village over." The bandit leader said arrogantly. The old village head immediately retorted, "Bastard, in your dreams. If you want to defile the girls in my village, you will have to kill me. Damn old man, I will let your daughter serve me immediately." The bandit leader jumped off the horse and tore He Xiaohua's clothes. He Xiaohua let out a sharp cry. Wen Ruhua's eyes flashed. She shouted at the bandit leader, "Wait a moment." Ning Shu, who was hiding, saw Wen Ruhua make a sound. Seeing his woman being hurt, as a man, he should stand up. "What do you want?" The bandit leader looked at Wen Ruhua. Wen Ruhua cupped her hands at the bandit leader, with the elegance of a scholar. "You people are just after money. I know where the valuable things in this house are hidden. I can take you there, but my condition is that you let me join you. I have studied and can be the military counselor of the team." Wen Ruhua's words shocked the He family and Ning Shu. Okay. My team welcomes anyone. You are a scholar. Okay, you will be my military counselor from now on. The bandit leader patted Wen Ruhua's shoulder. Wen Ruhua smiled. Her smile was cold in the dark. She picked up the sword on the ground and said to the bandit leader, "I have a request. I want to kill this woman with my own hands." Wen Ruhua's body and voice were trembling. There was a gloomy look on her face. The He family looked at Wen Ruhua in disbelief. He Dahua stood in front of He Xiaohua, whose face was as pale as ash, and said coldly, "Wen Ruhua, it's a waste that you're well educated. Xiaohua is your wife. Do you want to kill your wife? You are an inhumane bastard. I've never acknowledged He Xiaohua as my wife. You forced me to marry her. I hate her. I hate her," Wen Ruhua said coldly. "Every time I'm in bed with her, I feel so disgusted that I'm about to throw up." Chapter 172. Wen Ruhua had completely darkened, and her true personality was completely exposed. In the plot, Mu Yanluo had endured humiliation and tolerated Wen Ruhua. In the end, Wen Ruhua stabbed Mu Yanluo, causing her to lose her child and disappear. This made Wen Ruhua completely understand Mu Yanluo's position in her heart. However, Ning Shu didn't tolerate him, and there was no reason for her to. Wen Ruhua's personality had always been stubborn and depressed. Coupled with these things, she had completely turned evil. Now, she wanted to kill He Xiaohua with her own hands. Wen Ruhua slowly walked towards He Xiaohua, the tip of her sword scratching the ground with a piercing sound. He Xiaohua shook her head and shouted at Wen Ruhua with tears streaming down her face, "Wen Ruhua, you can't do this to me." Wen Ruhua responded to He Xiaohua with a sneer. Mississippi. Ning Shu heard the voice of a shadow guard. Ning Shu whispered, "Have you hidden Yuan?" The shadow guard nodded. "Are we leaving now?" "Wait a minute." Ning Shu bit her lips. Mu Yanluo's fate was to be reversed, but other innocent people shouldn't be involved in this battle. She had taken a big step. The plot had changed too much, and the laws of heaven and earth were forcing the plot to be reversed. Ning Shu said to the shadow guard, "Help stop the bandits and let the He family escape." The shadow guard looked at Ning Shu. "What about you?" "I only have my own way." Ning Shu watched when Ruhua slowly walked towards He Xiaohua. My task is to protect Mississippi. I don't care about the others. The shadow guard said coldly. Ning Shu said in a low voice, I'm your Mississippi. You have to listen to me. Okay. Ning Shu took a deep breath and rushed into the yard, shouting, Wen Ruhua, stop. Wen Ruhua, who was wrestling with Hidahua, was stunned for a moment. Then, she said coldly, Bai Qinxiang, what are you doing here? Do you think I'll be merciful just because you're my cousin? Beautiful, this woman is beautiful. Just nice, just nice. The bandit leader looked at Ning Shu and started drooling. Why are you here? Is it dangerous? Hidahua was no longer as sloppy as she usually was. There's no time to explain. Take your sister's father and leave, Ning Shu said to Hidahua. What about you? What about you? Hidahua frowned. When Ruhua saw Ning Shu and Hidahua flirting with each other, she sneered, none of you can leave today. Wen Ruhua, you're really disgusting, Ning Shu spat at Wen Ruhua, then turned to Hidahua and said, go, I can hold them off. You can block, my ass. Before Hidahua could finish speaking, a man in black with a mask on his face appeared and stood beside Ning Shu. Beauty, Big Brother Flower will remember your kindness in his heart. One day, I will repay you. Hidahua didn't say anything. She glanced at Wen Ruhua, then carried her sister on her back and pulled her father away. Hidahua was also decisive. She abandoned everything at home and quickly ran to the back of the mountain. Want to run? No one has ever run away from me. The bandit leader shouted to the bandits behind him. The bandits immediately rushed towards Hidahua. The shadow guards took out their swords and blocked them. Their swords flashed, and in a short while, there were several corpses lying on the ground. The bandit leader saw that this person was a tough nut to crack. He shouted to the bandits behind him, kill this man and this beauty will be ours. We brothers will share her. When the men saw Ning Shu, their eyes lit up with greed. They rushed towards the shadow guard without any regard for their lives. No matter how strong the shadow guard's martial arts were, he couldn't handle so many people. When Ning Shu saw that the shadow guard was having a hard time, she lifted her skirt and ran away. She hoped that she could share some of the burden with the shadow guards. Chase after her. This woman is an outstanding beauty. She is the wife of a high official. It is very likely that she will make a fortune. Wen Ruhua tempted the bandit leader. The bandit leader quickly led a group of people and Wen Ruhua to chase after Ning Shu. The sky gradually brightened. The roosters in the village were crowing. Ning Shu lifted her skirt and ran in front. A large group of people followed behind her. Although Ning Shu was running with great effort, she didn't run very fast. The people behind her had the mentality of a cat and mouse. They seemed to want to catch Ning Shu when she was exhausted and couldn't struggle. Ning Shu couldn't run anymore. In front of her was a big river. This was the river that Mu Yen Luo jumped into. Why aren't you running, Bai Qinxiang? Why don't you run? Wen Ruhua held a sword in her hand. She looked very vicious. Perhaps Wen Ruhua was more suitable to hold a sword than a pen. Wen Ruhua imagined herself to be a great hero who punished corrupt officials. Ning Shu turned around and spat at Wen Ruhua. Wen Ruhua, your hatred of evil is only because you are envious that those high-ranking officials can do whatever they want, but you can't. You want to be like them, but you can't. So you are envious, jealous, and hate them. Nonsense. It's not like that at all. Wen Ruhua refuted. I'm doing this for the sake of the people. I want them to live a better life. Without these corrupt officials, the people can live a real life. Bah, Wen Ruhua, you've joined the bandits. Do you know what bandits are? They burn, kill, rob, kill, and take lives. Everywhere they go, there will be whales. Ning Shu said disdainfully. Wen Ruhua, you crave power but can't get it. You're still using the mask of righteousness to wrap yourself up. Don't you have any shame? Later, you'll still rob this village and even kill the villagers. What's the difference between you and those corrupt officials? Ning Shu's heart was on fire. Why hadn't the shadow guards arrived yet? Ning Shu glanced at the river. Did she really have to jump in? I crave power. If I had power, would you, by Qinxiang, choose the son of a high official? Wen Ruhua said indifferently. When I have power, I'll kill all the corrupt officials in the world. Ning Shu replied with 3 words, ha ha ha. Boss, let me tell you a secret. This village has a big secret. Wen Ruhua ignored Ning Shu and said to the bandit leader. The bandit leader immediately asked, oh, what secret? Wen Ruhua moved closer to the bandit leader's ear and seemed to be saying something. However, the sword in her hand stabbed into the bandit leader's heart. The bandit leader looked at Wen Ruhua in disbelief and his body fell to the ground. Master, first master. The lackeys all cried out in alarm as they looked at Wen Ruhua in astonishment. Ning Shu was also stunned. Looking at the bloody sword in Wen Ruhua's hand, Wen Ruhua's expression was very cold. The gloominess between her eyebrows dissipated. It was as if something had broken out of her body. Wen Ruhua was completely different. It was as if Wen Ruhua was supposed to be like this. Wen Ruhua raised the bloody sword in her hand and shouted loudly, from today onwards, I'm the boss of this team. From today onwards, I'll lead everyone to live better lives and have more money and beauties. If anyone objects, they'll end up with this corpse. Wen Ruhua kicked the corpse of the boss on the ground. Chapter 173. After Wen Ruhua intimidated the bandits, she turned around and looked at Ning Shu with her sword in hand. Ning Shu extended her hand and said coldly, cousin, come here. I'd be crazy if I went there. Ning Shu took a step back. Behind her was the river. There was no way out. Wen Ruhua revealed her white teeth. Ning Shu smiled as if she was bewitching her. Bai Qinxiang, come here. Do you want me to catch you personally? Are you waiting for your guards? Wen Ruhua said coldly. I'll catch you when your guards arrive. Wen Ruhua walked over with her sword in hand. Ning Shu immediately said, don't come over. If you come any closer, I'll jump. I'm really going to jump. With your vanity, you won't bear to die. Wen Ruhua didn't stop walking. She obviously knew Bai Qinxiang very well. Ning Shu looked anxious. She lifted her skirt and shouted at Wen Ruhua, don't come over. I'm really going to jump. Wen Ruhua was different now. She was no longer a lonely scholar. She had so many subordinates. She couldn't win against Wen Ruhua now. Ning Shu felt that it was her own fault. If she wasn't wearing the female lead skin, grass would be growing on her grave. Sigh, Wen Ruhua, I'm really going to jump. Fuck, I'm really going to jump. Ning Shu lifted her skirt and shouted at Wen Ruhua. Wen Ruhua sneered. Her smile was full of sarcasm. Ning Shu took a deep breath. She knew that she couldn't be caught by Wen Ruhua. If she was caught, she would be tortured by Wen Ruhua like in the plot. Moreover, there were so many bandits. With Wen Ruhua's hatred for her, she would probably treat her like a prostitute and serve these bandits. Thinking of this, Ning Shu no longer hesitated. She jumped into the river and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of water. She heard Wen Ruhua's roar. Bai Qinxiang, I won't let you go even if you die. Miss? The secret guard appeared. If you had appeared 1 second earlier, you wouldn't have had to jump. The river was very fast. Ning Shu disappeared in a few seconds after jumping in. The secret guards searched along the river. Wen Ruhua's eyes were red as she shouted at the bandits, find her. Even if she dies, we must find her body. Bai Qinxiang, you bitch. Ning Shu could feel the pain of the undercurrent hitting his body. He tried his best to dig with his limbs. Thinking about how Mu Yanluo had suffered a miscarriage and jumped into the river, Ning Shu felt that he hadn't gone overboard at all. Wen Ruhua was originally a person with a flawed personality. If she was in the modern world, she would be a terrorist who would affect the stability of society. Now that when Ruhua had become a bandit, she would probably cause chaos wherever she went. Moreover, when Ruhua always used justice to flaunt herself. It was so disgusting. Ning Shu dog-paddled for a while and was exhausted. He was hit by the undercurrent in the river and his whole body felt like it was being torn apart. He fainted from the pain. When Ning Shu woke up, half of her body was still soaked in water. Fortunately, she was still alive. The problem was, wasn't she supposed to be at the divine doctor's house? Why did he leave her here and no one cared about her? They were both female leads, but why was there such a big difference? Ning Shu moved her body and felt some pain. There were also scratches on her arms, which were caused by the submerged reefs in the river. Ning Shu looked around and found a man not far from him. He was dressed in white and seemed to be fishing. Ning Shu immediately shouted, "Hero, help!" The man in white turned to look at Ning Shu, put away his fishing rod, and left with the bamboo basket. Damn, I've never seen such a heartless person. Ning Shu hurriedly got up and wrung the water from his skirt. He lifted his wet skirt and chased after the man. He didn't have the fate of being the female lead and had even contracted her illness. He had to rely on himself for everything. As soon as he approached the man, Ning Shu smelled the fragrance of medicine on his body. His hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin, meticulous and meticulous. His whole body exuded a cold aura. This coldness came from his bones. It was austere and unapproachable. This was one of Mu Yenluo's harem, the divine doctor. In the plot, Mu Yenluo was saved by a villager and sent to the divine doctor's house. The divine doctor basically didn't do anything, but at that time, Mu Yenluo was in a miserable state with scars all over her body. Perhaps the divine doctor wanted to challenge his medical skills, so he treated Mu Yenluo and healed her like a cheat. Moreover, the scars on her body and face disappeared, just like before. It was even more exaggerated than skin removal. However, Ning Shu could understand. Mu Yenluo couldn't have been disfigured forever. Without her smooth skin, how could she have attracted so many men to the point that they decided to share her? The divine doctor was the calmest and most restrained man in Mu Yenluo's harem. He was also the coldest man. When he was with Mu Yenluo, the only time they had sex was when the divine doctor was concocting a medicinal powder. The powder changed into an aphrodisiac, and its effects were extraordinarily strong. Don't ask how a divine doctor concocted an aphrodisiac. It was all for the sake of the plot. The divine doctor forced himself on Mu Yenluo under the influence of the medicinal powder. Ning Shu stared at the divine doctor's back. Damn it, don't you have hands? Can't you do it yourself? The divine doctor was indeed a divine doctor. After they had sex, the divine doctor gave Mu Yenluo a pill and said that if she put it down there, she would become a virgin again. In other words, he wouldn't take responsibility. Mu Yenluo took the pill and didn't say anything. From then on, the divine doctor never touched Mu Yenluo again. He wasn't like other men who would be infatuated with Mu Yenluo's body after having sex with her once. But the divine doctor didn't. Even when he shared Mu Yenluo with other men, those men would fight for the right to use Mu Yenluo. The divine doctor didn't. He would only do his own thing quietly. But Mu Yenluo liked the divine doctor. He couldn't understand why the divine doctor wanted to join the harem. He didn't feel that he was after Mu Yenluo. He didn't fight for her favor, nor was he infatuated with Mu Yenluo's body. The divine doctor turned around and looked at Ning Shu. He said coldly, "Why are you following me?" The divine doctor's voice was so cold that it made one's heart tighten. Ning Shu squeezed out 2 drops of cat urine and stammered, "This little girl was alone and had no family. I felt that there was no meaning in living, so I decided to jump into the river. If I live, it means that the heavens want me to live. If I die, it means that I'm fated to die. Now that I'm still alive, it means that the heavens want me to live. I must stay strong and live on." Ning Shu clenched her fists and said passionately. The divine doctor looked at Ning Shu as if he was looking at a crazy person and ignored her. Ning Shu continued, "Hero, we can be considered to be fated. The first person I saw when I woke up was you. Since we are so fated, let's be good friends. The divine doctor still ignored Ning Shu. Ning Shu continued, Divine doctor, I want to be your disciple. I want to know how to cure the aphrodisiac. Chapter 174. How do you know I'm the godly doctor? The godly doctor turned around and said coldly, And who sent you here? Ning Shu said, I smell medicine on you. As for calling you the godly doctor, it's just a polite way of addressing you. For example, if you meet a third-rate Jianghu person who knows how to wield swords, wouldn't they call him a hero? It's just a polite way of addressing you. The godly doctor was quite good-looking, but he was too cold. He was like a moving iceberg. The godly doctor glanced at Ning Shu and quickened his steps, wanting to shake off Ning Shu. Ning Shu lifted his skirt and ran behind the godly doctor. As he ran, he panted and shouted, Godly doctor, let's be friends. Are you crazy? The godly doctor frowned and said coldly. You have medicine? Ning Shu sighed, I just want to know if there's any other way to get rid of an aphrodisiac other than having sex. Ning Shu followed the godly doctor to his residence. The godly doctor's residence was much better than Wenru was. At least the godly doctor's bamboo house was clean and tidy. In front of the house was a neat and tidy medicinal field. There were all sorts of medicinal herbs planted in the field. Ning Shu sighed in his heart. Finally, there was a good place to stay. The godly doctor walked into the house. Ning Shu wanted to follow, but the godly doctor immediately closed the door, almost pinching Ning Shu's nose. Ning Shu felt a little cold. It was very uncomfortable to wear wet clothes. Ning Shu sat on the ground with a plop. Then, she knocked on the door and shouted, Big brother, can you give me a tattered shirt? I want to change my clothes. There was no sound in the house. Obviously, the godly doctor did not care about Ning Shu. Ning Shu knocked on the door and said, Big brother, don't be like this. As long as everyone extends a hand, the world will become a beautiful tomorrow. Can you give me a shirt to wear? Scram. The godly doctor's voice was very cold, If you don't scram, I'll poison you to death. So vicious. Ning Shu really did not dare to provoke the godly doctor. He went out of the forest and found a farmer to change into some coarse linen clothes. Then, he returned to the bamboo house. The godly doctor had already come out of the house and was looking at the herbs in the medicinal field. Ning Shu quickly went over to greet him and asked, Godly doctor, have you eaten? The godly doctor looked at Ning Shu coldly. Why did you come back? Ning Shu said, I want to learn medicine from you. The godly doctor, I want to learn to medicine from you. Godly doctor's doctor, godly doctor. The godly doctor furrowed his brows. Is there something wrong with your brain? Which village are you from? I've said it before, without my permission, no one is allowed to come close. Do you want to be poisoned to death? He wanted to poison people so easily. Master, I want to learn medicine from you. I want to know how to treat a man who has been drugged by an aphrodisiac so that he won't defile a woman. Should I soak him in ice water or knock him out and wait for the effects of the aphrodisiac to wear off? The godly doctor frowned even more and said, Scram. Ning Shu saw that the godly doctor did not want to see him and wanted to scram. But when he thought of the godly doctor's medical skills, he wanted to learn from him secretly. Master, I really want to learn medicine from you. Just pretend that I don't exist. I'll help you tidy up the medicinal field and help you. Ning Shu was the least worried when he was with the godly doctor. The godly doctor was the most cold-blooded and did not seem to be interested in sex. He did not have to worry about being pushed down. The only thing he was worried about was the aphrodisiac incident. Ning Shu could avoid it if he prepared in advance. Scram. The godly doctor said coldly. Ning Shu puffed up his chest. He was the female lead after all. How could he not be attracted to the male lead at all? The godly doctor did not even look at Ning Shu, which made Ning Shu feel very defeated. Ning Shu had no choice but to wait outside the bamboo house every day. The godly doctor did not like Ning Shu and ignored Ning Shu from start to end. Ning Shu could only shamelessly follow behind the godly doctor. Master, Master, please accept me as your disciple. I will definitely learn well and spread your teachings to benefit the world. Ning Shu chattered on. The godly doctor sprinkled some powder on Ning Shu. At first, Ning Shu sneezed, but she didn't feel anything. Then, her entire body went limp. She felt weak and flustered. It was as if she had low blood sugar. She sat on the ground, paralyzed. Master, did you poison me? Is this the legendary 10 fragrant bone softening powder? Ning Shu felt weak all over and was a little scared. What if he was pushed down by someone in this state? Although the godly doctor seemed to have a cold personality, he was still a man. Especially when his body was so beautiful, coupled with the attraction between the male and female leads and the absence of the shadow guard, the chances of him being pushed down were 100%. Master, can you give me the antidote? Ning Shu asked pitifully. The godly doctor ignored Ning Shu and did what he was supposed to do. He completely ignored Ning Shu and did not care about her at all. Ning Shu was originally worried that she would be pushed down, but the godly doctor did not even look at her. When they were eating, the godly doctor directly threw a coarse grain bread to Ning Shu. Moreover, he did not throw it into Ning Shu's hands, but directly on the ground. It was like throwing a bone to a dog. Ning Shu was speechless. I'm the female lead, I have a halo. You can't treat me like this. Ning Shu struggled to pick up the bread on the ground and wiped it on her clothes. It was fucking disgusting. Why was she so miserable? The godly doctor was clearly eating big steamed buns. Why did she have to eat this? Her heart was so tired. Seeing that the godly doctor had no intention of pushing her down, Ning Shu was relieved. Every time the godly doctor gave her bread, Ning Shu shamelessly asked the godly doctor for a bowl of water. The bread was too disgusting and too dry. Ning Shu asked the godly doctor, Master, where did you get this sorghum bread from? Today's sorghum bread is a little hard. My teeth almost fell out. Make it softer next time. Ning Shu did not expect the godly doctor to answer. This godly doctor had a cold personality and did not speak much. Perhaps he was too lonely living alone. It's the consultation fee from the villagers who came to see me, the godly doctor said coldly. There's too much at home. Ning Shu was speechless. She felt so stifled and sad. She felt like she was a rubbish bin. Do you really want to learn medicine from me? The godly doctor suddenly asked. Ning Shu immediately said, Of course I'm serious. I want to learn medicine from you and benefit the world. The godly doctor ignored Ning Shu's righteous words. Instead, he asked, What do you think is required to learn medicine? Was this considered an entrance exam? Ning Shu felt that she had to answer seriously. Ning Shu looked at the godly doctor's face, trying to find some clues. However, the godly doctor's face was as cold as ice. His face was emotionless. Ning Shu probed, Benevolence? Chapter 175. Hearing Ning Shu's answer of benevolence, the doctor only smiled coldly and looked at Ning Shu without saying a word. Is my answer wrong? Ning Shu saw the doctor's unfathomable expression and asked, Then what do I need to have to learn medicine? The doctor looked at Ning Shu and said indifferently, Everything in the world is just a toy in the palm of your hand. Ning Shu was speechless. Speak human language? The doctor said, You're not suitable to learn medicine. No, I can do it. Ning Shu said firmly. Learning medicine is to use one thing to fill in the flaws of another thing. Using herbs to treat people is to use herbs to repair the human body. The godly doctor said faintly. What the hell is this compassion that you're talking about? Ning Shu was speechless. Didn't they say that doctors were benevolent? Why was it not the same when it came to the doctor? Not only was the doctor cold, even his heart was cold. He treated people as toys that needed to be repaired. If he was happy, he would do it. If he was unhappy, he would not do it. He thought that this was a person who was cold on the outside but passionate on the inside. But in reality, he was a person who was cold from the inside out. He really did not know how Mu Yen Luo could tolerate him. Ning Shu looked at the doctor and asked, "Master, can you teach me how to repair toys?" "I said you can't do it." The doctor shook his head with a cold expression. Under Ning Shu's shameless behavior, the doctor finally relented and allowed Ning Shu to start fertilizing the herbs. Now, Ning Shu was carrying a bucket and applying the 5 grains reincarnation item to the herbs. He also had to loosen the soil and pull out the weeds. She had avoided the washing bucket in the Qi residence, but she still could not avoid the fertilizing. Why was it that the female lead was always the master begging to take her in as a disciple? Why was she so miserable? Ning Shu felt that he needed to increase his luck a little. If he had enough points, he could buy a halo that everyone loved. Even if Ning Shu washed himself clean every day, he still felt that there was a smell of feces on his body that could not be removed. It was simply too disgusting. Only Ning Shu smelled the smell of dung on his body. The godly doctor didn't want to get close to Ning Shu. The two of them basically didn't speak a word, let alone eat. Ning Shu ate coarse noodle cornbread, and there were still a lot of coarse noodle cornbread waiting for Ning Shu. Ning Shu also had a mission, which was to eat all of these coarse noodle cornbread. After eating this every day, Ning Shu was constipated. It was especially painful when he pooped. Furthermore, the godly doctor did not seem to like meat. There was basically nothing oily at home. It was simply too miserable. Ning Shu had not eaten meat in a long time. He was craving meat. Occasionally, there would be villagers who came to the godly doctor for treatment. Ning Shu would watch from the side as the godly doctor treated these people. Then, these villagers would give him some vegetables, a bag of flour, or a small piece of meat. Then, Ning Shu's eyes would turn green when he saw the meat. Basically, all of the meat would enter Ning Shu's stomach. The days passed unhurriedly. Ning Shu and the godly doctor's relationship did not improve. They did not even speak much. The godly doctor was busy in the house, while Ning Shu was outside looking after the herb garden. Ning Shu treated taking care of the herb garden as his job. Looking at the herb garden every day, Ning Shu had already memorized all the herbs. When the godly doctor was not busy, he would ask about the characteristics and properties of these herbs. The godly doctor would explain to Ning Shu, but it was usually only once. He did not care if Ning Shu could remember or understand. The godly doctor's herb garden was filled with some common herbs. They were all herbs used to treat some diseases. Ning Shu asked the godly doctor why he did not plant some more precious herbs. The godly doctor only looked at Ning Shu coldly and said that precious herbs had their own way of growing. He did not care about delicate things. Most of the diseases were treated with common herbs. Ning Shu wanted to talk to the godly doctor. For example, his family situation, where were his parents, how old were they, and other topics that could bring them closer together. However, the godly doctor never bothered about him. This made Ning Shu speechless. How could there be such a person in this world? Ning Shu did not have much hope in studying medicine. Moreover, Ning Shu was actually interested in the godly doctor's poison. If he could make some poison, he would have an extra layer of protection during missions. In so many worlds, if he did not have the means to protect himself, he would disappear sooner or later. From then on, Ning Shu would cease to exist. Being alive was better than being dead. Therefore, Ning Shu really wanted to kill the godly doctor, imprison him and force him to teach him. Ha ha ha, this was just a random thought. Last time was the bone softening powder. Who knew what the next time would be? He just needed to recognize all the herbs in the herb garden. While Ning Shu was munching on the coarse bread, the godly doctor threw a book to Ning Shu. Ning Shu hurriedly wiped his hands and picked up the book. He muttered, why can't I recognize these words? You're holding the book upside down. The godly doctor said coldly. Ning Shu did not look embarrassed at all. He turned the book around and looked at the name of the book. 100 Herbs Collection. Ning Shu flipped the book open. It was filled with herbs. Ning Shu said gratefully, "Master, thank you." The godly doctor's face was very cold. He turned and left. After interacting with the godly doctor for a period of time, Ning Shu did not care about the godly doctor's attitude. Since the godly doctor ignored her, she also learned to ignore the godly doctor's cold face. Although the book's name was 100 Herbs Collection, there were more than 100 types of herbs in the book. The content was very detailed. Ning Shu now did not only take care of the garden, but also read the 100 Herbs Collection and memorize the content in the book. Sometimes, the godly doctor would check Ning Shu's memory. Occasionally, he would ask Ning Shu to dry the herbs according to the book's content. Ning Shu realized that these things were very troublesome. It was so troublesome that Ning Shu had a headache. However, Ning Shu still did it very seriously. She did not complain that the godly doctor did not teach her medical skills. Ning Shu was very grateful that the godly doctor was willing to teach her these things. Moreover, she and the godly doctor were not related in any way. To be honest, Ning Shu felt that the godly doctor was the only male lead with real skills. Although the other male leads were of noble status, they seemed to have nothing to do. They were all lovey-dovey with Mu Yen Luo and did not seem to be doing anything serious. However, in the world of flesh text, there was no need for logic. It was fine as long as they had sex. Ning Shu admired those who were capable. The godly doctor was indeed a capable person. Didn't he have sex with the female lead all day long? Compared to the others, it was too normal. It was just that he was a little cold and hard to communicate with. Ning Shu was very busy every day. She was thinking about the contents of the 100 Herbs Collection and working hard to complete the tasks given by the godly doctor. This was the first time Ning Shu got along so well with the male lead since she came to this world. Previously, if she was not fighting with the male lead, she was guarding against these men. Ning Shu wanted to become sworn brothers with the godly doctor, but the godly doctor did not like her. Chapter 176. Ning Shu didn't know how long he had been with the godly doctor, but his days were very fulfilling as he dealt with herbs every day. Then, the godly doctor gave Ning Shu some books. They were all very simple treatment methods, but Ning Shu was still very happy. Everything started from the simplest. For example, now that Ning Shu was injured, he knew what herbs to use to stop the bleeding and reduce the inflammation. This made Ning Shu very satisfied. If the injuries of the villagers were simple, the godly doctor would let Ning Shu treat them. Of course, they were all superficial wounds. If it was an illness that required medicine, Ning Shu wouldn't be the one to treat it. Moreover, Ning Shu didn't have the ability to do so. Ning Shu watched the godly doctor treat the patients. Although the godly doctor was cold, he was still very serious when it came to his work. Ning Shu felt that her relationship with the godly doctor had improved. The most direct manifestation was that the godly doctor no longer let her eat coarse noodles and cornbread every day. Instead, he gave her cornbread that was a mixture of coarse noodles and flour. Although both of them were equally disgusting. The godly doctor sat in front of Ning Shu and stretched out his hand in front of Ning Shu. He said coldly, "From today onwards, you will learn to take my pulse." Take my pulse. Ning Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She was a little nervous. To be honest, she was a little afraid of doctors. This made her think of the perverted school doctor. Ning Shu's hand trembled as she pressed on the godly doctor's wrist. She was stunned and said, "Master, you don't have a pulse?" "You pressed the wrong place," the godly doctor said coldly. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu pressed on the godly doctor's pulse. A normal pulse would be strong and rhythmic, but the godly doctor's heartbeat was very chaotic. Ning Shu suspected that she wasn't pressing on the godly doctor's pulse. How could a normal person's pulse be like this? Ning Shu smiled awkwardly at the godly doctor. Then, she pressed on the godly doctor's pulse and confirmed that it was the same result countless times. The godly doctor definitely had a heart condition. "It's been almost an hour. What's the conclusion?" the godly doctor asked coldly. Ning Shu retracted his hand and said, your disciple is inexperienced. I can't come up with any conclusions. The godly doctor looked at Ning Shu with disdain and said coldly, you can't even feel it when it's so obvious. You can't even feel such an obvious pulse. You're really not suited to learn medicine. My illness is a heart disorder. My pulse is so obvious. Can't you tell? The godly doctor looked at Ning Shu with disappointment. Ning Shu was speechless. Godly doctors, godly doctor s was godly doctors s? The godly doctor looked at Ning Shu indifferently and said, this kind of disease is usually brought on when you're in the womb. Ning Shu was speechless. He didn't know how to comfort the godly doctor. This kind of disease was incurable. Even in the modern era, where medical expertise was advanced, there was no cure. The only way was to change the heart. Ning Shu finally understood that the godly doctor didn't have any emotions. This kind of disease was taboo to have emotional fluctuations. He was called a godly doctor, yet he couldn't even treat his own disease. It was understandable why the godly doctor wasn't interested in having sex. He was the complete opposite of the other male leads who were like wolves and tigers. This kind of vigorous activity wasn't good for the body. If he got too excited, he might get sick and die on top of Mu Yenluo. As for the fact that he joined Mu Yenluo's harem in the end, he probably still liked Mu Yenluo. Ning Shu looked at the godly doctor with pity. The godly doctor ignored Ning Shu's gaze. Ning Shu asked, how do you treat this kind of disease? It's an incurable disease. Ning Shu said casually. The godly doctor looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately changed his words. No, what I meant was that this kind of disease can't be cured easily. However, if you take good care of it and don't get too agitated, you'll be just like a normal person. What medicine should I take? The godly doctor looked at Ning Shu and asked coldly. Ning Shu said, use the heart-nourishing pill to dissolve the water. What kind of herbs are used to make the heart-nourishing pill? The godly doctor asked. Ning Shu answered the godly doctor's question seriously. In the end, Ning Shu shook his head and said, you're not qualified. You don't have the right to inherit my legacy. I don't want the things that Master passed to me to end up in the hands of someone like you. Ning Shu was speechless. What's wrong with her? Master, what's my problem? Ning Shu asked. Which part of me is not qualified? I can change it. I think I can still be saved. Come up with a new question. The godly doctor said indifferently, you're a woman. Damn. What kind of reason was this? Gender discrimination? Alright, this reason was too strong. Ning Shu didn't know how to refute it. Knowing that the godly doctor had a heart condition, Ning Shu didn't dare to provoke him for no reason. She even wanted to make some heart-nourishing pills for him. Ning Shu felt that this godly doctor treated her well, so she should treat him better too. Kindness must be repaid with kindness. The most precious herb in the heart-nourishing pill was ginseng. Ginseng was a herb that nourished qi. Ning Shu carried the bamboo basket and prepared to go to the mountains to try her luck and see if she could get some ginseng. Of course, Ning Shu also knew that she might have made a wasted trip. Ginseng wasn't that easy to get. Ning Shu didn't have a single cent on her now. She was also separated from the secret guard and Yuelan. Fortunately, she had given half of her things to Yuelan. The secret guard and Yuelan had settled down. She didn't know when she would meet them again. Where are you going? The godly doctor asked when he saw Ning Shu carrying the bamboo basket. Ning Shu said, I'm going into the mountains to pick herbs. The godly doctor didn't say anything. He waited until Ning Shu was far away before he said coldly to Ning Shu, be careful. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, I know. Ning Shu wandered around the mountains, using a stick to push aside the thorns. He bent down to look for ginseng. To be honest, Ning Shu was skeptical about whether he could find ginseng. It was mainly because this thing was too precious. Thinking back to how he had generously given He Dahua's father a ginseng, Ning Shu's heart ached. He guessed that the ginseng had already been taken away by Jing Ruhua. After walking for a while, he was hungry. Ning Shu took out his cornbread to eat. As expected, he didn't find any ginseng today. However, he did find some other herbs. It was considered a harvest. Ning Shu once again decided to add all his attributes to his luck. It wasn't good to be too unlucky. It was a waste of time. When Ning Shu returned to the bamboo hut, the sky was already dark. Moreover, the godly doctor was still waiting for him at the door. White clothes under the sunset. Ning Shu suddenly felt touched. It was the first time Ning Shu had such feelings for a male lead ever since he came to this world. This feeling had nothing to do with love. It was just that the relationship between people could be so peaceful. There was no need for intense hysteria or hurt. Wasn't this kind of relationship beautiful? Chapter 177. Ning Shu walked in front of the godly doctor and smiled. "Master, were you waiting for me?" The godly doctor replied coldly, "No." Ning Shu did not mind and asked the godly doctor, "Master, have you eaten?" The godly doctor ignored Ning Shu and waited for Ning Shu to put down the bamboo basket on his back before saying coldly, "There's some food on the table." Ning Shu entered the house and saw that there were dishes and meat on the table. Furthermore, there were big steamed buns. Ning Shu immediately drooled and asked the godly doctor in surprise, "Master, are these all for me?" "These were sent by a villager today. I've already eaten and these are my leftovers," the godly doctor said and went to the yard to arrange the herbs. Ning Shu did not care if the godly doctor had already eaten. He sat on the chair and started eating. Previously, he had been eating cornbread. Now that he could eat meat, Ning Shu felt very blissful. A person's life was all for this mouth. After Ning Shu ate, the godly doctor tested Ning Shu's memory of some herbs and prescriptions. Then, he asked, "What herbs are you going to pick? Have you picked any?" Ning Shu asked, "Herbs have to be found according to their characteristics. There's no need to run all over the mountain." Ning Shu looked at the godly doctor and asked curiously, "Master, how did you know that I was running all over the mountain?" The godly doctor looked coldly at Ning Shu. "Some of the herbs you picked are yin, some are yang, and some can only be found near the water. You still haven't passed your homework." The godly doctor frowned and looked at Ning Shu. Damn, what a meticulous person. If he could not be a godly doctor, he could be a godly detective. Ning Shu felt that he should learn from the godly doctor and learn humbly. "Master, your disciple will remember your teachings." Ning Shu said seriously, "From now on, your disciple will be the new generation of female godly doctor." The godly doctor looked at Ning Shu as if he had lost his mind. He turned and went back into the house, ignoring Ning Shu. The next day, Ning Shu went up the mountain to pick herbs. The godly doctor asked Ning Shu coldly, "What herbs are you picking? It's not safe for a girl to be alone in the mountain. Don't go, I'll get someone to bring you whatever you need." Ning Shu said, "It's okay, I'll go look again today. If I can't find it." The godly doctor did not say anything and went back into the house. Ning Shu carried the bamboo basket and went into the mountain to look for ginseng. It was said that ginseng could run. Ning Shu felt that all the ginseng on the mountain had run away. In the end, Ning Shu found a stalk of ginseng that was quite old. If it was made into a heart-nourishing pill, it would be enough for the godly doctor to eat for a long time. Ning Shu felt that the godly doctor was very poor and did not have much money. The villagers who came to her for treatment all gave her local specialties. Usually, the godly doctor did not take any medicine. Sometimes, she would perform acupuncture on him. Suddenly, he felt that this guy was quite pitiful. Ning Shu stuck his butt out and spent almost half a day just to dig out the ginseng. He had to dig out all the roots of the ginseng without breaking the skin. In the end, he dug it out. It was as thick as a pinky finger. If he sold it, he could sell it for a lot of money. Ning Shu carefully tied the ginseng with a red string and wrapped it up. He was ready to go back. On the way back, Ning Shu could faintly hear a child crying. Ning Shu was so scared that his hair stood on end. Could it be some kind of monster? Ning Shu quickened his steps. The child's voice became louder. Ning Shu felt that the child should be nearby. To go or not to go? To go or not to go? Ning Shu shook his head. He decided not to go. Curiosity killed the cat. The child's cries echoed in his ears. He was still calling for his mother. In the end, Ning Shu still went. What's there to be afraid of? I'm the female lead. Nothing will happen to me. Ning Shu followed the voice. He went over the mountain and saw a child crying on the official road. Ning Shu walked over to the child. The child's body was dirty. Ning Shu coughed. The child seemed to be frightened by Ning Shu. He turned around and saw Ning Shu. His eyes were filled with fear as he sobbed and hiccuped. Are you the bad guy who came to catch me? The child asked aloud. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Have you ever seen a bad guy as beautiful as me? Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad guy. Little kid, why are you here alone? The child cried out. Ning Shu was a little tired from walking. He put down the bamboo basket on his back and sat next to the child. He waited for the child to stop crying. Probably because there was someone next to him, the child was not afraid anymore. Ning Shu said, Auntie, I can't find my father. I can't find my mother. Call me sister. I'm not that old. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and looked at the child. The child shouted, Sister, I can't find my parents. Where are your parents? Ning Shu asked. You're not a monster from the mountains, are you? Wow, sister, don't scare me. Are you a monster? The child was scared and retreated. Ning Shu then asked the child where his parents were. The child cried and told her what had happened. It was that the child and his family had gone on a trip and encountered bandits. His parents had lured the bandits away and then asked the child to wait here. However, the child had waited for 2 days and his parents still hadn't come. Ning Shu took out some steamed buns and gave them to him. Did you remember the wrong place? Your parents didn't agree to meet you here. Yes, my father said that it was 5 miles down this road. The child said with certainty. Ning Shu almost fainted. Did such a small child know how far 5 miles was? Did you get the wrong place? The child nibbled on the steamed bun and cried. Yes. Ning Shu stood up, patted the dust on his butt and said, You continue to wait. I'll go first. The child pulled the corner of Ning Shu's clothes and shouted, Sister, don't go. What if I don't go? Ning Shu looked at him. Don't you still have to wait for your parents? Sister, don't go. I'm scared. The child clung to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu had no choice but to take the child back to the bamboo house. The miracle doctor saw that there were 2 people when they went out. He looked coldly at Ning Shu and said, Explain. Looking at his expression, one would think that a husband saw his wife cheating. Of course, Ning Shu was overthinking. The child hid behind Ning Shu and looked at the doctor's cold face. He pouted and looked like he was about to cry again. Ning Shu explained the child's origin very simply and concluded, if something really happened to this child's parents, this child might have to live with us. I found you an heir. He's a boy. Ning Shu said and pulled down the child's pants to check. The child cried and grabbed his pants. I'm really a boy. See, I found you an heir. From now on, you have someone to pass on your legacy. Ning Shu smiled and said to the doctor. Chapter 178. The godly doctor was born with a sarcastic face. Even when facing a child, he didn't have much of an expression. Logically speaking, Ning Shu had found a child for the godly doctor to inherit his legacy. Even if the godly doctor was perfunctory, he should at least say a few words of concern to the child. However, he didn't. The child stayed in the bamboo house, and the responsibility of taking care of the child fell on Ning Shu's shoulders. This made Ning Shu quite frustrated. Children were the most troublesome things to deal with. After the child was cleaned up, the child said that he was scared and insisted that Ning Shu sleep with him. Ning Shu said that he was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. How could he sleep with a man? Although this child was only 5 or 6 years old, he was still a man. The godly doctor didn't say anything about Ning Shu's uncaring actions. Ning Shu said, "Have the herbs you picked arrived?" Oh right, after the child's disturbance, Ning Shu had forgotten that he had gotten the ginseng. He took out the ginseng from the bamboo basket and said to the godly doctor, "Look, I got the ginseng. I'm going to make a heart-nourishing pill for you." The godly doctor said coldly, "That thing has no effect on me. You don't have to make it. It's a waste of good stuff." "How can it not be? Don't you have a heart problem?" "You'll be fine as long as you take good care of it," Ning Shu said. "I got the ginseng especially for you." The godly doctor looked at the ginseng in Ning Shu's hand and said coldly, "This ginseng is pretty good, but you didn't pay attention when you were digging it. Some parts of the skin have already been damaged. I told you to look and learn more, but you ruined all the good stuff." The godly doctor seemed to hate Ning Shu for failing to live up to his expectations. Ning Shu didn't mind and said, "It's fine. I'll make it into a heart-nourishing pill soon. I'm not going to buy it. Don't worry about the appearance." The godly doctor said coldly, "Whether or not you want to sell it, you should ensure that the medicinal properties of the herbs are preserved. You ruined the medicinal properties of the herbs. This isn't just a matter of appearance." Ning Shu quickly nodded and said, "I know. I will pay attention in the future." Ning Shu's skin was the thickest that the godly doctor had ever seen. No matter what he said to her, she didn't seem to get angry. Even if he scolded her so harshly, she still didn't take it to heart. Was her heart big or not? The next day, under the little radish's pleading, Ning Shu took the child to look for his parents. They didn't go far, they just wandered around. The godly doctor had wanted to tag along, but Ning Shu considered the godly doctor's condition and decided that trekking was not suitable for him. Little Radish Head was quite smart. He followed the escape route and went back to search. Finally, he found 2 corpses in a forest. The corpses were unrecognizable. The clothes on the woman's body were gone. It was obvious that something had happened to her before she died. Little Radish Head clenched his teeth and didn't let himself cry. He helped his mother put on her clothes and then said to Ning Shu, "Sister, I want to cremate my parents." Ning Shu was a little surprised. The ancient people were particular about burial. Cremation meant that there would be no complete corpse. Why did the little Radish Head want to cremate his parents? "I want to keep my parents' ashes with me." Little Radish Head clenched his teeth, his cheeks trembling. "Okay." Ning Shu nodded the Little Radish Head. Little Radish Head personally lit the fire and held a jar of ashes in his hands. Ning Shu asked, "What are your plans in the future? Do you have any relatives back home? If you don't, you can learn medicine from my master. There are relatives at home, but those relatives are not relatives. I'm afraid that they will be very happy if something happens to my father. I'm not going back." The Little Radish Head shook his head. Although his face looked young, his words were not young at all. Children from rich families matured early. "Oh right, do you know what the robber who robbed you looked like?" Ning Shu asked. Little Radish Head said, "It was a very good-looking man." Ning Shu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He said, "Did he look like a scholar?" Little Radish Head nodded. "Yes." The moment he opened his mouth, he said that my father was selling things at a high price and was harming the people. My father explained that my family was doing business honestly and didn't raise the price. But that person just didn't listen. Damn, this Chinibu was definitely Wenruhua. So it was like this. He flaunted his righteousness, but what right did he have to kill people? Who gave him the right to take other people's lives? He was clearly the one who was angry and wanted to punish others. Ning Shu wanted to kill this person. "Let's go." Ning Shu led Little Radish Head back to the bamboo house. The godly doctor was waiting at the door for Ning Shu and Little Radish Head to return. Seeing the jar in Little Radish Head's hand, he said coldly, "Wash up and eat." Little Radish Head placed the ashes in the room and ate while crying. The godly doctor picked up some food and placed it in the child's bowl. He said lightly, "From today onwards, you will learn medicine from me." "Thank you, master." Little Radish Head held back his tears and said to the godly doctor, "It's too early to call me master. There are still some ceremonies for an official disciple. These things can't be omitted." The godly doctor said lightly. Ning Shu felt uncomfortable all over. What kind of ceremony was this? From the very beginning, this godly doctor had never thought of accepting her as his disciple. He made him fertilize and weed. He only knew how to torment him. The next day, Little Radish Head first bathed and burned incense. Then, he kowtowed and ate herbs. After a series of complicated ceremonies, he became the godly doctor's disciple. Moreover, he was the only disciple. Ning Shu looked on enviously from the side. Little Radish Head Suyu became the godly doctor's disciple. Ning Shu's status was a little awkward. She was not the godly doctor's disciple. The godly doctor said lightly, "From now on, you can call her senior sister. Although she is useless, she has been learning from me for a period of time. She became a disciple earlier than you." What did he mean by useless? His words were too harsh. "Senior sister." Suyu called out to Ning Shu, who had a ferocious look on her face. Ning Shu chuckled and called out, "Junior brother." Suyu began to study under pressure. The godly doctor gave him many tasks. Suyu seemed to want to forget the pain of losing his parents and forgot to eat and sleep. Although Ning Shu was not the godly doctor's disciple, the godly doctor was also strict with Ning Shu. Ning Shu did not say anything. This was a good opportunity to learn. However, Ning Shu's mind was always on the godly doctor's prescription. He did not know why it was an aphrodisiac. To a person like the godly doctor, this was an extremely low-level mistake. Moreover, the aphrodisiac was not good for the godly doctor's body. That kind of thing would cause a person to become excited and unable to control themselves. Blood would flow very quickly. He did not know why the godly doctor did not have a heart attack in the storyline. It was probably because of the protagonist's halo. "Master, you don't need to make any medicine. If you want, let your disciple do it for you. If it doesn't work, there is still Suyu. Let him do it. A disciple should serve his master, right?" Ning Shu said to Suyu. "Yes, master." Suyu quickly nodded. Chapter 179. The godly doctor said coldly, "What kind of medicine can a useless person like you concoct? Doctors and whatnot are so annoying. Are all capable people so direct with their words?" Ning Shu pulled Suyu over and said, "I'm useless, but little junior brother is. Let him do everything in the future." Suyu frowned. She felt that she had been tricked by eldest senior sister. "I don't know how to concoct any medicine recently." The godly doctor looked coldly at Ning Shu. "Have you fertilized the herbs? Why are you spouting nonsense here?" Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu felt that the godly doctor had become more cheerful. The most direct manifestation was that his sarcasm towards her became more and more vicious. She also had a sensitive and fragile heart. If he kept mocking her like this, she would also feel sad. Ning Shu pursed her lips and instructed the godly doctor, "You must not concoct any medicine." The days passed slowly like this. The godly doctor did not concoct any medicine, which made Ning Shu heave a sigh of relief. However, Ning Shu's relief came too quickly. Today, when Ning Shu was weeding, he heard people coming towards the bamboo house. There were quite a few of them. "The godly doctor lives here?" A voice rang out. When Ning Shu heard this voice, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He rushed into the kitchen and rubbed the ashes on his face and neck. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Seeing Ning Shu like this, Suyu said, "You're being naughty again. Master will scold you later. Little junior brother, there are people outside. Go and greet them." Your eldest senior sister is a woman. It's not good to entertain men. Ning Shu hid in the kitchen and said to Suyu. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why was Luo Junyan here? Why did the regent come to this remote place? This didn't make sense. Could it be that he knew she was here and came to find her? Go and see what they are talking about with the master. Ning Shu handed the kettle to Suyu. Go and pour some tea for the guests. Suyu carried the kettle to the central room. Ning Shu paced back and forth in the kitchen alone, hoping that Luo Junyan wasn't here to look for her. Now that the secret guards weren't around, if she was caught, she would definitely be dead. These people were really good at torturing people. How was it? What did they say? Ning Shu asked Suyu as he entered the room. What did they say? Suyu's tone was a little excited as she said, those people want master to treat the emperor. Shoo. Ning Shu let out a long sigh, wiped the cold sweat on his head, and asked, what did master say? Master didn't agree immediately. Then, that person said that he would come again tomorrow, Suyu said. After Luo Junyan and the others left, Ning Shu sneaked out. He walked to the central room and asked the godly doctor, Master, are you going to the capital? The godly doctor saw the black ash on Ning Shu's face and frowned. What happened to your face? Don't worry about my face for now. Are you going to the capital to treat the emperor? Ning Shu asked. All the land under the heavens belongs to the emperor. As long as I'm on this land, I can't refuse. I've refused this time, but I'll agree again next time, the godly doctor said calmly. Ning Shu disagreed. But is your body okay? We're not far from the capital. Are you hiding from those people? The godly doctor asked a completely unrelated question, and Ning Shu didn't know how to react for a moment. Are you afraid of those people? The godly doctor asked again. This guy was really observant. Ning Shu didn't say anything, and the godly doctor didn't ask any more questions. Suyu wanted to go to the capital as well, so she begged the godly doctor, Master, take me with you. I've never been to the palace before. Stay at home with your senior sister. Don't neglect your studies, the godly doctor said calmly. Then, he said to Ning Shu, take good care of the house. Can't I not go? How did this thing come about? It felt like the plot had changed beyond recognition. The godly doctor said coldly, pack your things. Since you're afraid of those people, don't come out to see me off. Also, don't let them see you. Ning Shu sighed and said, okay, master. I'll prepare the things. Master, there's only me and Suyu in this house. A woman and a child. It's really too dangerous. Master, why don't you teach us how to make poison? Ning Shu said his purpose. The godly doctor glanced at Ning Shu and nodded. Okay. Ning Shu almost jumped up in joy. The godly doctor taught Ning Shu and Suyu how to make poison. Poison is made by mixing poisonous herbs or poison together. It can also be made by increasing the dosage of certain herbs. The godly doctor gave Ning Shu the poison scripture. It was filled with the methods of making poison. When it came to making poison, Ning Shu learned it very quickly. The godly doctor said coldly, you learn these crooked things pretty quickly. Ning Shu laughed. Keep this book and study it yourself. I'll be gone for a long time. Take good care of Suyu. The godly doctor said calmly. I know. Don't worry, master. Ning Shu promised. The godly doctor looked coldly at Ning Shu. When Ning Shu met his gaze, he was stunned for a moment before asking, Master, is there anything else you want me to do? Nothing. You don't have to send me off tomorrow. The godly doctor turned and closed the door. Wait, master. Ning Shu pushed the door open and took out a bottle of medicine. Master, these are the heart-nourishing pills I made for you. The godly doctor looked at Ning Shu and poured out a heart-nourishing pill. He sniffed it and looked at its color. You didn't make it well. The color and medicinal properties are not good. You've ruined the ginseng. I made this with Suyu. Master, take care of your health when you're outside. Ning Shu had automatically ignored the godly doctor's sarcasm. Oh, it was made by Suyu. It's not bad to make heart-nourishing pills at her age. The godly doctor said to Suyu. Next time, take note of the fineness of the herbs. Ning Shu was speechless. The next day, the godly doctor took the luggage and left with Luo Junyan and the rest. Suyu sent the godly doctor off at the door while Ning Shu hid in the kitchen with a face full of soot. Senior sister, master has left. Suyu walked in and told Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded and washed the soot off his face. He said to Suyu, why are you still here? Go and memorize the medical books. Senior sister, master isn't home. Let's go catch some fish. Suyu looked at Ning Shu with anticipation. There are many fish in the stream. Let's have grilled fish for lunch. This kid was so obedient and hardworking in front of the godly doctor. Now that the godly doctor had left, he showed this side of himself. However, this kid had lost both his parents. He was lucky that he didn't become autistic. Ning Shu nodded and said, okay, let's have grilled fish for lunch. Ning Shu took the poison book and followed Suyu to the stream. He read by the bank and checked on Suyu's condition. You're a beauty. Come with me. A sexy voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 180. When Ning Shu heard the voice, he looked around but didn't see anyone. Suyu, who was catching fish in the stream, also came ashore. She hid behind Ning Shu and said in fear, Senior sister, is there a ghost? I'm so scared. Senior sister, you have to protect me. You're so young, why are you so superstitious? Ning Shu pulled Suyu out from behind him. You're a man. You have to protect a woman, don't you know? Hiding behind a woman like this isn't manly at all. Hee hee, interesting. A person jumped down from a tree. His hair was loose and was casually tied up with a black ribbon. He was wearing black clothes with golden embroidery. The most important thing was that his face was androgynous. He was so beautiful that it was like a dream, and his whole body carried an evil aura. Standing there, he looked like an illusory datura flower, evil and beautiful. Ning Shu looked at this person and said indifferently, my master isn't home. You don't have to look for him. The man stared blankly for a moment, then smiled. His smile was devilishly charming. His toes touched the surface of the water, and he flew in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately smelled the fragrance on his body. Wow, you're so powerful. You actually flew over. Suyu looked at the man with admiration. The man looked at Ning Shu and asked, what's your birthday? Look, he didn't even ask for his name and directly asked for his birthday. Ning Shu pulled Suyu back a step and said indifferently, this is a secret. What if you find out my birthday and want to kill me? The man was speechless. Ning Shu pulled Suyu and quickly ran. He looked back and saw that the demon sex leader didn't chase after them. Instead, he looked at her with interest. After returning to the bamboo house, Ning Shu said to Suyu, this person is very dangerous. You have to be careful in the future. Ning Shu prepared a lot of dry food for Suyu and said, you have to be careful when you're alone at home. You have poison on you. If you encounter any danger, use poison powder. When Suyu saw that Ning Shu was giving such detailed instructions, she suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. She pulled on Ning Shu's sleeve and anxiously asked, Senior sister, what's wrong? Where are you going? It's okay. I think I'll have to go out soon. Be careful when you're alone at home, Ning Shu said. In the plot, the demon sect master came here to ask the divine doctor to treat his internal injuries. At that time, he took a fancy to Mu Yen Luo and learned that Mu Yen Luo was born on a Een day, Een month, Een hour, so he directly kidnapped her. She would probably have to leave with this guy later. But this time, he was going to make sure that this guy didn't get away with it. Senior sister, don't go. I'm afraid of being alone at home. Suyu pulled on Ning Shu, refusing to let Ning Shu leave. Yo, beauty, where are you going? Could it be that you've been mesmerized by this lord's beauty and want to elope with me? The sect master's voice came from outside the room. When Ning Shu went out, he saw the sect master sitting leisurely on a stone bench. His posture was enchanting, and his actions carried a kind of charming charm. However, it was clear that he was a man. Beautiful, flirtatious, and evil. The sect master's appearance was the highest among the 7 Calabash brothers. Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu and then glanced at Su Yu. I haven't seen him for a while, and he actually took in 2 disciples. In a flash, Gong Wumei moved in front of Ning Shu. His slender, white, and jade-like fingers lifted Ning Shu's chin. He sized him up and said wickedly, "You're still a virgin. I thought you were that Ice Mountain's woman." He didn't even touch you, so he really thinks of you as his disciple. See, this was a man who had countless women. With one look, he could tell whether a woman was a virgin or not. Ning Shu took a step back and said coldly, "You're late. Someone from the palace came to ask Master to treat a noble in the palace. That's not bad. With you around, this trip wasn't in vain." Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu with his peach blossom eyes. "Since you're Ice Mountain's disciple, what have you learned?" "My senior sister didn't learn anything at all. Master taught me all his medical skills. Don't make things difficult for my senior sister. I'll treat you." Su Yu stood in front of Ning Shu righteously. "My senior sister is an idiot. She didn't learn anything at all." Ning Shu was speechless. She didn't like hearing this, even though it was to protect her. Ning Shu pulled the little radish head behind him and said pretentiously, "I don't need to take your pulse. Just by looking at your face, I know what's wrong with you." Su Yu looked at Ning Shu with a, "Senior sister, stop messing around, look." Gong Wumei raised his eyebrows and said with interest, "I've always been patient with beauties. Tell me what's wrong with me." Ning Shu said with disdain, "Excessive indulgence. You're possessed by the devil. Every time you circulate your qi, you feel like your body is on fire. You have to have sex with a woman of the Een month, Een day, and Een time. Otherwise, your meridians will explode. But the woman you have sex with won't live for long." Gong Wumei's body trembled. His hand that was touching the jade on his waist paused. He put down the jade. Ning Shu laughed and said with a sinister expression, "Did Ice Mountain tell you about me? Did Ice Mountain tell you about me? You're thinking too much. Master didn't tell me about you. Do you think you're some big shot?" Ning Shu said with disdain. He looked at the beautiful Gong Wumei and asked, "Are all the demon sex leaders this beautiful?" The demon sex leaders had to be beauties. "Oh, how do you know that I'm the demon sex leader?" Gong Wumei raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu ambiguously. "You're an interesting woman. Come with me to Wuyang Palace. I'll give you extreme happiness." Ning Shu was speechless. "Senior sister." Su Yu grabbed Ning Shu's clothes. Her face was pale. She naturally understood Gong Wumei's meaning. Perhaps her senior sister would have the same ending as her mother. Ning Shu patted Su Yu's back and said, "It's okay. I'm fine. Woman, do you want to go with me? You can choose not to go, but your little junior brother will lose his life. This sovereign only has to move a finger, and his little life will be gone." Gong Wumei didn't feel any pressure when killing a person. His expression didn't change at all. Clearly, he was a person who killed people like flax. Ning Shu wasn't scared. "I advise you not to do that. Wait until my master comes back. He'll definitely come and find you. You can offend anyone but not a doctor. Beauty, you're really interesting. You were also born in a Een month, Een day, Een hour, right?" Gong Wumei stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He looked very charming and sexy. It made people's heartbeats lose their rhythm. A man being so charming was really strange. As a woman, Ning Shu felt her dignity was being challenged. She really wanted to find a group of men to take turns with this guy. Chapter 181. No, I have a pure yang constitution. If you do that with me, your blood vessels will definitely explode. Ning Shu denied that he was born in a een month, een day, and een hour. Gong Wumei raised her eyebrows and said with interest, "No need to quibble, I can feel my body's desire for you. Ning Shu, come with me to the Endless Palace. Since you are a disciple of Ice Mountain and know about my situation, then come with me." Gong Wumei held on to Ning Shu's waist and moved close to Ning Shu's ear. She breathed out hot air, almost touching Ning Shu's ear, and said with a sexy voice, "You don't have the right to reject me. Ants don't have the right to reject me." Ning Shu's expression was indifferent, and said with disdain, "Can you not talk so close to me? Do you know that you have bad breath?" Gong Wumei, Ning Shu also knew that he had to go. This was the plot. Ning Shu said to Suyu with tears in her eyes, "Stay at home and wait for master to come back. Senior sister will be fine. You also have to take care of the medicine field at home. You have to do the fertilizing and weeding." Suyu nodded and said, "Senior sister, wait for master to come back. I will go with master to save you." Ning Shu patted Suyu's head, picked up the package and said to Gong Wumei, "I am your doctor now. I ask for more benefits." "Sure, for beauties, especially beauties with pure Yin constitution, I have to be patient." Gong Wumei's pink lips curved into a charming arc. "Wait until you reach the Endless Palace. You will realize that it is a paradise. You will never want to come back." The two of them left the bamboo house. Ning Shu asked Gong Wumei, "Are we going to walk to your Endless Palace?" "Of course not." Gong Wumei curled her fingers and blew a loud sound. After a while, someone sent a luxurious carriage over. The driver was a disciple of the demonic sect. "Greetings, sect master. The carriage is here." Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu and said with a faint smile, "Let's go up." Ning Shu hugged the bundle and got into the carriage. Gong Wumei smiled and also got into the carriage. He sat across from Ning Shu and looked at Ning Shu with his peach blossom eyes. He supported his chin and charmingly asked, "Beauty, what is your name?" "Lil Red," Ning Shu replied. "Little Red?" When Gong Wumei was reading out her name, his voice sounded very sexy, causing people's heart to itch. "Beauty, even your name has such personality. This sovereign likes it very much." "Thank you for the compliment," Ning Shu replied seriously. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "It's not easy to find a woman with a Een month, a Een day, and a Een hour. If this woman is extremely ugly, do you want to do it?" This probability was similar to winning the lottery, and Mu Yenluo's physique was exactly like winning the lottery. If this woman's appearance was just passable, then for the sake of his own life, would Gong Wumei bite the bullet and do it? This was obviously not a pleasant topic. Gong Wumei's face sank. Ning Shu said, "If you are about to starve to death, you won't be able to eat the dusty food on the ground." "Of course, I will eat it," Ning Shu said without hesitation. "Life is the most precious thing." "Oh." Ning Shu suddenly understood, "So you are the one who will do it?" Seeing that Gong Wumei's complexion was somewhat bad, Ning Shu didn't want to provoke him. Gong Wumei said, "That's why this sovereign is pleasantly surprised to see such a beautiful woman with a pure Een physique." Ning Shu and Gong Wumei sneered. They closed their eyes and ignored him. "I'm afraid this time, I won't let you push me down so easily. I'll let you have the poison on my body." The Devil's Sect was located on a high mountain that was easy to defend and hard to attack. They directly penetrated through the mountainside and lived in a cave like a mouse. Gong Wumei still had the nerve to call the place he lived in Endless Palace. He was simply shameless. Ning Shu got off the carriage and looked up at the mountain. He clicked his tongue and had a look of disdain. Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu. "What's with your expression? Are you looking down on my Endless Palace? You also know that your Devil's Sect is annoying, so you came here to hide." Ning Shu curled his lips. "You captured so many women. Aren't you afraid that the righteous sects will encircle and annihilate you?" Gong Wumei sneered, "So what? This sovereign wants to see who dares to encircle this sovereign." Gong Wumei brought Ning Shu to the front of the suspension bridge. Ning Shu said, after crossing this suspension bridge, you will reach this sovereign's endless palace. Ning Shu looked at the suspension bridge and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How was this a suspension bridge? It was just an iron chain that was as thick as an infant's arm. Normal people would not be able to walk on it at all. They would definitely fall down. Ning Shu asked in a deadpan manner, how am I supposed to go over? Don't tell me that I have to walk over myself. If you continue to be shameless, I'm going back. Gong Wumei directly held onto Ning Shu's waist and clamped her, then walked onto the iron chain. Ning Shu looked at the iron chain swinging up and down. Below them was a bottomless white cliff. Ning Shu screamed at the top of her lungs, oh my god, ah! Gong Wumei used his qi and stepped on the iron chain to reach the other side. He hugged Ning Shu tightly and said evilly, beauty, don't be afraid. How could this sovereign bear to let anything happen to you? Ning Shu silently looked at him and said, let go a bit. If you continue hugging me like this, your blood vessels will burst. Gong Wumei raised his eyebrows and said evilly, to be able to burst blood vessels on a beauty's body, this sovereign is willing to die. You're really willing? Ning Shu expressionlessly looked at Gong Wumei. Gong Wumei slowly moved closer to Ning Shu, of course I'm willing. To die on your body, of course I'm willing. How many times have I told you that you have bad breath? You always talk so close to me. Do you know that you are really unbearable? Do you often have constipation? Your mouth is so smelly. Not only are you suffering from qi deviation, you also have a problem with your stomach. Could it be that no one has ever told you that you have bad breath? Ning Shu took a step back and said in disgust. Gong Wumei's face twitched for a bit, then he immediately laughed. He stretched out his finger and hooked Ning Shu's hair and said indifferently, you are the first woman to speak to me like this. The women that I caught before were either crying and begging for mercy, or were infatuated with this sovereign's beauty and submitted to this sovereign's crotch. You mocked this sovereign like this, could it be that you are not afraid that this sovereign will kill you? Ning Shu shook his head and said, I am a doctor, what I said is the truth. Let me tell you, the problem with your body is my responsibility. As for why you didn't discover that you have bad breath, I reckon that it is because they are afraid of you, so they didn't tell you. After all, you are the sect master of demons sect who kills people like scything flax. Are you relying on the fact that this sovereign doesn't want to part with you, so you are so impudent? Gong Wumei pulled the hair in his hand. Ning Shu cried out in pain, fuck, it hurts. Of course I know that you don't want to part with me. Right now, you are already unable to suppress the injury in your body, so you went to find my master. Ning Shu rubbed his scalp that was pulled. Chapter 182. Gong Wumei let go of Ning Shu's hair, then placed his finger on his nose and took a sniff. His thin pink lips curled up, beauty's fragrance. What is he trying to do with this beast-like appearance? Let me tell you, don't seduce me, I won't fall for it. This is a man that should have a rotten dick. God knows how many women have been defiled by him. Furthermore, all of the women that he had slept with before, all of them did not have long to live. Ning Shu despised this fella endlessly in his heart. Even if he is good-looking, he is still unable to withstand this beast-like appearance. Let's go. Gong Wumei walked in front and entered the cave. From the outside, the cave looked especially shabby. However, upon entering, it was just like entering an imperial palace. It was incomparably luxurious. Inside the cave, there were huge luminous pearls, and light muslin was dancing in the air. Ning Shu touched the luminous pearls, and an astonished expression appeared on his face. Just how much is this worth? Gong Wumei raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. If you like it, I will give it to you. Ning Shu retracted his hand, I am just casually looking at it. Furthermore, this thing does not have any fucking use other than lighting. It is simply trash. I don't like it at all. I like some practical things. Practical things? Gong Wumei raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu, then said with a devilish charm, there are only things that you can't say, there is nothing that I can't get. Big brother, Tom Su is sick, he needs to be treated. Ning Shu said indifferently. A devil sect disciple who was wearing black clothes walked in and said to Gong Wumei, "Sect master, another woman has died." Gong Wumei's expression was very cold as he said indifferently, "You don't have to tell me these things. Throw the dead woman and the woman that is about to die out of Endless Palace." Yes. The devil sect disciple waved his hand, and two people carried a woman out. This woman's face was ashen, her fingernails were purplish black, and she was not breathing at all. It seemed like she was already dead. Ning Shu looked at Gong Wumei's expressionless face. Gong Wumei was as indifferent as a dead ant, which made Ning Shu's back feel a chill. "Throw out those women who can no longer heal me. They're taking up space." Gong Wumei sat on the chair, flicked his hair, and said indifferently, "Yes." After a while, Ning Shu saw many women being driven out. These women's faces were pale, as if they hadn't seen the sun for a long time. Their faces were haggard, and there was a black aura between their eyebrows. It seemed like they didn't have long to live. Some of the women actually had white hair on their heads. It was unknown whether it was because they were already that old or because they had been ravaged by Gong Wumei. When these women saw Gong Wumei, they all cried and begged Gong Wumei for mercy. Their faces were either filled with despair or numbness. Ning Shu looked at all of this. He watched as these women were driven out of the Endless Palace by Gong Wumei. The fate that awaited these women was death. "Wait a minute," Ning Shu said. Gong Wumei lazily looked at Ning Shu, and used his hair to brush Ning Shu's face. He leaned close to Ning Shu and breathed out hot air. "What's wrong, beauty? Do you have a problem? Let me take a look at these people." Ning Shu took a step back and walked in front of a woman. He took her hand and felt her pulse. The vitality of her 5 organs had been destroyed. Her pulse was very heavy and weak. Ning Shu suspected that there would be no pulse in the next second. Her internal organs had already collapsed. Ning Shu shook his head. These people probably wouldn't live for more than a month. They were just struggling at death's door. After a rough calculation, there were more than 10 people here. Just the number of women who were about to die was already so many. Then, Gong Wumei probably captured even more women. To capture so many women of the Een month, Een day, Een time, how much manpower and resources would it take? Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu with a face full of curiosity. Coupled with his beautiful appearance, don't mention how moving he was. He was so pure and beautiful. However, the words that came out of his mouth were very vicious. "When are they going to die?" Ning Shu looked at Gong Wumei, and said indifferently, "You have really sinned." Gong Wumei immediately laughed. "It's not that I have sinned. During this period of time, I have given them a rich life. I have given them the greatest happiness. Rather than living a mediocre life, I would rather live such a brilliant life. Do you all like me?" Gong Wumei looked at these women with a gentle and charming smile. "Do you all not like the days when you are together with me?" "I like it." Some of the women looked at Gong Wumei with a somewhat intoxicated expression. Some of the women had a look of hatred on their faces, and some of the women had a look of fear on their faces. Some of them are willing to live such a life. Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu, and his beautiful face had a tempting and bewitching look. "If the beauty is willing, I will naturally be willing to satisfy you." "Ning Shu, I politely decline. You are too dirty." Gong Wumei's face trembled, and he laughed again. He said to his subordinates, "In any case, they have served me for so long. Just kill them directly. Otherwise, I will feel uncomfortable waiting for death." "Yes." Gong Wumei's subordinates pulled out their swords, and without caring about the struggles of these women, they directly pierced their hearts. Blood splattered all over the ground, and after struggling for a while, these women stopped breathing. The air was instantly filled with a thick smell of blood. Gong Wumei stroked his sleeves, and with a frown, he said, "Hurry up and clean them up. I can't stand this smell." "Smell your own hands. You can't stand the smell of blood? You are so pretentious." Ning Shu looked at him with disdain. Gong Wumei stretched out his jade-white fingers and sniffed them. He said faintly, "Every time I kill someone, I will wash my hands for a long time. There is no smell. Beauty, smell it. This smell of blood has already entered your bones and blood. There is no way to wash it away." Ning Shu looked at Gong Wumei. "You are really a bastard. Showing off your power on women and taking away their lives. Beauty." Gong Wumei stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "Don't challenge my patience. Sooner or later, you will also submit to my crotch like these women. So vulgar. You really think that you have a big tool? Leader, I sincerely advise you. You are drinking poison to quench your thirst. Quickly nourish your kidneys and eat more kidneys. Right now, do you feel that your waist is often sore? Every time you do it with a woman, you feel dizzy and you can't come back to your senses for a long time. Of course, I know that you don't mind. You still think that it's because you feel good. Let me tell you, your current situation is very dangerous." Gong Wumei raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. He said with interest, "Tell me, I am listening. What else?" "This bastard." Ning Shu cursed in his heart, then said, "Is it because you have to pee frequently and urgently? Is it because when you pee, you can't finish peeing? Beauty, hearing these vulgar words from your mouth, I feel a bit excited." Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu with his peach blossom eyes. "I have all these symptoms that you mentioned. Do you need to take a look? Take a look, your sister, this bitch." Chapter 183. Ning Shu stayed in Wuyang Palace. Gong Wumei treated Ning Shu as his doctor, a reserve member of the harem. If something really happened, Ning Shu would probably be pounced on. Ning Shu touched the poison sewn into his clothes. This bastard really dared to use force on him. Ning Shu wanted to make his blood vessels burst. No, burst his liver. Now, Gong Wumei was probably rolling around with another woman. The pitiful thing was that these women were robbed of their lives by Gong Wumei not long after. What kind of evil art was Gong Wumei practicing? It directly robbed a woman of her own essence and stripped her of her vitality. Why didn't this bastard practice the sunflower manual? Everything would be solved if he got rid of the root. In the plot, Mu Yenluo had the same fate as these women. She was captured by Gong Wumei and had sex with him day and night. What surprised Gong Wumei was that Mu Yenluo was very durable. Other women would weaken after a short period of time, but Mu Yenluo didn't have such symptoms at all. Moreover, every time he rolled around with Mu Yenluo, his luck would be exceptionally smooth. She was simply a treasure. From then on, Mu Yenluo was imprisoned by Gong Wumei and treated as a sex slave. It was simply too shameful. Ning Shu clutched his chest, feeling very stifled. The female lead's body was like a cheat. "Miss Little Red, our sect master wants you to go over," a disciple of the demon sect outside said to Ning Shu. Ahem. Ning Shu coughed, tidied his clothes, and followed the disciple to Gong Wumei's room with his medicine box. Although it was in a cave, the decorations were very beautiful. There was a small bridge over flowing water, a rockery garden, and some women in the garden. When they saw Ning Shu, they sized him up. "Are you new?" A woman stopped Ning Shu. Ning Shu asked, "Are you here to compete with me for the position of sect master?" Ning Shu was speechless. What the hell? Ning Shu pulled the woman's wrist and checked her pulse. He then shook his head. This was another woman who had slept with Gong Wumei. This woman was better than the previous ones. If she didn't sleep with Gong Wumei, she might be able to live a little longer. Ning Shu looked at the women in the garden and shook his head. Maybe one of them would be thrown out like the previous woman, living a life worse than death. I'm asking you a question. Are you also the woman that the hierarch brought to the Endless Palace? The woman Ning Shu asked. She stared at Ning Shu's face with eyes full of jealousy. Are you going to the sect leader's room now? Ning Shu naturally saw the jealousy in this woman's eyes. Truly, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. She actually envied him because of that rotten Gong Wumei. Ning Shu ignored her. When the woman saw Ning Shu's expression, she curled her lips and said, "What's there to be proud of? When the cult master takes you, you'll still stick to him. I'm talking to you, why are you leaving? Stop right there." The woman wanted to reach out and grab Ning Shu. The demonic sect disciple beside Ning Shu shouted coldly at the woman, "Impudent Steward Lu." The woman gave a flattering smile to the demonic sect disciple and asked, "Why isn't the hierarch looking for me?" Steward Lu's eyes flashed with disdain. "The hierarch naturally has something to do. You just have to wait." "Yes, yes." Ning Shu looked at this woman. She wasn't very beautiful. At most, she could be considered a pretty girl from a humble family. He could tell that she had fallen in love with Gong Wumei. That bastard Gong Wumei was really a sinner. Not only did he defile these women's bodies, but he also cheated their hearts. Gong Wumei's face was too impactful. Very few women could control themselves. Ning Shu brought her to Gong Wumei's room. When they walked to the door was wide open. Ambiguous sounds came from inside. Separated by the light muslin bed, there was a vague figure moving. The posture was seductive. There were moans, gasps, and ambiguous sounds of skin touching skin. Ning Shu felt very stifled. Why did he have to force her to see this kind of scene every time? "Miss Little Red, please go in. The hierarch is waiting for you inside," Steward Lu said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu pointed inside and said in astonishment, "Go in now? Don't you want to wait for your hierarch to finish? Since you are here, just come in." Gong Wumei's deep and gloomy voice that was slightly gasping for breath sounded out. Steward Lu slightly bent his waist. Ning Shu made a "please" gesture. Ning Shu carried the medicine box and entered. Upon entering, Ning Shu smelled a strange smell. It was really unbearable. "Come closer. How are you going to diagnose me if you are standing so far away?" Gong Wumei's voice was somewhat suppressed. Ning Shu said, "Come over here and check my pulse." Fuck, his taste is not ordinary. He even wants someone to observe him. Seriously. Ning Shu lifted the light muslin and saw that on the spacious bed, Gong Wumei's entire body was covered in a layer of pink. When she turned her head to look at Ning Shu, she bit her lips tightly and had a charming expression on her face. Ning Shu felt that he had been led astray by these people. In the past, Ren Baqian was very simple and pure. But now, when he saw this kind of scene, he didn't even blush and his heart didn't even skip a beat. Ning Shu sat on a chair at the side. When he saw that there were fruits on the table, he picked one up and wiped it on his clothes. Then, he started nibbling on the fruit. Looking at Gong Wumei who was on the bed, Ning Shu looked at Gong Wumei who was constantly changing positions and tormenting the woman, causing her face to turn green. "What are you showing off for? Isn't it good to have a man on top and a woman on the bottom? You already have a weak kidney, yet you are still tormenting like this. Seriously." Ning Shu didn't know what to say. Ning Shu crunched on the fruit and looked at the person on the bed who was tormenting the woman. Gong Wumei turned his head and looked at Ning Shu who was nibbling on the fruit. Gong Wumei's eyes were unfocused. Gong Wumei let out a low roar. He raised his head and looked refreshed. His body was dripping with sweat. When he shook his head, water droplets came out. Ning Shu looked at Gong Wumei. It was finally over. The woman also looked relieved. As soon as Gong Wumei was done, someone immediately came in and wrapped the woman in a blanket. Then, they took her away and opened the window to let in some fresh air. This Gong Wumei was simply living like an emperor. Ning Shu put the fruit pit on the table and wiped his hands. He asked Gong Wumei, "Do you feel dizzy?" Gong Wumei wasn't wearing any clothes. He only used a thin blanket to cover the ugly thing between his legs. His body had a strong smell of hormones. Sweat slid down his chest and he looked especially seductive. When Gong Wumei heard Ning Shu's words, he hooked up his pink lips. "Do I look dizzy to you?" Go and wash up. Look at how weak your kidney is. I am a doctor. You'd better listen to me. Ning Shu shook his head and said to Gong Wumei, do you need me to treat you or not? Do you want to use women to suppress your internal injuries for the rest of your life? What if you're old and can't do it anymore? What will you do? Just wait for your liver to explode and die. Besides, if you don't control yourself, your thing won't be able to do it anymore. You're going to die. Rolling around with women every day is just a temporary solution. Ning Shu tried her best to persuade him. Chapter 184. Gong Wumei completely built his happiness on top of a woman's pain. When he was possessed, he had to roll around with a woman. Not only could he heal his internal injuries, he could also feel pleasure. It was simply too beautiful. Gong Wumei sat on the bed. His face was flushed red. When he heard Ning Shu's words, he looked at Ning Shu with a pair of blurry eyes. Are you saying that because you're jealous of that woman just now? Jealous that I'm together with her and didn't pamper you? Are you unhappy? Gong Wumei touched his chin and looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. His heart didn't waver at all. He even wanted to laugh. Thank you for your grace. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Gong Wumei supported his chin. You said that you're quite beautiful. In this endless palace, there isn't a single woman who can compare to you. But the moment you open your mouth, you completely destroy the feeling. Do you know that you should be gentle, elegant, and have the weakness of a beauty? But I feel that your appearance and your personality don't match at all. A beauty should have the appearance of a beauty. Ning Shu touched his own face. Anything a beauty does can be forgiven. I'm beautiful, I'm proud. I have the looks, I'm willful. I can do whatever I want. Gong Wumei sneered. I like your style. I really want to find a group of men to take turns with this person who is as beautiful as a woman. Gong Wumei laid down with an enchanting posture. His black hair spread out on the bed. His eyebrows were like a painting. He was simply too beautiful. Gong Wumei, Ning Shu reached out his hand and said. Let's take his pulse now. To be honest, after seeing you, I don't even want to do those women anymore. Compared to you, they are too ugly. Ning Shu's heart didn't waver. He just treated Gong Wumei as a fart. Ning Shu put his hand on Gong Wumei's pulse and carefully felt Gong Wumei's pulse. Gong Wumei supported his chin as he looked at Ning Shu. His eyes swept over Ning Shu's face inch by inch. After that, he blew a mouthful of hot air towards Ning Shu's face. The more I look at you, the more beautiful you are. My heart is really moved. Ning Shu fanned the hot air that Gong Wuxia exhaled. She was about to break down. Didn't I tell you that you have bad breath? Why do you always like to blow at people? Can you at least consider if other people can stand it? Ning Shu let go of Gong Wumei's pulse. Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu lazily. How is it? Can it be cured? Of course it can be cured. However, you have to listen to me. Ning Shu had an unfathomable expression. After it is cured, not only will your internal injuries be gone, your martial arts will also improve. You won't need to roll around with women every day. Are you sure you want to be cured? Gong Wumei sat up and looked at Ning Shu seriously. Can it really be cured? Even your master can't do it. How can you do it? My master is too lazy to treat you. My master prides himself on being from a righteous sect. Naturally, he won't say anything to someone like you who kills people like flies. Ning Shu almost described the godly doctor as the embodiment of justice. Gong Wumei sneered. That iceberg is definitely not like what you said. Righteous sect? Beauty, are you trying to make me laugh? Then I will believe you this time. If there is any problem, I will immediately rape you and kill you. After that, I will peel off your skin and keep it well. Gong Wumei's voice was sexy as he spoke vicious words. Coupled with his picturesque face, he really looked like a man-eating flower in disguise. Ning Shu smiled and said, as long as you do as I say, you will naturally be cured. If you can't be cured, I will kill myself. You don't have to do anything. Beauty, how can I bear to let you die? Gong Wumei stretched out his hand, wanting to touch Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu took a step back to avoid Gong Wumei. He said indifferently, "You touched your dick but didn't wash your hands. As a doctor, I suggest you be clean." Gong Wumei, first of all, the first step of treatment is to not sleep with women. Ning Shu said in a deadpan manner. Gong Wumei raised his eyebrows. If my injury flares up and there is no woman, do you want to see me explode and die? Do you want me to die? Gong Wumei's voice was very cold. Looking at Ning Shu, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Ning Shu's face was expressionless as she faintly said, "Every time your qi is disorderly, you release it in this way. It's a kind of harm to you and the woman you have intercourse with. I've said it before, since I've become your doctor, I'll naturally be responsible for you. This is my medical ethics as a doctor." When Ning Shu said this, his face emitted a holy radiance, making him look imposing and tall. "I will believe you this time. If anything happens, I will cook you and eat you. I don't know how your snow white and tender skin will taste. I want to eat you right now. Crazy, perverted heart. In order to show your determination to treat me, you should send all the women in your palace away. What if you can't control yourself and roll with them? You should send them away." Ning Shu looked at Gong Wumei and said. Gong Wumei's face suddenly revealed a smile. It was like a poisonous but beautiful flower slowly blooming. However, his voice was incomparably cold. "Beauty, are you jealous of those women? Do you want to save them? Or are you really thinking for me? No matter what your goal is, I will tell you, if you need to treat me, then treat me. Don't think too much. My temper is not good. If you anger me, the consequences will be serious." Ning Shu was expressionless. "I am not related to those women. Why should I save them? Do I look that saintly? Do I look that kind-hearted and lovable?" Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu indifferently. "No matter what your goal is, I will tell you, in my territory, you don't have the right to bargain with me. Even if you want to save those women, do you think those women will be willing to leave? This place is as happy as the immortals. There are bejeweled palaces, delicacies, gorgeous clothes and jewelry. There is also a man like me who will pamper them. Do you think those women will be willing to leave? Moreover, those who have already lost their chastity will only be ridiculed by others. Who caused all of this?" Ning Shu looked at Gong Wumei's complacent appearance and felt nauseous. She had never seen such a shameless person. He was clearly doing something worse than a beast, yet he could still be so shameless. Ning Shu felt that she was too young. Compared to Gong Wumei, she was really a good person. Ning Shu was almost moved to tears. "Let's start the treatment from tomorrow." Ning Shu carried the medicine box and was about to leave. Then, she turned around and said to Gong Wumei, "If you don't take a bath and disinfect yourself after having sex, your dick will rot." Ning Shu walked out of Gong Wumei's room. When she passed by the garden, she saw many women playing in the garden. There were many devil's sex disciples guarding them. Most likely, they were there to prevent them from running away. Perhaps, some women were really enjoying themselves. Chapter 185. Ning Shu didn't have any thoughts of saving the common people, and she also couldn't save these women. If she had the ability to kill everyone, the first thing she would do would be to cut off Gong Wumei's right and wrong roots, so that his 6 roots would be at peace. Speaking of which, does Ning Shu have the ability to treat Gong Wumei's internal injuries? No, she doesn't. She can treat wounds right now, and she can write prescriptions for cold and flu. Treating such a high-level illness like an internal injury, Ning Shu can only say that she is a blind cat that stumbles upon a dead mouse. Ning Shu now goes in and out of Gong Wumei's room every day to treat him and write prescriptions for Gong Wumei. However, they were all prescriptions for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu with a smile that is not a smile. "Is this how you treat me?" I have already shown these prescriptions to other doctors, and they are all ordinary prescriptions. Are you sure you want me to drink these prescriptions? Ning Shu's expression didn't change at all, and she said indifferently, what's wrong with these prescriptions? You originally had an internal injury, and your meridians are blocked. Your body also has blood stasis. As long as you spit out the blood stasis, you will be fine. Didn't you see the heroes that were injured on TV? They only needed to spit out a mouthful of black blood to recover from their injuries. What you said is actually quite reasonable. Gong Wumei drank the medicine in the bowl in one gulp, then sat on the chair with his eyes closed and his brows tightly knitted. Ning Shu looked at his appearance and asked, is it very bitter? Eat a candy. Gong Wumei opened his eyes and looked at Ning Shu, then took the plum from Ning Shu's hand and said indifferently, have you fallen in love with me? Why are you trying to curry favor with me like this? Ning Shu, after drinking the medicine, Gong Wumei's expression didn't look good. He waved his hand and told Ning Shu to scram. Ning Shu took the medicine box and quickly left. After coming out of Gong Wumei's room, Ning Shu was stopped by a woman. It was the woman from before. Her eyes were filled with admiration for Gong Wumei. Ning Shu instantly felt that this person was here to pick a fight with her. Ning Shu lightly said, don't talk to me, I don't want to talk to you, and don't ask me if I'm Gong Wumei's woman, and don't ask me if I've ever rolled with him. The woman holding on to Ning Shu was stunned. She then asked Ning Shu, do you see the cult master every day? I want to know how the cult master is doing now. Why haven't you come looking for me for so long? If you want to know, then go find it yourself. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Ning Shu thought for a moment, then took out a pill from the medicine box and gave it to her. This thing can help with your beauty. Here you go. The woman was stunned for a moment. She took the pill and said, thank you. Ning Shu saw that she casually put away the medicine bottle and knew that she wouldn't eat it. Ning Shu didn't care whether she ate it or not. She was just helping out casually. If the other party didn't accept it, Ning Shu wouldn't force it. She would save herself and the other party would save her. These were all pills that could nourish her qi and regulate her body. They were good for her body. Ning Shu took the medicine box and left. He returned to his room. Just as he sat down, Gong Wumei's number 1 lackey, Steward Lu, came. Ning Shu hurriedly said, Miss Little Red, the cult master's illness has flared up. He needs a woman to serve him now. Ning Shu immediately took the medicine box and rushed to Gong Wumei's room. When he arrived at Gong Wumei's room, Gong Wumei's eyes were tearing apart a woman's clothes. Gong Wumei's eyes were red, and his entire body was filled with a violent and chaotic aura. The woman under Gong Wumei was the woman that Ning Shu gave the pill to. At this moment, she was looking at Gong Wumei affectionately. Ning Shu rushed over and directly pulled the woman up. He said to Steward Lu, take her away. Impudent, I want to see who dares. Gong Wumei's eyes were red. The woman grabbed by Steward Lu anxiously said to Steward Lu, I'm willing to serve the cult master. Beauty, since you chased her away, you can replace her. Gong Wumei and Ning Shu stretched out their hands. Their eyes were even redder, like a wild beast that was about to devour a person. Hearing that Ning Shu was going to replace her, the woman immediately looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of jealousy and hatred. Ning Shu looked at Gong Wumei. First, he covered his nose, then he sprinkled the medicinal powder. Gong Wumei didn't care about the medicinal powder, but not long after, his body became soft. Drag him into the ice water. Ning Shu said to Steward Lu. With a splash, Gong Wumei was thrown into the ice water. Gong Wumei shivered. His pair of peach blossom eyes looked at Ning Shu sinisterly and ruthlessly. You don't want to live anymore. You actually dare to treat this sovereign like this. Ning Shu faintly said, all of this is to treat your illness. Besides, you promised me that you wouldn't touch women. Once your illness acts up, you forget everything. Ning Shu then fed Gong Wumei a bowl of bitter medicinal liquid. Gong Wumei choked to the point that tears came out. He looked at Ning Shu very malevolently and said, "This sovereign wants you to die. Don't be angry." Ning Shu quickly inserted silver needles into Gong Wumei's head. "Later, your blood vessels will really burst." Gong Wumei's body was slightly shivering. Even the muscles on his body were moving. His expression was somewhat painful. However, his body was soft and he couldn't exert any strength. The current Gong Wumei was in a lot of pain. Ding, abuse points 10. Ning Shu, moi, you haven't seen me for so long. Did you miss me? 2333's voice sounded in Ning Shu's head. It made Ning Shu's ears ring. Ning Shu, scram, 2333. Ning Shu saw that Gong Wumei's head was smoking. He quickly added ice into the bathtub. Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu with red eyes. "You better pray that you can see the sun tomorrow." Gong Wumei's voice was trembling. It seemed that he was enduring some kind of pain. Moreover, the little Gong Wumei was still very perky. Ning Shu inserted some silver needles into Gong Wumei's arm. Then, he fed Gong Wumei 2 bowls of medicinal liquid. Gong Wumei was very tired. His shining peach blossom eyes were dim. Ning Shu fed Gong Wumei medicine every hour. This made Gong Wumei's face turn green. "Sect leader, are you feeling better?" Ning Shu asked Gong Wumei with a professional expression. "Is the qi still running around in your body?" Gong Wumei frowned. He shook his head and said, "Much better. It doesn't seem like the conflict is that bad." "That's good." Ning Shu nodded. Then, he removed the silver needles from Gong Wumei's arm and head. Ning Shu knew that it wasn't because of his treatment. It was because Gong Wumei's body was weak. He didn't have the strength to circulate his qi. The more he circulated his qi, the greater the conflict in his body. "Sect leader, every time you open it, you have to hold it in. Don't release it. Do you understand? Hold it in, hold it in." Ning Shu said to Gong Wumei. What he meant was that when Gong Wumei wanted to release, he had to hold it in. When he wanted to ejaculate, he had to hold it in. Why? Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu maliciously. Although he didn't rely on intercourse with a woman to get through the crisis this time, it made Gong Wumei feel exceptionally painful. He didn't have the pleasure of intercourse with a woman at all. Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu with an extremely unhappy gaze. Chapter 186. Ning Shu ignored Gong Wumei's murderous gaze and said to Gong Wumei, "This is all your energy. If you want to completely cure your illness, you have to calm down the chaotic aura in your body. You also have to repair your body that was damaged by the aura. The loss of your profound qi is not good for your body." Ning Shu started to talk nonsense. Gong Wumei was livid and didn't say anything. Then Ning Shu smiled wickedly. "Then what should I do now? It can't be like this forever." Gong Wumei pointed at his crotch and slightly raised his chin. Ning Shu said ambiguously, "You're responsible for making it go down." Ning Shu, endure it. Didn't I say that you have to endure it in the future? If you really can't stand it, you can rub it off yourself. But you must not release it. You must not. Ning Shu didn't look embarrassed at all. Gong Wumei lay softly beside the bathtub and looked at Ning Shu. "Are you a woman or not?" "I'm a doctor. Men and women are nothing in my eyes." Ning Shu was very calm. Gong Wumei frowned tightly and seemed to be very uncomfortable. Ning Shu encouraged Gong Wumei. Come on. Endure it." Gong Wumei was a martial artist after all. The effect of the bone-softening powder soon disappeared. When Gong Wumei stood up from the bathtub, Ning Shu took the medicine box and ran away. She didn't dare to face Gong Wumei when he was fine. Usually, Ning Shu didn't dare to get close to Gong Wumei. When Gong Wumei was distracted, she poured him many bowls of medicine with Coptis chinensis. She was afraid that Gong Wumei would punish her later. Probably because Gong Wumei was used to being unrestrained in the past, even if he wasn't sick, he still wanted to have sex with women. Every time he wanted to have sex with a woman, Ning Shu would appear and nag at Gong Wumei to endure it. Endure it. You're releasing your profound qi. Endure it, you can't have sex. If you do that, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Are you a man or not? If you can't control your crotch, you're a failure. Do you want to be a failure? Every time Gong Wumei was aroused, Ning Shu would nag at him, which made Gong Wumei feel like he was going crazy. There were countless times when he wanted to reach out and break this woman's neck, but when he thought of his internal injuries, Gong Wumei restrained himself. Sometimes, Gong Wumei's little brother was in high spirits for the whole day, and he had to hold it in and not release it. Then, the time he stood erect was a little too long, which made Gong Wumei's face turn blue. The most obvious manifestation was that Gong Wumei's chin had acne. His hormones were out of balance, and his little brother's walking posture was very strange when he stood up. Ning Shu's heart was also very bitter. She didn't know how long she could coax him. Every time Gong Wumei's internal injuries acted up, Ning Shu would throw him into a bathtub with floating ice cubes. She mixed the bone-softening powder and the medicine in advance. Otherwise, if Gong Wumei went crazy, she would be in trouble. Every time Gong Wumei's illness acted up, it was very scary. Ning Shu could only continuously feed him medicine. These medicine were all mixed with the bone-softening powder. Ning Shu found that when Gong Wumei's internal injuries acted up, the symptoms of qigong deviation would be reduced a lot. To put it bluntly, it made him have no strength to go crazy. On the surface, Ning Shu still had to pretend to be confident. In fact, there was only one way to treat Gong Wumei's internal injuries, and that was to abolish his martial arts. However, Ning Shu didn't dare to say it. Once she said it, Gong Wumei would abolish her first. At that time, she had bragged that she could cure him. Now, if she told Gong Wumei that she wanted to abolish his martial arts, Gong Wumei would kill her countless times. As the leader of the devil sect, not having martial arts was simply seeking death. Even if Gong Wumei endured the pain of his internal injuries, he would never abolish his martial arts. Ning Shu would wait for those righteous sects to attack Wuyang Palace. At that time, she would take advantage of the chaos to escape. Beauty, come here. Gong Wumei beckoned to Ning Shu. Ning Shu slowly walked to Gong Wumei's side. Suddenly, she smelled a strange smell on Gong Wumei's body. It smelled like he had peed in his pants. Gong Wumei's smile was devilishly charming and languid. An emerald green hairpin rotated around his jade-white fingertips. Gong Wumei extended his hand and inserted the hairpin into Ning Shu's hair bun. He faintly said, "This hairpin is perfect for you." Ning Shu immediately felt her hair stand on end. She felt that this guy was up to no good. Ning Shu really wanted to pull out the hairpin and throw it away. Gong Wumei elegantly sat on the chair. His peach blossom eyes stared blankly at Ning Shu. Ning Shu asked, "Do you have any business with me?" "I just want to ask, what did you add in the medicine?" Gong Wumei lazily asked. Ning Shu's face trembled. Could it be that he discovered that the cartilage in the medicine was scattered? Ning Shu very calmly and confidently said, "I didn't add anything." "Beauty, you are not telling the truth." "I had the doctor take a look. I added a large amount of coptis." Gong Wumei sinisterly looked at Ning Shu. "You are not being honest. Coptis is bitter in nature. However, to clear away heat and detoxify, I specially added coptis. The other doctors said that you cannot eat this coptis. Don't worry, everything I do is for your own good." Ning Shu extended his hand and wanted to pat Gong Wumei's shoulder. However, once he got close to Gong Wumei, Ning Shu smelled a strange smell. Ning Shu retreated 2 steps. "Don't you take a shower? Why do you have the smell of urine on your body?" Gong Wumei's face immediately distorted, and his face was filled with killing intent. "Beauty, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Previously, you said that I have bad breath, and now, you are saying that I have the smell of urine on my body. Tell me, how should I punish you?" Ning Shu asked, "Sect Master, I am speaking the truth. If there is anything wrong with you, just tell me. The smell on your body, only eunuchs who can't stop urinating would have this smell. You are in perfect condition, so why do you have this smell on your body? When Gong Wumei heard Ning Shu comparing him to eunuchs, his face became ashen and sinister. You can give it a try if I am a eunuch or not. No need, I am just worried about you. It's fine as long as you are fine. Ning Shu waved his hand. Take a shower more often. I am speaking the truth. Your body really has a smell. If there is anything, you can come and look for me. After Ning Shu finished speaking, he immediately left. Then, he heard a crackling sound in the room. He reckoned that it was Gong Wumei who was smashing things. Then, Gong Wumei roared, causing the disciples of the devil's sect to rush into Gong Wumei's room. They thought that something happened to their respected sect master. Ning Shu stopped his footsteps. What is Gong Wumei's situation now? Could it be that Gong Wumei's that thing was broken? Could it be that he was holding it back? This is impossible, right? The male lead is awesome, even if he is missing an arm or a leg, he can't do it. Could it be that he was really holding it back for a while? Ning Shu used the excuse of preserving his vitality to let Gong Wumei have less intercourse. He also had the intention of tormenting him. Then, Ning Shu felt that it was impossible. It was just a period of time when he did not have sex. How could he hold it back? What would a virgin like him think? However, seeing that Gong Wumei was so irritable, it was better to put more poison on his body. He had to think about his own life. Chapter 187. Now, when Ning Shu had nothing to do, he would pack his bags. Calculating the time, those righteous sects that claim to be upholding justice in the world, under the leadership of the Wulin Alliance Master, should be coming to attack the Devil sect soon. Moreover, the current Gong Wumei was very irritable. Ning Shu did not dare to approach Gong Wumei. When he had nothing to do, he would smash the things in the room, or kill a maid. Anyone who provoked Gong Wumei would not have a good ending. Ning Shu was quite afraid in his heart. He touched the tiger's butt but did not dare to admit it. He was afraid that Gong Wumei would pounce on him. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of being pushed by a man. Moreover, the female lead could casually seek death. Ning Shu reckoned that Gong Wumei was angry because of the encirclement of the righteous sections. Miss Little Red, the sect leader is looking for you. Steward Lu came to find Ning Shu again. Now, Ning Shu was afraid to see this guy. This guy was loyal and devoted to Gong Wumei, causing Ning Shu to want to throw a bag of poison at him. What he was afraid of really happened. Ning Shu followed Steward Lu to Gong Wumei's room with a serious face. The door was closed, which made Ning Shu very surprised. This was because Gong Wumei was very coquettish. Even when he was having sex, he would not close the door. Why would he close the door in the middle of the day? Ning Shu suddenly did not want to go in. I reckon your sect leader is asleep, so I will leave first. Ning Shu turned around and was about to leave. Steward Lu stopped Ning Shu and said, "The sect leader is waiting for you inside." Ning Shu glanced at Steward Lu's sword hanging on his waist and silently turned around. Steward Lu opened the door and let Ning Shu in. Ning Shu clenched the poison in his heart and slowly walked in. As soon as Ning Shu entered, Steward Lu, who was outside, immediately closed the door. Ning Shu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He even closed the door. Was he going to kill and destroy the body? What are you still standing there for? Come over here. Gong Wumei's voice suddenly sounded. His voice was very gloomy. Ning Shu slowly walked over and opened the curtain. Immediately, he smelled an unbearable stench. It was as if someone had urinated in their pants for a long time. The smell of fermentation almost made Ning Shu vomit. However, when he saw Gong Wumei's ashen face, Ning Shu held back and asked Gong Wumei, "Sect leader, what's the matter?" Gong Wumei's expression was very gloomy, and there was a green color between his eyebrows. His breathing was very chaotic, and there was a kind of decadence. He looked at Ning Shu with deep suspicion and resentment, as well as a trace of expectation. Ning Shu was baffled by Gong Wumei's gaze. He endured the stench and asked, "Stop, what's wrong with you?" Gong Wumei was lying on the bed. Moreover, his body hadn't moved since Ning Shu came in. He was like a half-lying statue on the bed. Ning Shu didn't know what was wrong with Gong Wumei. Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu and asked, "Did you deliberately make me like this?" Ning Shu? Ning Shu was dumbfounded. She really didn't know what was going on. Ever since Gong Wumei became irritable, she didn't go in front of Gong Wumei. She really didn't know what was going on. "Sect leader, if there's anything you need, just tell me. If there's anything I can help with, I'll naturally help," Ning Shu patted her chest and said very righteously. Gong Wumei's expression was very difficult to speak, but he still told Ning Shu about his situation. That was, ever since Ning Shu asked him not to roll around with women, he had to forcefully hold it in. Moreover, Gong Wumei's needs were quite big. After being treated by Ning Shu, he indeed felt much better than before. He listened to Ning Shu and held it in. Even if he had needs, he still held it in. Later, it developed to the point where he didn't need to have sex to release. Even the friction of his pants made him want to release. However, Gong Wumei still held it in, desperately holding it in. After holding it in for a long time, a problem appeared. Now, his lower body would drip with white turbidity at any time. He was venting at any time. When he moved, it would drip, causing Gong Wumei's temper to become very irritable. It was difficult to say such a thing about his lifeblood. After struggling for a long time, he still found Ning Shu. Moreover, in Gong Wumei's heart, he felt that it was all because of Ning Shu, that quack doctor, that he became like this. Ning Shu, he must have held it in for too long. Fuck. It was like a faucet that was broken. Ning Shu didn't know what expression to make. This was a strange thing. Ning Shu looked at Gong Wumei's expression that said he had to solve this matter and inexplicably felt that he was unjustly implicated. She really didn't expect Gong Wumei to be able to hold it in like this. It was as if he had to go to the toilet. He should go to the toilet and not hold it in like this. Even if you don't have sex with women, can't you do it yourself? This was really a strange thing. Don't you have hands? I'm your mother. Why are you so obedient? Ning Shu scratched his neck and looked at Gong Wumei and said, "This is really not easy to solve." "You can't solve it?" Gong Wumei suddenly became agitated and sat up. Then, his expression changed and he slowly lay down again. He felt that his lower body was wet again. This kind of thing that didn't care about the time and place simply made Gong Wumei have the heart to die. Ning Shu smelled a strange smell again. She reckoned that Gong Wumei was too agitated just now and released it again. This, Gong Wumei's expression became very ugly. Looking at Ning Shu, he said coldly, "You must solve this matter. Otherwise, you can go and die." Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu with a murderous look. "This sovereign became like this because of you. This has nothing to do with me." Ning Shu waved his hand. "This really has nothing to do with me. How is this not related to you? You dare to say that you didn't ask this sovereign to abstain from sex? You didn't say that I have to hold my profound qi? You didn't say these things?" Gong Wumei roared at Ning Shu. Then, his lower body opened up again. Gong Wumei wiped his face and his expression became very gloomy. Gong Wumei's face was now very irritable. Moreover, his eyes were filled with a strong murderous look. Obviously, he wanted to kill Ning Shu. However, he was worried about his own situation. Therefore, he suppressed the murderous look in his heart. Ning Shu expressed that he couldn't do it. Moreover, he didn't have the ability to do it. "Say it, what method do you have?" Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu. It seemed that if Ning Shu didn't say anything, he would kill Ning Shu. Ning Shu had no choice but to say, "First, put an ice pack on it and stimulate it. This meridian was damaged by you." Gong Wumei looked at Ning Shu and said lightly, "You better pray that your method works. Otherwise, this sovereign will make you die a horrible death. Ning Shu, right now, Ning Shu only wanted to run away. If she stayed here any longer, Ning Shu was afraid that she wouldn't have long to live. Ning Shu thought for a moment, then asked Gong Wuming, that, other than the drip 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 drip, can you stand up? Scram. Gong Wumei roared at Ning Shu, even if there is a problem with this sovereign, I will still deal with you. Ding, abuse points 80. Current abuse points 90. Chapter 188. Gong Wumei asked the servant to bring over the ice, then looked at Ning Shu with his long and narrow peach blossom eyes. Why are you looking at me? What do you think I should do? Gong Wumei asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately said, just directly put it in your crotch. Are you playing with me? Gong Wumei roared Ning Shu. Don't tell me you want me to keep holding my crotch. Ning Shu dug his ears and said to Gong Wumei, Sect Master, if you really can't do it, just lie down in the ice water, then use hot water to burn it. After stimulating it back and forth, you will be fine. Gong Wumei took a deep breath and said with a light and emotionless voice, You are playing with me. I didn't, did. Before Ning Shu could finish his words, a figure flashed in front of his eyes, and then his neck was grabbed by someone. Gong Wumei's face was sinister, and his hot breath hit Ning Shu's face. Don't think that I can't bear to kill you. Gong Wumei's face became even more sinister, and his white jade-like fingers grabbed Ning Shu's neck. I really want to kill you right now. Ning Shu touched the poison in his hand. If he sprinkled the poison powder now, Gong Wumei's neck would be broken before the poison could take effect. You are courting death. Ning Shu felt that his breathing was getting more and more rapid, and his lungs were burning. Ning Shu slapped Gong Wumei's hand, wanting to pry his hand away. Gong Wumei coldly asked Ning Shu, Speak, what should we do? Ning Shu struggled and pointed at his neck. You are strangling my neck, what should I say? Gong Wumei coldly snorted and let go of Ning Shu's neck. Ning Shu violently coughed and even choked on his tears. However, he was very happy in his heart. Just now, he had smeared the poison on Gong Wumei's hand. Fuck, you want my life? Serves you right to be a eunuch. Gong Wumei looked coldly at Ning Shu, who was sitting on the ground. Speak. Sect leader, it's not good. The Wulin people have already broken through the iron lock and besieged the cave. Steward Lu hurriedly rushed in and shouted at Gong Wumei. A look of shock flashed across Gong Wumei's face. How did they pass through the iron lock? Didn't I say that when these sects attacked us, they should just release the iron lock? How did they let these martial artists pass through? I even specially sent people to guard the place where the iron lock was. What's going on? Gong Wumei angrily shouted. His body once again emitted an unpleasant smell. Ning Shu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Oh my, these people are finally here. Ning Shu tried his best to reduce his presence. When Gong Wumei left the room, he hurriedly ran away. Gong Wumei also didn't care about what was going on below him. Now that these people were fighting at the entrance, Gong Wumei walked 2 steps, then came back and grabbed Ning Shu's collar and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Ning Shu was speechless. What was the use of bringing a virgin like her in this kind of situation? She wasn't even fighting, so what was the point of bringing her along? Ning Shu really wanted to die. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, they saw a lot of people gathered at the entrance. These people were all wearing different clothes. There were even some people who were carrying flags with their sects written on them. The people of the Devil's sect were resisting the attacks of these righteous sections. When they saw their sect master coming, they immediately shouted, Sect master. Both sides tacitly stopped their attacks. Gong Wumei looked at these people with an ugly expression. He had clearly made arrangements, but these people were still able to pass through the iron lock. Unless there's a traitor. Gong Wumei's gloomy eyes swept across the faces of the Devil's sect disciples. Ning Shu wanted to leave, but at this time, Gong Wumei still didn't let go of her collar. Looking at the confrontation between the two sides, Ning Shu's legs felt weak. If she had mastered peerless martial arts, she would be able to rush into the crowd with a barbed whip. But now, her delicate body was weak, and Ning Shu felt short of breath. Fuck, does Gong Wumei want to drag me down with him? A person from the righteous sects walked out. This person was wearing blue clothes and held a sword in his hand. He just stood there and gave people a sense of righteousness. He was the handsome Wulin Alliance master with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and a straight nose. When Gong Wuming saw this man, he coldly said, "Yan Nanju, this venerable one, and you have minded our own business. You brought people to knock down this venerable one's door. Are you trying to provoke a fight in the martial arts world? Gong Wumei, your devil's sect has harmed the common people. You've robbed and killed the innocent. You've even taken countless women to your endless palace." Yan Nanju loudly said, "Shouldn't we crusade against you?" Ning Shu looked at Yan Nanju and really wanted to shout for help. But when she thought of Gong Wumei next to her, she closed her mouth. "You want to kill me? You're just a bunch of mobs." What a joke. Gong Wumei's hair fluttered. His face was extremely evil and cold. His body exploded with a strong aura. Yan Nanju stepped forward and righteously said, "Gong Wumei, you've done a lot of evil things. Surrender and you'll have a way out." When Ning Shu heard Yan Nanju's words, he suddenly felt like he was a police officer from ancient times. "You want me to surrender? Yan Nanju, is there something wrong with your brain? Don't be so hypocritical. You people are just jealous of my wealth in the Wuyang Palace. You disgusting righteous sects are all disgusting," Yan Nanju said. "Gong Wumei, you've stolen all of this wealth. You've killed people and taken their treasures." Yan Nanju frowned and said. Gong Wuming laughed out loud. "This venerable one came here to rob. What are you doing now? Aren't you also robbing? This is different." Yan Nanju shook her head and said. "What's the difference? It's because you're using the banner of justice. What you're doing is also the actions of my sect." Gong Wumei sneered. Ning Shu was speechless. "Fuck, why don't you guys fight? Why are you talking so much? What's the point of talking so much? Alliance Master Yan, let's directly destroy the demon's den and return the world to peace." "That's right. The people of the demon sect kill people like flies. It's useless to talk to him. These people are hopeless." On the side of the righteous sects, it seemed like they couldn't stand the two of them chattering non-stop. They wanted to directly attack and were ready to make a move. Ning Shu stood beside Gong Wumei and felt Gong Wumei's body trembling slightly. His eyes were red. Although his aura was strong, it was very messy. Gong Wumei's internal injuries were acting up. "Gong Wumei, since you can't change your demonic nature, don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone, listen up. Kill the disciples of the demon sect and capture Gong Wumei alive. If you can't capture him alive, just kill him. Kill. Destroy the demon's den, kill. Uphold justice." The righteous sects shouted their slogans as they swarmed towards the disciples of the devil sect. The two sides were engaged in a fierce battle. Gong Wumei and Yan Nanju looked at each other from a distance. They didn't make a move for the time being and just watched the two sides fight. Ning Shu was speechless. How was she supposed to run? Chapter 189. Ning Shu stood beside Gong Wumei and watched the two sides fight. Gong Wumei's aura was getting more and more chaotic. Ning Shu knew that Gong Wumei wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Ning Shu was afraid that Gong Wumei would push her to the ground to suppress his internal injuries in front of so many people. However, Gong Wumei didn't seem to have such an intention. If she wasn't careful, she would lose her life. Yan Nanju held a long sword in her hand and stared at Ning Shu. Ning Shu asked, "Who are you? Are you the girl that Gong Wumei kidnapped?" Ning Shu nodded. She wanted to say yes, but Gong Wumei hugged her. She immediately smelled the disgusting smell of urine. She wanted to escape from Gong Wumei's embrace, but Gong Wumei held her tightly. Gong Wumei sneered and said to Yan Nanju, "This is not a girl that I kidnapped. She is the saintess of my sect." Ning Shu, PFFF, how did she become the saintess of the demon sect? Ning Shu immediately looked at Yan Nanju and shook her head. Gong Wumei moved closer to Ning Shu and said coldly, "If you don't listen to me, I will kill you right now." Ning Shu shut her mouth and looked at Yan Nanju with a righteous and innocent expression. However, Yan Nanju didn't receive Ning Shu's gaze. When she heard Gong Wumei say that Ning Shu was the saintess of the demon sect, she immediately looked at Ning Shu with a look that said, "You are a beauty, why are you a thief?" That kind of pity, that kind of disappointment, made Ning Shu's balls ache. Ning Shu wanted to say that she was an innocent girl, but she was now the saintess of the demon sect. "Sect master, we can't hold on any longer." Steward Lu walked over with a bitter face and anxiously said to Gong Wumei, "Sect master, why don't we retreat first?" Gong Wumei frowned as he watched the demonic sect disciples fall one by one. He glared at Yan Nanju and said to Steward Lu, "Follow the original plan and send these disciples away." "Yes." Steward Lu bent over. Amidst the sparks, Steward Lu stabbed his sword into Gong Wumei's abdomen. Gong Wumei grunted and slapped his palm onto Steward Lu's chest. Steward Lu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Yan Nanju caught him. Gong Wumei pulled out the sword from his abdomen. Blood spilled out, and his expression was extremely gloomy. "Uncle Master Wu, are you okay?" Yan Nanju poured a pill into Steward Lu's mouth. Steward Lu sat cross-legged on the ground to heal his wounds. "So you're the traitor. I trusted you so much in vain. So you're a spy." Gong Wumei's expression was extremely ugly, and there was even a hint of defeat. Clearly, he knew that Endless Palace was at the end of the road. Gong Wumei ignored the bleeding wounds on his body. He carried Ning Shu and stepped on the iron chain, preparing to escape. Gong Wumei still didn't let go of her. Ning Shu was speechless. Gong Wumei really hated her deeply. Looking at the bottomless abyss under the iron chain, Ning Shu was very afraid that Gong Wumei would throw her down directly. Biting her cheeks tightly, Ning Shu didn't allow herself to scream. When Yan Nanju saw that Gong Wumei had run away, she couldn't care about anything else. She hurriedly stepped on the iron chain and chased after Gong Wumei. The two of them, along with Ning Shu, who was clamped under Gong Wumei's arms, caused the iron chain to shake violently. Ning Shu really wanted to say, "Can't you fucking take it slow? This is very dangerous." Gong Wumei glanced behind him and sneered. His wounds were bleeding. In addition, he was carrying Ning Shu. His face was pale, and his usually pink lips were now white. Ning Shu couldn't understand why Gong Wumei wanted to bring her along. She was a complete burden. While Ning Shu was on tenterhooks, Gong Wumei finally reached the other side. Gong Wumei let go of Ning Shu. He glanced at Yan Nanju, who was still walking on the iron chain, and said loudly to Ning Shu, "Saintess, I'll leave the inheritance of the sacred sect to you. We'll run separately. When the time comes, we'll meet at Jianghu Temple. You must take good care of the inheritance of our sect. As long as the inheritance exists, our sect will exist. We will never be destroyed by these hypocritical righteous sections." Inheritance? Meet at Jianghu Temple? What the fuck, I don't understand what you're talking about. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. Then, Gong Wumei ran away before Ning Shu could react. Ning Shu looked at Yan Nanju, who was getting closer and closer. She quivered and ran in the direction that Gong Wumei ran. Fuck, she was tricked by Gong Wumei. What inheritance? It was just to make people pay attention to her. Gong Wumei, this bitch. I'm not running in the opposite direction. I'm going to run with you. Yan Nanju followed behind Ning Shu and chased after Ning Shu. Ning Shu saw Gong Wumei, who was not in front of him. His heart was galloping. Looking at Yan Nanju, who was getting closer and closer, Ning Shu was very irritated. After running for a while, Ning Shu couldn't run anymore. He put his hands on his waist and panted. He said to Yan Nan behind him, "Hero, wait a minute. I have something to say." Yan Nanju looked at Ning Shu vigilantly. She stood not far away from Ning Shu and asked sternly, "The inheritance of the demon sect is with you. Give it to me. As long as you turn over a new leaf and don't do anything evil, I will spare your life." Ning Shu was very helpless. He said, "If I say that I'm a pitiful girl who was caught by Gong Wumei, would you believe me?" "I don't believe you. If you were caught by him, Gong Wumei wouldn't care about your life or death. But when he escaped, he still took you with him. It's obvious that he cares about you. Give me the inheritance of the demon sect." Yan Nanju's face was righteous. She pointed her sword at Ning Shu. "Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Ning Shu, his heart was tired. "I really don't have any inheritance. You should go and catch Gong Wumei now. I'm just a weak girl who can't carry anything. Gong Wumei is the leader. Even if there's some lousy inheritance, it should be with him. I don't have any fighting power. Anyone can take me down. How could the inheritance be with me, brother?" Ning Shu was very helpless. "Demon sect witch, don't call me that. This might be Gong Wumei's trick. If I didn't hear your conversation, I wouldn't know that the inheritance is with you. Gong Wumei did the opposite. Who would have thought that the inheritance would be with a weak girl?" Yan Nanju pointed her sword at Ning Shu. "Your demon sect has harmed the common people and killed innocent people. Such a demon sect, such an inheritance shouldn't exist. Give it to me." Ning Shu, Bao Bao's heart was really bitter. The male lead believed everyone in the world, but he refused to believe the female lead. He would believe anything that the male lead said, but the female lead wouldn't believe it no matter what she said. How cruel. Ning Shu unbuttoned his shirt and was about to take off his clothes. Yan Nanju immediately turned her head and scolded, "Shameless and lewd witch. Do you think I'll be tempted by a witch like you?" Ning Shu's mouth twitched. "You're thinking too much." Chapter 190. "Witch, don't even think about using such a low-level method to confuse me," Yan Nanju said sternly. Ning Shu let out a long sigh and said weakly, "Didn't you say that the inheritance is on me? I'll take off my coat and shake it to see if any damn inheritance will fall out." Only then did Yan Nanju turn her head. Ning Shu trembled all over and said to Yan Nanju, "See, there's no inheritance at all." Yan Nanju looked at Ning Shu and said lightly, "Although it's not on you, I suspect that you put it somewhere else. In short, I don't believe you." Ning Shu spread his hands. "If you don't believe me, then go ahead." He turned and left. "Where are you going?" "You're now a remnant of the demon sect. Come back with me now." Yan Nanju chased after Ning Shu. "In order to prevent you from harming innocent people, I must take you back." Ning Shu was speechless. "Alliance Master, look at how weak I am. Who can I harm?" Ning Shu grabbed his hair. "Why didn't you catch the great demon Gong Wumei? What's the use of catching me? Do you people of the martial arts world only know how to bully weak women? Are you a weak woman?" Yan Nanju looked at Ning Shu. "You're the saintess of the demon sect. Naturally, you have the ability to bewitch people. If you use your beauty to bewitch men, it will inevitably lead to a disaster. For the stability of the martial arts world, as the leader elected by everyone, I won't let go of anyone who harms the martial arts world." Ning Shu looked at Yan Nanju. This person was too righteous and serious. Ning Shu was speechless. In the original plot, Mu Yenluo was imprisoned by Gong Wumei as his sex slave. Later, when the demon sect was destroyed, Gong Wumei didn't have time to take Mu Yenluo away. Mu Yenluo was rescued by Yan Nanju and brought to her Sunset Mountain villa. There were other women who were rescued. Some of them were jealous of Mu Yenluo. Ever since Mu Yenluo came, Gong Wumei only slept with Mu Yenluo. This made some women jealous. They told Yan Nanju that Mu Yenluo was Gong Wumei's woman and was a member of the demon sect. They also said that Mu Yenluo had the ability to bewitch people and that no man could escape her seduction. When Yan Nanju learned of this matter, she would sometimes be unconsciously attracted to Mu Yenluo when she was with her. When she thought of other women saying that Mu Yenluo was good at seducing men, Yan Nanju felt very conflicted. Yan Nanju was conflicted. On one hand, it was her own feelings. On the other hand, it was the martial arts world's righteous path. He was the martial arts world's chief. How could he be together with a witch from the demon sect? Moreover, he was defeated by her seduction. Yan Nanju was conflicted. No matter how Mu Yenluo explained that she wasn't a member of the demonic sect and that she had been forcibly taken to Wuyang Palace by Gong Wumeng, and that Gong Wumeng, who had escaped, had come to Luo Xia Manor to save Mu Yenluo, Yan Nanju didn't believe Mu Yenluo's words. Moreover, Gong Wumei was very evil. Sometimes, he would sneak into the Sunset Mountain Villa in the middle of the night and sleep with Mu Yenluo. Yan Nanju would watch the erotic pictures in the dark. She was very excited. Yan Nanju hated Mu Yenluo and hated himself. He hated himself for being bewitched by this witch. He hated Mu Yenluo for not having self-respect and fooling around with men. In short, Yan Nanju was a very righteous and upright man. In his heart, Mu Yenluo was a bad woman who liked to use a delicate and pitiful appearance to deceive men. What made Yan Nanju collapse was that he was also deceived by this woman. In short, Yan Nanju's manly heart was crushed. Her intestines were in knots. Anyway, she was so entangled that she almost followed Gong Wuji's path of Qigong deviation. The righteous path and the evil path couldn't coexist. The righteous path said that they wanted to kill Mu Yenluo and burn her alive. Yan Nanju thought about it and still handed Mu Yenluo over. Maybe if Mu Yenluo died, he wouldn't be so conflicted. It could be considered as resolving the worry in his heart. However, when Mu Yenluo was really hung over the firewood and choked on the smoke, she looked at Yan Nanju with an ashen face. In the end, Yan Nanju couldn't restrain the surging emotions in his heart and saved Mu Yenluo. Yan Nanju felt that he couldn't face the people of Wulin and resigned from the position of Wulin Alliance head. He also promised that he would look after this witch and wouldn't let her come out to harm people. Ning Shu smacked his lips and looked at Yan Nanju. It could be said that Yan Nanju's principles were the strongest among these male leads. He really didn't know how the former Wulin Alliance head could share a woman with the devil cult leader. These two people had completely different values. Gong Wumei didn't care about anything in the world. He killed people based on his mood. Yan Nanju was like a saint. He had the best heart among these people. He really couldn't figure out how these two people got along with each other. Ning Shu walked in front while Yan Nanju followed behind. After a long distance, Ning Shu couldn't help but ask Yan Nanju helplessly, Alliance head, how long are you going to follow me? I really don't have any inheritance. Ning Shu jumped up and down. Look, I don't have anything. Yan Nanju stared at Ning Shu and said, I have to watch you in case you do something. Also, you have to follow me to Xiangua Temple. Why? Why do we have to go to Xiangua Temple? Ning Shu frowned and looked at Yan Nanju. I have to go back and find my master. You have a master? Is the former devil cult leader still alive? Yan Nanju looked a little worried. Ning Shu was speechless. When did I say that the devil cult leader was my master? Ning Shu almost wanted Yan Nanju to kneel down. How can I explain it to you? I'm not the devil cult saintess. Yan Nanju didn't seem to hear Ning Shu's words at all. Or perhaps she chose to ignore them. Ning Shu said, you have to follow me to Xiangua Temple. Ning Shu thought, my heart is about to break down. Why do we have to go to Xiangua Temple? Ning Shu asked weakly. Yan Nanju glanced at the half-dead Ning Shu and said indifferently, didn't Gong Wumei agree to meet you at Xiangua Temple? I have to catch her. Gong Wumei is too dangerous. Ning Shu looked up and rolled his eyes. Gong Wumei was just joking. Do you really think he'll wait for me there? You're still naive and cute. Even if it's fake, I have to go. As long as I can catch Gong Wumei, I have to go to Xianghu Temple, Yan Nanju said seriously. You have to come with me, Yan Nanju said. I have to keep an eye on you. I can't let you run away and harm the innocent. How could she harm the innocent? No matter how despicable you are, I still have to find my master. You go to Xianghu Temple by yourself. Ning Shu lifted the hem of her skirt and turned to run. Before she could take 2 steps, a bright sword blocked her way. It made her feel very nervous. Chapter 191. Ning Shu used his fingertips to hold the cold, shiny sword. He moved to the side and smiled. Hero, let's talk this out. Why do you have to be so impulsive? Isn't it just going to Xianghu Temple? I feel like I've been too unlucky recently. I need to burn some incense to get rid of the bad luck. Plus, to prove that I'm a good girl and not a demon saintess, I'll help the leader catch Gong Wumei, the big demon. I'll do that to restore the discipline of the martial arts world, Ning Shu said righteously. Yan Nanju put down the sword and put it back into the scabbard. You really are from the demon's sect. You have a glib tongue. No matter what you say, I won't believe you. The people of the demon's sect are good at bewitching people. Lying is their second nature. They do dirty things, Yan Nanju said coldly. Ning Shu thought, Ning Shu was forced to follow Yan Nanju to Xianghu Temple. Ning Shu did not think Gong Wumei would go to Xianghu Temple. Along the way, Ning Shu's appearance caused a bit of a commotion. There were always some bullies who wanted to kidnap women. Yan Nanju relied on her powerful martial arts to prevent the bullies from touching Ning Shu's hair. But Yan Nanju's face was getting darker and darker. She looked at Ning Shu and coldly said, You really are a demon. You can bewitch men wherever you go. Ning Shu was sitting next to the fire and eating a chicken leg. He threw the bone away and wiped his greasy mouth. He coldly said, I don't like what you're saying. Aren't you the one who bewitched all those men? Yan Nanju stared at Ning Shu. The flickering flames were reflected in his bright eyes, making his eyes look even more dazzling. Ning Shu stretched lazily and said indifferently, instead of saying it's my problem, why don't you say it's the men's problem? I've been like this since I was young, and I've always been this beautiful. My looks were given to me by my parents, and I didn't hurt anyone because of my looks. Instead, it's men who want to snatch me away because I'm beautiful. It's obviously the men's fault, so why are you blaming me? Men are lustful, and you're blaming me for being beautiful. Alliance leader, why don't you scold those men for bullying women and children? Instead, you're blaming me for bewitching people. Yan Nanju looked at Ning Shu in a daze and said, You really are a demon. You're confusing people with your lies and pestering. At the end of the day, you're still a male protagonist. Everything is a woman's fault. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm beautiful, but it doesn't mean you can violate me. Don't say that I'm seduced because I'm wearing revealing clothes. Ning Shu was too lazy to say anything to Yan Nanju. At the end of the day, women had a low status, so they had to take the blame. Ning Shu leaned against a tree and was about to sleep. Suddenly, he thought of something and opened his eyes. He said to Yan Nanju, Alliance leader, as the leader of the martial arts world, you can't be like those men and want my body, right? Yan Nanju's face instantly twisted. She said with disdain, I won't have any feelings for a demon like you. I'm particular about mutual love. That's good. I was afraid you would be bewitched by my beauty and do something stupid, Ning Shu said happily. Yan Nanju was speechless. Ning Shu really didn't want to stay with Yan Nanju because Yan Nanju wanted him to walk to Xianghu Temple. Ning Shu didn't know where Xianghu Temple was, but after walking for a few days, Ning Shu couldn't walk anymore. His feet had blisters and he felt terrible. She suspected that this guy was deliberately torturing her because he couldn't stand a demon like her. Why don't we get a carriage? Ning Shu asked Yan Nanju while panting. Yan Nanju was expressionless. She wiped the sweat on her face and said, I came out in a hurry and didn't bring any money. Besides, why would I bring money to encircle the demon sect? Ning Shu said, "Why don't you sell your skills and make some money? We can pretend to be brother and sister. We won't have any money to travel when we look for our relatives. You can go play a big knife and do a good job. Maybe you can even get some money." Yan Nanju's face turned serious. She looked very dignified and righteous. Martial arts are used to maintain the stability of the martial arts world, not for this. I'm the alliance leader of the martial arts world. I can't ruin the reputation of the martial arts world. Ning Shu was speechless. She was so serious that it was too rigid. I'll let you live the life of an ordinary person and experience how difficult it is. You people of the demon sect kill people without batting an eye. These ordinary people are innocent. Yan Nanju looked at Ning Shu. Your nature is not bad. Why did you become the saintess of the demon sect and help the evildoers? Ning Shu was speechless. Get lost. I don't want to talk to you. When Ning Shu arrived at the foot of Jianghu Temple, he was already using crutches. His shoes were so broken that 3 of his toes were exposed. Ning Shu's face was covered in a layer of dust and he was in a sorry state. Ning Shu's heart ached. This was the result of not being able to fight. If he had martial arts, he would have fought with Yan Nanju and left. He wouldn't have bitterly followed Yan Nanju to Jianghu Temple. Did Gong Wumei say where you'll meet up? Yan Nanju asked. Yan Nanju was also in a sorry state. Her blue clothes were covered in mud, and the color of her shoes couldn't be seen. Her hair was so dirty that it stuck together. In any case, she looked very sloppy. Ning Shu said indifferently, Gong Wumei didn't tell me where we'll meet up. Are we going to wait at Jianghu Temple? Yan Nanju nodded. Then, Ning Shu asked, if Gong Wumei comes, are you going to leave with Gong Wumei and do evil things with Gong Wumei? Ning Shu immediately raised his hand and swore, I swear, I will never do anything that offends the heavens with Gong Wumei, and I will never return to the demonic sect again. Otherwise, I will die a horrible death. Alliance Master, is this okay? Along the way, Ning Shu swore countless times. Ning Shu and Yan Nanju stayed at Jianghu Temple. Ning Shu finally took a bath and poked the blisters on his feet with a needle. Suddenly, the door opened with a bang. Ning Shu, who was holding the needle, trembled and stabbed his flesh. Damn it! Ning Shu raised his head in anger and saw Gong Wumei standing at the door. His aura was violent, his eyes were malicious, and his lips were purple. He looked at Ning Shu with bloodshot eyes. Bitch, how dare you poison me? Gong Wumei's voice was cold and shocked. Alliance Master, save me! Ning Shu screamed at the top of her lungs. She had never thought that Gong Wuya would actually be at Jianghu Temple. Previously, when Gong Wuya was strangling her, she had already poisoned him. Now that Gong Wuyao's poison had flared up, he was waiting for her at Jianghu Temple. Was this considered walking right into a trap? Give me the antidote. Otherwise, I will kill you. Gong Wumei walked in. Ning Shu reached out and wanted to strangle Ning Shu's neck. Yan Nanju, who had just finished bathing, rushed over. When she saw Gong Wumei, she immediately got into a fight with him. Ning Shu crouched and prepared to run away. You two go ahead and fight. If one of you dies, there will be one less. Bitch, stop. When Gong Wumei saw that Ning Shu was about to run, he dodged Yan Nanju's attack. Ning Shu ran without looking back. Chapter 192. When Gong Wumei saw that Ning Shu had run away, he was extremely annoyed with Yan Nanju, who was pestering him. He roared angrily, get lost. With that, he chased after Ning Shu. Gong Wumei, as long as I, Yan Nanju, am here today, you can forget about escaping from my hands. Yan Nanju blocked Gong Wumei's path, and the two of them tangled in a fight. However, Ning Shu, who had run away, ran back. When Gong Wumei saw Ning Shu coldly shouted, give me the antidote. Ning Shu ignored him. Instead, he watched as a group of people entered the courtyard. The leader gritted his teeth and looked at Ning Shu. His voice was low and filled with hatred as he shouted, Mu Yen Luo. Hello, Your Highness. What a coincidence. Are you also here to offer incense? Ning Shu greeted Luo Zhenyan with a smile. He really felt like he was going to die. Why did he have to meet this guy? Mu Yen Luo, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death, Luo Zhenyan said through gritted teeth. Ning Shu was speechless. There were now Luo Zhenyan, Yan Nanzhu, and Gong Wumei in the courtyard. There were 3 Nanzhu Juns. Could it be that the 7 Calabash brothers were about to be gathered? Ning Shu looked at the wall, wondering if he could climb over it with his own ability. The fight between Yan Nanzhu and Gong Wumei also stopped. Gong Wumei and Ning Shu walked over, but Yan Nanzhu stopped them. Gong Wumei coldly mocked Yan Nanzhu. Have you fallen in love with this woman? Don't forget that she is the saintess of our saint sect. You are the leader of the martial arts world, yet you actually fell in love with someone from the devil's sect. Yan Nanzhu's expression didn't change. My target is you. As long as I kill you, I will naturally make sure that she can't harm anyone. Give me the antidote. Gong Wumei and Ning Shu said in a cold voice. Their crimson eyes were filled with thick hostility and killing intent, and their hair fluttered in the wind. They seemed to have crawled out of hell, and their entire body was surrounded by the unbearable smell of blood and urine. Ning Shu took a step back. What should he do now? Ning Shu was still thinking about how to escape when the sound of footsteps came from outside the yard again. The footsteps were orderly and heavy. Then, Situ Qingyu, dressed in armor, walked in, followed by a group of soldiers. As soon as Situ Qingyu came in, Luo Zhenyan almost jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He pointed at Situ Qingyu and roared, What are you doing here? Situ Qingyu walked to Luo Zhenyan's side and reached out to stroke Luo Zhenyan's head. His voice was low and sexy, filled with passion. I heard that you came to Jianghu Temple. I'm here to protect you. I don't need your protection, Situ Qingyu. Get out of my way. Luo Zhenyan roared, his face red. Yes, you don't need my protection. I'm the one who wants to protect you, Situ Qingyu said very generously, overflowing with doting and crazy love. Situ Qingyu looked at Luo Zhenyan with strong feelings and a predatory gaze. The two of them stood together, and the atmosphere between the two of them was particularly strange. Yan Nanzhu and Gong Wumei's expressions were a little strange. Then, Gong Wumei laughed and said wickedly, So it's 2 men who like to walk the dry path and not the water path. Situ Qingyu looked at Gong Wumei with a sinister gaze. When his eyes met Gong Wumei's face, he paused and smiled. You're not bad either. I want to suppress you. Gong Wumei's face suddenly turned green as if he had swallowed a pile of feces. Situ Qingyu casually retracted his gaze. When his gaze swept past Ning Shu, his gaze paused. Gritting his teeth, Ning Shu shouted, Mu Yen Luo. Ning Shu wanted to cry. What was this? Ning Shu greeted Situ Qingyu. General, long time no see. How are you? Thanks to you, I'm doing very well. In order to repay you, I've decided to torture you for the rest of your life and let you live a long life. Situ Qingyu gave Ning Shu a sinister smile that contained boundless malice. Ning Shu was speechless. Do you believe me when I say that these are all misunderstandings? Ning Shu made a final struggle. The men didn't seem to hear Ning Shu at all. They looked at Ning Shu with intense hatred. Footsteps sounded outside the courtyard again. Ning Shu simply sat on the steps. He even wondered which man had come this time. This time, it was Wen Ruhua who came in with a group of robbers behind her. Wen Ruhua, who had become a robber, was filled with hostility. She went around robbing and robbing. Her body was well trained and she no longer had the image of a weak scholar. The moment when Ruhua came in, she first sized up the men in the courtyard. Then, she looked at Ning Shu who was sitting on the steps. You're not my cousin at all. How dare you lie to me? I want you to die. Cousin, we're still relatives. Why are you so heartless? Ning Shu said as he supported his chin. When Ruhua said fiercely, you tortured me so badly. If I don't repay you, I'm not a man. I'll rape you and then kill you. My brothers have been addicted to corpse raping recently. Ning Shu was speechless. So they were all looking for this woman. Gong Wumei's peach blossom eyes turned. I wanted this woman first. This woman poisoned me. Woman, you've really offended a lot of people. Gong Wumei and Ning Shu laughed viciously. Situ Qingyu stood up and stared at Gong Wumei. He said in a low voice, if you let me do it once, I'll give this woman to you first. Otherwise, the soldiers behind me won't agree. Gong Wumei wanted to stab this man to death. Situ Qingyu, you're really a disgusting man. Luo Junyan immediately shouted, looking disgusted. Situ Qingyu looked at Luo Junyan with a smile. From the beginning to the end, I only have you in my heart. However, his gaze swept across the faces of the men in the courtyard. These men were all very good-looking. Get lost. Don't disgust me. Luo Junyan said irritably, as if he was jealous. Senior sister, are you inside? Su Yu's voice rang out from outside. Hearing Su Yu's voice, Ning Shu immediately jumped up in excitement. Finally, someone from his side had come. Little junior brother, I'm inside. Come and save your big senior sister. Ning Shu shouted. Yan Nanzhu looked at Ning Shu warily. You have a little junior brother? Did the former demon cult leader take in another disciple? Su Yu squeezed in from outside. When she saw Ning Shu immediately shouted, Senior sister, what did you do? Why are there so many wanted posters and kill orders for you? I really didn't do anything. Trust me, I didn't do anything. Ning Shu didn't know what to say. Is Master here? Ning Shu asked. Then, he saw the miracle doctor in white enter. Seeing the miracle doctor, Ning Shu immediately shouted, Master. The miracle doctor glanced at Ning Shu. Don't be afraid. You're my disciple. I'll naturally protect you. Thank you, Master. Ning Shu smiled at the miracle doctor. The men looked at the miracle doctor unkindly. The miracle doctor looked indifferent as if he didn't see them. Seems like I'm late. A clear and sexy voice rang out. Chapter 193. Qi Xing came in with a folding fan in his hand and a gentle smile on his face. When he saw Mu Yen Luo, a strange light flashed in his eyes as he sighed and said, You're really Mu Yen Luo. You're still lying to me. Qi Xing smiled. It's not too late to find out now. Ning Shu looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. The 7 Calabash brothers had gathered. Was it time to suppress her, the demoness? They were going to fight for the top of the Forbidden City. Chaotic footsteps could be heard from outside. A group of Jianghu people rushed into the courtyard. When they saw Yan Nanzhu, they all shouted, Alliance Master, it's good that you're still alive. I thought something had happened to you. Ning Shu looked at the people in the courtyard. They had surrounded the entire courtyard so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. All of a sudden, Ning Shu felt as though she had become the enemy of the entire world. The male leads who had loved Mu Yen Luo so much before now hated her so much that their teeth itched. They couldn't wait to tear her apart. Situ Qingyu said, I'm going to torture her to death. Luo Junyan said, I'm going to kill her. Qi Xing said, submit to my whip. When Ruhua said, I'm going to rape her corpse. The miracle doctor said, she's my disciple. How can she not die? Gong Wumei said, give me the antidote and I'll leave your corpse intact. Yan Nanzhu said, hand over the inheritance of the demonic sect and I'll spare your life. A group of people shouted, Leader, don't be bewitched by this demoness. She deserves to die. Ning Shu, I'm so scared. What should I do now? Miss, we're here to save you. Yuelan rushed into the courtyard, followed by a black-clothed, square-faced secret guard. Yuelan stood in front of Ning Shu and shouted at these people, "Don't even think about hurting my Mississippi." The secret guard looked at the people in the room. Ning Shu said, "I can't beat these people." Ning Shu, several of the male leads were powerful martial artists. The secret guard could barely stop one of them. With so many of them, he was probably useless. Ning Shu and Yuelan asked, "Why are you here?" Ning Shu couldn't figure out how the male leads had gathered together. But after thinking for a while, he realized that they had probably mixed together. At this time, the male leads had already shared Mu Yen Luo, but now that she was the female lead, everyone had gathered together to kill her. The gap between people was not small at all. "Miss, you're now a demoness from the demonic sect who wants to kill you. You're also wanted by the imperial court. Knowing that you're here, we came to save you." Ning Shu, mentally tired. Looking at these men who were eyeing him covetously, Ning Shu coughed and said, "Everyone, be quiet. I want to say something." Ning Shu was about to go down the stairs when he missed a step. With a thud, the back of his head hit the stairs. Then, he instantly felt his soul eject from his body. Ning Shu floated in the air, looking at Mu Yenluo's lifeless body and the blood flowing out from the back of her head. "Ning Shu, what the fuck, she died just like that? She died just like that. In any case, she could at least drag someone down with her. This kind of death was worthless." Miss. Yuelan hugged Mu Yenluo's body and shook it. Senior sister. Little Suyu ran over to check the pulse of the corpse, his face full of disbelief. "Senior sister, how did you die just like that?" A whirlpool appeared in the air, directly sucking in Ning Shu's soul. Ning Shu felt like his soul was about to be torn apart. When Ning Shu regained consciousness, Ning Shu saw that the surroundings were foggy. It was very similar to the system space. Ning Shu thought that he had returned to the system space. He weakly shouted, 2333 systems, sir. Are you there?" 2333 didn't answer her. Her surroundings were dead silent. Was there no sound at all? Ning Shu had a bad feeling in her heart. Why wasn't the system here? Where was she? Hey, system. Ning Shu shouted loudly. Her surroundings were empty, and her voice kept echoing in this misty place. What's going on? Ning Shu was a little flustered. This isn't the system space. If this isn't the system space, where did he come to? Ning Shu's heart was in a panic. Although he was a soul, Ning Shu could still feel danger approaching. All the hairs on his body stood on end. Ning Shu looked at his dim soul. There was no way to contact the system. He was very anxious. Ning Shu forced himself to calm down. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, he couldn't avoid it. Ning Shu sat on the ground. He wanted to absorb things like the system space to replenish his soul. He didn't know if this place had such an effect. To Ning Shu's surprise, the materials in this space were better than the materials in the system space. When the materials flowed into his soul, he felt very cool. Ning Shu tried even harder to absorb the materials. If there was a secret book for cultivating the soul, he might be able to do it even faster. Ning Shu closed his eyes and didn't care about anything else. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu suddenly heard 2333's voice in his head. Ning Shu, can you hear me? I can hear you. Ning Shu hurriedly said. 2333's voice was sometimes far and sometimes close. It was as if the signal was bad. Good, I'll send you back now. 2333's voice carried with it the sound of static. It was as if something was interfering with it. Before Ning Shu could react, it was as if his consciousness was taken away. He didn't know anything. So weak. This was Ning Shu's last thought. When Ning Shu woke up again, he was in the system space. It was the system space that gave him a sense of security. 2333 systems, sir. What happened just now? Where was that? Ning Shu asked 2333. 2333's voice sounded very tired. That's not something you can know now. To put it simply, you destroyed the plot. The law of heaven and earth realized that you are like a virus and decided to let you be reborn. Let the plot return to the beginning and restart the plot. Ning Shu's hair stood on end as she said, if you hadn't sent me back, would I have been reborn like Mu Yen Luo? When Ning Shu's soul was exhausted and there was no more Ning Shu in this world, she would have to replace Mu Yen Luo in the plot. Fuck, I feel like I've been tricked by Mu Yen Luo. Mu Yen Luo wanted to find someone to replace her. Yes, you will be forced by the law of heaven and earth to continue the plot. 2333 said painfully. I used up all my energy to save you. I was almost thrown into the recycle bin. Oh my god, I was scared to death. Fuck, I was the one who was scared to death. Ning Shu was really scared. If this mission is so dangerous, why did you let me do it? Ning Shu asked 2333. I don't really know how dangerous this mission is. After all, I'm just an intern. I'll learn more in the future and be a qualified systems sir. 2333 swore. Ning Shu. Chapter 194. Sensing Ning Shu's displeasure, the system said, you've profited from a disaster, haven't you? You've absorbed some primal chaos energy, which is the most precious thing in a plane. Primal chaos energy can form planes and worlds. Your soul is now very tough. But what about me? I don't have any energy left. I didn't get anything. I feel so wronged. 2333 sounded like he was about to cry. He sniffled as if he was about to cry. Ning Shu opened his mouth, but in the end, he comforted, don't worry. I'll get you whatever energy you need later. Ning Shu, you're the best. 2333 said happily. Ning Shu, let's see how many points I got this time. Ning Shu said helplessly. Okay. Ning Shu's information appeared in front of him. Serial number, 23333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience points, 50,000 soul value, 200 HP, 50 wisdom, 805 charm, 12 luck, 313 MP, 120 martial strength, 10 aptitude, 26 merit, 2 skills, 5th ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, trash entry level peerless martial arts honorable title, goddess of warquest completion, 100. Obtain 20 attribute points. Ning Shu looked at the 50,000 points this time. Sure enough, wealth came from danger. Moreover, his soul value was only 60 before, but now it had increased to 200. This made Ning Shu very excited. The soul was the foundation of everything. Ning Shu said, this is only the points from the quest. Mu Yenlua's soul hasn't given you anything yet. Ning Shu felt like he had struck gold. Mu Yenlua's figure gradually appeared in the air. Looking at her face, Ning Shu felt a sense of familiarity. After all, he had been wearing this face for a long time. Mu Yenluo saw Ning Shu and smiled. She swayed her hips and walked to Ning Shu. She grabbed Ning Shu's hand and shouted, thank you, big sister. Ning Shu chuckled and didn't say anything. His eyes scanned Mu Yenluo's face. He wondered if Mu Yenluo was trying to trick a mission enforcer into going to that world to replace her. However, Mu Yenluo's expression was one of genuine joy. Her eyes were clear, and it seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. Her eyes were filled with gratitude toward Ning Shu. When you accepted the mission, I regretted it. I felt that I had harmed you. I didn't expect that you would change my fate. I can reincarnate and not repeat my life. Thank you. Ning Shu said indifferently, it's fine. This is what I should do. Since I have already accepted the mission, should complete it. Mu Yenluo suddenly hugged Ning Shu and burst into tears. Ning Shu didn't know what to say. He felt that it wasn't easy for Mu Yenluo to face so many crazy men. Ning Shu patted Mu Yenluo's back and said, it's fine. Don't cry. Mu Yenluo let go of Ning Shu and wiped her tears. Ning Shu said, thank you. According to the contract, I should give you all my soul power. Mu Yenluo didn't feel the slightest pity for her soul power. Instead, she looked relieved. As soon as Mu Yenluo's voice fell, her soul began to dim. In the end, it almost became transparent. Her soul was extremely thin. Ning Shu smiled and said, I should go reincarnate. Big sister, Yenluo wishes you well. It was reasonable to say that Mu Yenluo's soul power wasn't weak. She could easily become a mission enforcer. Ning Shu asked, why don't you become a mission enforcer? You can avoid the pain of reincarnation. Mu Yenluo shook her head, I don't want to live like this. Besides, people say that I can't become a mission enforcer with my personality. Yenluo wants to start anew. Ning Shu felt that he was overthinking things. With Mu Yenluo's personality, how could she find someone to replace her in reincarnation? Mu Yenluo was truly a kind person. After Mu Yenluo left, 2333 Ning Shu said, Mu Yenluo's soul power isn't weak. Your soul is much stronger than before. Ning Shu suddenly asked 2333, does every mission enforcer have to sacrifice their soul to counterattack? It doesn't have to be the soul. It can also be some kind of treasure. 2333 said. Ning Shu sighed and said, you're cannon fodder to begin with. You have to sacrifice your soul to counterattack. Cannon fodder really has it tough. That's why you guys exist. Everyone's fate is different. If you want to get something, you have to give something. This is an equivalent exchange. If you want to get something, you have to give something. At least you have a chance to counterattack. The heavens are fair. They give everyone a chance to live. Fair my ass. Ning Shu asked again, what will happen to that world if Mu Yenluo disappears? 2333 said, the laws of that world will automatically repair itself. This kind of repeated plot is a phenomenon of chaos. Without a new plot, everything will change. But this world is stagnant. Without Mu Yenluo, the world will give birth to new laws and new plots. Oh, Ning Shu replied. Ning Shu, the quest reward is 20 attribute points. Where do you want to put them? 2333 asked Ning Shu dutifully. Ning Shu thought for a moment. I feel like I'm pretty unlucky. I want to put some points into luck. Strength is important, but IQ can't be low. I'll put them into these 3 attributes. Why don't you add some points to your charm? 2333 asked. Charm is very lethal. Might as well put it into strength. I'm not going to be the female lead. What's the point of having so much charm? Strength is the most convenient way to break through tricks. 2333, are you still a woman? Then, Ning Shu's status panel changed. Number, 23333 level, 2, noob, name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience points, 50,000 soul points, 200100 HP, 50 wisdom, 855 charm, 3 luck, 3410 spirit, 120 strength, 105 aptitude, 26 merit, 2 skills, 5 ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, trash entry to peerless martial arts honorary title. Goddess of Warning Shu steeled her heart and added 10 points to her luck, then added 5 points to her intelligence and martial strength. Don't do the quest first. I'll rest first. This quest is really too annoying. Ning Shu had never been so tired. One lunatic was already unbearable, let alone so many lunatics. And he almost couldn't make it back. Is there any secret book for cultivating the soul? I'll exchange for one. Ning Shu said 2333. It would be great if there was a secret book for cultivating the soul. Relying on this kind of low-level cultivation method, the soul couldn't be strengthened. Your level is too low. You can't open the shop. 2333 rejected Ning Shu and suddenly said, oh right, you bought the aphrodisiac from me last time. I haven't deducted your points yet. Ning Shu. Chapter 195. Ning Shu felt very tired. This kind of tiredness came from his soul. He laid down on the bed and went to sleep. After sleeping for who knows how long, Ning Shu woke up feeling refreshed. He stretched and asked, 2333 system, are you there? Yes. 2333 asked, do you want to start the quest now? Ning Shu nodded. Don't make the quest too complicated. Make it easy. Okay, I'll pick a simple quest for you. 2333 said briskly. By the way, wasn't Mu Yanluo's quest a special one? What's my review? Ning Shu asked. Do you want to enter the quest world now? 2333 asked. I'm asking you about my quest review. Didn't you say that all official players have a special quest to appraise the player's style of doing things? What's my review? Ning Shu was very dissatisfied with 2333's change of topic. 2333 paused for a moment. Do you really want to see it? Can't I? Ning Shu asked. I can look at it, but your comments are really bad. Wah. System Lord Flo's face was full of tears. Why did I follow someone like you? There's no future for me. Ning Shu, was it really that bad? At least he completed the quest. Let me see your review. Ning Shu asked 2333. Listen up, player 2333, system 2333, special quest appraisal result, extremely wretched style, undisciplined way of doing things. That's it? Just a few words? Ning Shu asked. 2333's voice sounded like it was breaking down. I thought it would be something meticulous or something like that. Why would it be such a review? I have no future. Ning Shu, he didn't care about the style of doing things. As long as he completed the quest, it was fine. As long as it didn't go against his principles, any method was fine. Ning Shu didn't really care about the review. He asked 2333, have you picked the quest? I'll go do it. Okay, I've picked a very simple mission this time. Take a good rest, 2333 said obediently. Ning Shu grunted. Next, he felt a wave of dizziness. However, he quickly recovered. Most likely, it was due to his soul becoming stronger. Ning Shu opened his eyes. His surroundings were very dark, and there were only 2 lit candles. Ning Shu saw a girl sitting opposite him, and 2 other girls were sitting beside her, forming a square. The 3 girls' faces were dark under the dim candlelight, and their faces were filled with nervousness and fear. This terrifying atmosphere made Ning Shu have a bad feeling. The window was opened, and the curtains were fluttering in the wind. Ning Shu felt that he was holding something like a pen in his hand, and his hand was being pulled by an external force to draw circles. Ning Shu looked down and saw a piece of white paper on the table. There were 2 simple words written on the white paper, yes and no. The tip of the pencil was drawing circles on the white paper. Fuck, these naughty kids are playing this kind of game. Ning Shu wanted to pull his hand back, but his hand didn't seem to listen to him. It was drawing circles faster and faster. The girl sitting opposite Ning Shu said in a trembling voice, the pen spirit is here. There really is a pen spirit. Ning Shu? The window was fluttering back and forth in the wind, making a loud noise. Ning Shu felt a cold aura approaching. Ning Shu's hair stood on end, and even his breathing became difficult. It was as if someone had pushed him into water. The sticky and wet feeling made Ning Shu very uncomfortable. Ning Shu didn't even dare to look around, afraid that he would see something that would scare him to death. Ning Shu could feel that something else had appeared in the room. He wasn't sure if it was the pen spirit. Ning Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the blood in his body seemed to have frozen. This was the easy mission 2333 mentioned. He even told her to rest. Fuck, such an exciting and adrenaline-pumping activity was called an easy mission? Ning Shu felt that this thing was standing right next to him. He could even feel something dripping on his body. Ning Shu was so scared that his eyes almost rolled back in his head. Then, the feeling subsided a little, and he guessed that this thing had temporarily left his side. Ning Shu wanted to cry. The girl sitting opposite Ning Shu asked first, Pen Spirit, please tell me, will Qingyuan and I have a future? Will we be together in the future? The pen paused for a moment, and finally stopped on the yes option. The girl who asked the question immediately smiled. Her face was blushing, and under the dim candlelight, it looked very strange. With the previous person's demonstration, the girl sitting on Ning Shu's left immediately asked, Pen Spirit, please tell me, will I become a superstar in the future? The pen spun and finally stopped on the yes option, and the girl's face lit up. After the two girls asked their questions, Ning Shu felt the chill in the room increase, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. However, when he saw that the other girls didn't feel anything, Ning Shu suspected that his soul power had increased and his senses had become sharper. At this moment, Ning Shu wished that he didn't have such sharp senses. Pen Spirit, please tell me, will the person I like also like me? The girl on the right asked, looking at the pen expectantly. The pen spun and finally stopped on the no option. The girl's face suddenly became dispirited, and she looked at the girl who asked the first question with an undetectable jealousy. After the three girls finished asking their questions, only Ning Shu didn't ask. The three girls looked at Ning Shu, and Ning Shu felt a cold aura close to him. It was as if someone was standing next to him, looking at him. The wet and sticky feeling came again. Ning Shu didn't know what to ask. He didn't know anything right now, and there was no plot in his mind. Ning Shu also knew that he had to ask, or this pen spirit wouldn't leave. Ning Shu cleared his throat and said, Pen Spirit, please tell me, will I earn a lot of money in the future? Ning Shu was just asking casually. The pen finally stopped on the yes option. Ning Shu didn't feel happy at all. Pen Spirit, that's all for today. Please take care, the girl opposite Ning Shu said solemnly. The spinning pen suddenly stopped. Ning Shu moved his hand, wanting to move the pen, but the pen seemed to be fixed by something. It couldn't move no matter how hard he tried. Seeing this, the other three girls panicked. The girl opposite Ning Shu had cold sweat dripping down her forehead. She hurriedly said, Pen Spirit, please take care. However, the pen still didn't move. The wind grew stronger, and the windows flapped loudly. The candles were blown out, and the room was pitch black, as if it was covered in thick black ink. Chapter 196. The room was so quiet that only the sound of each other's breathing could be heard. The four of them felt like they were being strangled and couldn't even scream. Ning Shu's back was drenched in cold sweat, and he could feel a chill seeping into his skin. Ning Shu said, Pen Spirit, please leave. The girl sitting across from Ning Shu also reacted. Pen Spirit, please leave. We'll continue tomorrow night. Please leave today. Ning Shu had a bad feeling in her heart. After some time, Ning Shu felt his hand lighten. He let go of the pen, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. With a click, the lights were turned on. Ning Shu felt that the light was too bright and covered his eyes with his hands. It took him a while to adjust to the strong light, but it made him feel at ease. Darkness was always strange and eerie. The person who turned on the lights was the girl sitting across from Ning Shu. She was very pretty and had a pair of bright eyes. At that moment, there was a hint of fear in her eyes, but compared to the three people lying on the table, she was in the best state. For a while, no one spoke. They were obviously frightened. It was so quiet that they could hear each other's heartbeats. Everyone stayed in silence. After a while, the girl who turned on the light said, Let's all wash up and go to bed. The girls showered and lay on their beds. Ning Shu lay on the bed and touched his heart. Damn it, he was so scared that he had a heart attack. Lin Xian, don't turn off the lights. I'm scared, the girl sleeping on the lower bunk under Ning Shu said in a trembling voice. I'm scared too, the other girl said. The girl named Lin Xian comforted them, it's okay. Pen Spirit is gone. Ning Shu curled up under the blankets. He felt very cold, as if his organs had been invaded by cold air. Why did they have to court death? After a while, Ning Shu felt his body warm up a little and began to accept the plot. The original owner's name was Zhuang Yutong. She was a new student in university this year. She was a girl from the countryside. She got into Z University with her excellent grades. Her tuition was half free. However, Zhuang Yutong's 3 roommates were all kids from the city. Every day, they would talk about cosmetics and boys. They would talk about how much a piece of branded clothing cost and how much a limited edition bag cost. Zhuang Yutong couldn't get a word in. Moreover, the other 3 subconsciously rejected the rustic Zhuang Yutong. Zhuang Yutong didn't have any friends when she came to Z University. She was alone, but she didn't have a choice. One day, Lin Xianxian, who liked all sorts of weird things in the dormitory and had joined the paranormal club, suggested playing pen spirit and asking it questions. She invited Zhuang Yutong to the activity. Zhuang Yutong came from the countryside and was very respectful of ghosts. Not only were the villagers superstitious, but there were also more ghosts in the countryside than in the city. Zhuang Yutong advised the other 3 not to play, as it was easy to get into trouble. The 3 of them said that Zhuang Yutong was a coward. If she didn't want to play, she wouldn't be considered a member of the dormitory. Zhuang Yutong had no choice but to bite the bullet. After all, it didn't feel good to be ostracized. When they saw you, they would immediately stop talking and hide your things as if you were a thief. Zhuang Yutong wanted to fit in. Even if she couldn't, at least she wasn't ostracized. Then, the pen spirit incident happened. But then, strange things happened. Many strange things happened in the dormitory. At night, there was always a ghost in front of the window. There were also strange sounds and blood coming out of the faucet. Only the 4 of them could hear these sounds. Every one of them was very unlucky and all sorts of things happened. Until one day, Zhang Yuyan, who wanted to be a superstar, jumped out of the dormitory window. This completely ignited the fear in the dormitory. Another girl, Su Manyu, blamed Lin Qianqian. She said that Zhang Yue's death was because she played with the pen spirit and attracted a malicious spirit. After this happened, Lin Qianqian was under a lot of pressure. She complained to her boyfriend, Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan's family was rich. When he heard what happened to his girlfriend, he told Lin Qianqian that he should find a Taoist priest to catch the ghost. Before the Taoist priest could find her, Su Manyu got into trouble. She was hit by a flower pot that fell from the sky. She lay unconscious in the hospital and didn't wake up. The original owner, Zhuang Yutong, was very scared. She could clearly feel that there was a ghost behind this. It was very likely the pen spirit. Zhuang Yutong wanted to go back to her hometown and find the witch in the village. But just as she decided to go back, she fell into the artificial lake at the university and died. Later, Lin Xianxian and Ji Qingyuan found a Taoist priest and caught the malicious spirit. When Lin Xianxian saw that her 3 roommates were all in trouble, she sighed at the fickleness of fate and the fragility of life. She decided to cherish her relationship with her boyfriend, Ji Qingyuan. Ning Shu was speechless. Fuck, the one who survived in the end was definitely the female lead. The female lead was courting death and the people who suffered were all cannon fodder. To be honest, this had a lot to do with Lin Xianxian. She was seeking excitement and curiosity, so she took such a risk. In the end, innocent people died. The female lead could just sigh and live her life as usual. The original owner's heart was not reconciled. She was originally a girl, and it was not easy for her to go to university. Her parents had supported her to become a university student with great difficulty, but she still had to endure the gossip of the villagers. They said that girls were people of other families, and that they would lose money to support her to go to university. Her family's situation wasn't good to begin with. It was already a miracle that she could go to university. But now, she was dead. This was a huge blow to her parents. She didn't know that such rumors would spread in the village. How were they going to live the rest of their lives? The original owner's wish was, she wanted to live. She couldn't be expelled. She wanted to finish university and live. She had to live. The original owner's wish was simple, very simple. She wanted to live while she was studying and not be killed by evil spirits. The problem was that everyone who participated in the Pen Spirit event would be in trouble, except for the female lead. Although the female lead would be injured, it would only be minor injuries that wouldn't be fatal. Ning Shu sighed. Wasn't it supposed to be a trip? Wasn't it supposed to be a simple mission? In the end, they ended up in a horror movie world. Ning Shu called out to the system in his mind. 2333, come out. I promise I'll beat you to death. Ning Shu, moi, what's wrong? 2333's voice was excited. Ning Shu's voice was as light as a feather. Why did you choose such a mission for me? Didn't I say that I wanted an easier mission? Isn't this mission easy? 2333 asked curiously. You don't have to do anything. You just have to live. You don't have to torture the scumbag. You don't have to fight for the male lead. You don't have to fight and kill. Ning Shu, fuck you. Chapter 197. Ning Shu listened as 2333 spoke without panting. He made it sound so easy, as if it was really an easy task. What kind of broken system was this? Ning Shu said, I'm scared. What are you scared of? 2333 sounded surprised. Ning Shu took a deep breath. I'm scared of ghosts. Why would you be scared? You're just a spirit. You just happen to gain some power. Besides, aren't you a spirit yourself? 2333 sounded very calm. Ning Shu, fuck, I don't know what to say. A human can scare a human to death, let alone a ghost. Fuck, it's a ghost. Ning Shu roared in his heart, you don't understand how humans are scared of ghosts. 2333 was silent for a moment and said, I really don't understand. Ning Shu, don't worry, it's okay. Ning Shu, paralysis may be around you, but you can't see it, and danger may kill you at any time. This kind of feeling is indescribable. 2333 system, you're actually a defective product. Ning Shu said calmly, how can you be a mainframe like this? You must be a pig. Nonsense, I was designed by the master himself. How can I be a defective product? I'm the most advanced. Wait, what did I just say? 2333 immediately shut up. Ning Shu caught the 3 words master. What master? Ning Shu asked, what's a master? You heard wrong, I didn't say anything. 2333 quickly said. Ning Shu immediately refuted, I heard you say that you were designed by the master. 2333, I didn't. Ning Shu, you did. Ning Shu and 2333 argued for a while, but 2333 refused to give up. Ning Shu looked at 2333 and gave up. After a while, Ning Shu forgot what he was talking about with 2333. He couldn't remember. She remembered that she was talking with 2333, but now that memory was gone. Who erased her memory? This, Ning Shu quickly called 2333 and asked, what were we talking about? Did you erase my memory? 2333 immediately said, you think too highly of me. I can't erase your memory in seconds. If you don't remember, then forget it. There are some things you shouldn't know. Ning Shu, fuck. But this feeling was very scary. He didn't feel anything and his memory was erased. Ning Shu felt that he was unlucky to meet 2333. It was the most unbearable pain in his life. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. When she woke up the next morning, Ning Shu was listless and had bruises under her eyes. The other 3 people in the dormitory also woke up. They didn't look good and were also in low spirits. Ning Shu looked at the 3 people. Zhang Yuyan was a tall girl with a perfect body. She had a proud expression and a beautiful face. She was sexy like a rose with thorns. Zhang Yuyan's biggest dream was to become a superstar. She was also the first person to die in the story. After her was Su Manyu. Su Manyu was an elegant girl. She had the pride and arrogance of a rich family's daughter. However, when she looked at others, her eyes were filled with disdain. Su Manyu despised Zhuang Yutong the most. She was also the one with the best family background in the dormitory. The female lead, Lin Xianxian, was a petite girl. She was very beautiful. Her petite body was full of vitality and youth. Lin Xianxian was lively and kind to everyone. She was the only one in the dormitory who didn't dislike Zhuang Yutong. They would occasionally talk, but they didn't have a deep friendship. The clothes of the original owner were very simple, even old-fashioned. Ning Shu didn't care. He put on his clothes and walked down the stairs. When he was about to put on his shoes, he heard a high-pitched scream from the bathroom. Ning Shu didn't even put on her shoes. She opened the bathroom door and saw Zhang Yuyan sitting on the toilet bowl. Her face was filled with fear and her beautiful face was distorted. She looked at the mirror on the wall and saw that it was covered in blood. There were messy handprints on the mirror. The bloodstains slowly gathered together and formed a woman's face. The bloodstains seemed to be sweeping across everyone. They were filled with endless coldness and resentment, which made people's hair stand on end. Ning Shu's back was covered in cold sweat. Ah! Zhang Yuyan, who was sitting on the toilet, screamed. She didn't even put on her pants. She jumped up from the toilet. Her scream shocked everyone. Their hearts spasmed in an instant. Zhang Yuyan's face was pale. She was terrified. She pointed at the toilet and said, something grabbed my butt. Ning Shu was speechless. Who would be so immoral? Crawling into the sewer toilet to grab someone's butt? The bathroom was very quiet. Only the sound of people chattering could be heard. Ning Shu took a breath and moved over. He carefully looked into the toilet. It was very clean. There was nothing. Ning Shu turned around and shook his head at Zhang Yuyan. Zhang Yuyan's face was very pale. She looked like a rose that had been ravaged by a storm. She was listless. Her usually sharp eyes were dim. I felt it. Zhang Yuyan held up her pants. Her body was trembling. I felt it. It was very painful. Ning Shu thought for a moment. He walked over and pulled up Zhang Yuyan's pants. There was nothing on her white and tender butt. The wall. The blood on the wall is gone too. Lin Xianxian pointed at the mirror. The mirror was as clean as before. There was no blood at all. It was as if they had been hallucinating. The four of them came out of the bathroom. Their faces were pale and terrified. Lin Xianxian said, it was just a hallucination. It's okay. Zhang Yuyan looked at Ning Shu and Su Manyu and said agitatedly, hallucination. Did all four of us hallucinate at the same time? You, did you see it just now? Zhang Yuyan pointed at Ning Shu and Su Manyu and asked sternly. Su Manyu and Ning Shu both nodded. The atmosphere in the room was dead silent. Ning Shu coughed to break the silence. I think we need to take some precautions. Whether it's a hallucination or reality, we need to be prepared. The three of them didn't say anything when they heard Ning Shu's words. Perhaps they didn't care about Ning Shu at all. After all, Ning Shu's presence was the weakest in the room. Even if he spoke, no one would listen. Lin Xianxian's expression didn't look good. She said, we still need to investigate what happened. Maybe it was a prank. To put it bluntly, Lin Xianxian didn't want to take the responsibility of attracting evil spirits because of her suggestion. Lin Xianxian was also feeling uneasy. After Lin Xianxian finished speaking, everyone in the room fell silent. Finally, Su Manyu said, maybe it's because of what happened last night. We're too nervous. Chapter 198. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a tombstone by the side of a lake. The tombstone was already covered with lush weeds. A woman dressed like a married woman, followed by a man in black, carried a food box. They walked to the tombstone, put down the food box, and took out the offerings. The woman grabbed the grass on the tombstone and cried, "Miss, this servant is so pitiful. You shouldn't have died like this. This servant always felt that you didn't die. You shouldn't have died like this." Yuelan couldn't believe that such a lively person would die like this. She just fell and died. Yuelan couldn't forget the stunned faces of the people present at that time. That kind of shock was like a person who should have been a scourge for 1,000 years suddenly died like this. This kind of feeling was too unreal. The square-faced secret guard comforted Yuelan, "Don't cry. Miss will be sad to see you like this." Yuelan wiped her tears and said to the secret guard indignantly, "So what if I'm crying? So what if I'm crying for my miss? Don't tell me you won't allow me to cry for my miss. I know you were ordered by the master to protect Miss and don't have deep feelings for her. But I grew up with Mississippi. Can't I cry?" The secret guard's face became even more square. He silently took 2 steps back and looked at Yuelan wailing. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "Don't cry. You're pregnant now." Yuelan cried until she hiccuped. She wiped her snot and said to the tombstone, "Miss, as you wish, this servant actually got together with the secret guard. His face is so square. What if the child is born with a square face? It's fine if it's a boy. But if it's a girl, what should this servant do? Miss, this servant is so pitiful. Secret guard, someone is coming. Don't cry." The secret guard said to Yuelan. He stood in front of Yuelan and pulled out his sword, looking at the incoming person vigilantly. The person who came was little radish-head Suyu. She held the offerings in her hand and behind her was a white-clothed genius doctor. "Sister Yuelan." Little radish-head Suyu shouted at Yuelan. Yuelan smiled at Suyu, "Thank you for remembering Miss' death anniversary. She's my senior sister, my dearest person. I will naturally remember." Suyu took out the offerings. Yuelan glanced at the godly doctor. His face was cold and his entire body was emitting a cold aura, making it hard for people to get close to him. Yuelan originally wanted to exchange a few pleasantries, but in the end, she gave up talking to him. The godly doctor bent over and placed 2 incense sticks in the ground. He squinted his eyes and looked at the tombstone. There are still people thinking about this woman even after she's dead. Gong Wumei stood on the treetop and looked over. His eyes were fixed on the godly doctor. "Your disciple caused me to be in this state. You have to cure me." "Bah, what did my young miss do to you? You're a man, and you're saying that you were harmed by my young Mississippi. My young miss has a delicate body, how could she harm you? Can you have some shame?" Yuelan spat at Gong Wumei. Gong Wumei's peach blossom eyes swept over Yuelan, causing the secret guard's nerves to tense up. He protected Yuelan behind him and said to Yuelan, "Others have angered him. Do you really want to compensate your family's young miss?" Gong Wumei looked at the godly doctor. "If you're not willing to cure me, I'll dig up this woman's grave and whip her corpse." Hearing this, the godly doctor's face was indifferent. He nodded his head and said, "Then cure her." The godly doctor turned and left. Gong Wumei sneered and followed the godly doctor. Suyu took out some pills and gave them to Yuelan. "Sister Yuelan, these are to protect the baby and nourish your body. Take one every day. It's good for your body." "Thank you." Yuelan took the pills and stared blankly at the tombstone. Mu Yanluo's name was written on it. "Let's go," Yuelan said indifferently and turned to leave. The secret guard followed beside Yuelan. The light breeze blew their voices far away. "I won't think of taking revenge for young Mississippi. I just want to live a peaceful life according to young Miss's wishes. Yuelan, don't worry. I will protect you and the child well. Why is your face so square?" "I was born with it." "Young Miss said that your face is special." The world was in chaos. Gong Wumei and Yen Nanju were fighting each other. Gong Wumei re-established the demon sect and Yen Nanju made it her life's mission to destroy the demon sect. Killing could be seen everywhere. The battle between good and evil was intense. When Ruhua's team grew stronger and stronger, Everywhere they went, there would be bloodshed. They killed many of the corrupt officials, tyrants, and greedy businessmen that Wenruhua mentioned. It caused serious chaos and even affected the stability of the country. The imperial court sent Situ Qingyu to suppress the bandits. Situ Qingyu and Wenruhua took the responsibility. The war affected many places. Some places even took the opportunity to revolt. The mobs rushed into the government offices and broke into the houses of the rich. Qi Sheng died in the hands of the mobs. He was the only one who didn't have the ability to fight and was the first to die. When Qi Sheng died, the world seemed to dim. The regent, Luo Junyan, took advantage of the chaos in the country and rebelled. However, he failed. The emperor killed Luo Junyan. The emperor had been wary of the regent for a long time. Now that he had walked into the trap, it was just right. When Situ Qingyu, who was still fighting, heard the news, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was stabbed to death by Wenruhua in a daze. Wenruhua's team grew stronger and could even fight against the imperial court's army. However, Wenruhua was killed by her own subordinates. Just like how he killed the bandit leader, Wenruhua was killed by her ambitious subordinates. It was as if the entire world had been reshuffled, wiping out those who had great luck. The entire world was in a state of chaos and chaos. People were restless. The godly doctor stood in front of the bamboo house. Suyu said to him, "Master, I want to go out and practice medicine." "Go." The godly doctor said indifferently. He looked up at the gray sky and said, "Be careful. The people outside are not what they used to be. A child like you should be careful." "Master, are you really going to let me go alone?" "I'm still a child. I want you to go with me so I can take care of you," Suyu said. The godly doctor said coldly, "There's no need. It's not suitable for me to go out now. Doctors don't treat themselves. My body can't hold on for much longer." "Master." Suyu looked at the godly doctor. "I'm not going out. I want to stay and accompany you." The godly doctor looked at Suyu indifferently. His face was frighteningly pale, without a trace of blood. It was as if he was transparent. One could even see the blood flowing slowly in the veins at his temples. "Master." Suyu cried out. "Master, you'll be fine. Life and death are predestined. Heaven's will is unpredictable," the godly doctor said indifferently. He turned and walked into the house. From the corner of his eye, he saw a woman watering the herbs. She called out to him, "Master." Chapter 199. A few days after the bathroom incident, nothing unusual happened. It was as if what happened in the bathroom that day was just an illusion. Everyone in the dormitory showed relaxed and comfortable expressions. Lin Xianxian was still energetic. She went out with her boyfriend until late at night. Zhang Yuyan had a part-time job as a model and was busy with work. Su Manyu's family was rich, so she went shopping when she had nothing to do. Ning Shu was the only one in the dorm during the day. When there were classes, Ning Shu would go to class, but she couldn't understand a thing. She wasn't the original owner. The original owner was a very smart student, but she couldn't do the same. She tried her best to reduce her presence in class, afraid that the professor would ask her to answer questions. Ning Shu felt that it was necessary for her to study properly. In the past, when she stayed in the hospital, she did not study. When her life was threatened by the disease, her survival was challenged. Naturally, she put everything aside and only thought about surviving. Ning Shu found that the original owner was really poor. There was no money in her meal card, and she didn't have any money on her. Ning Shu had no idea how the original owner survived. There were also some pickles in the box. Ning Shu didn't mean to mock her. Life was hard, but she still tried to live. The original owner could have graduated from university and had a good future. She could have made her parents proud, but because of a joke, her life ended. Every ghost story was caused by people looking for death. Ning Shu called 2333 in her heart and asked, "System, do you have any learning pills that can save me the trouble of studying high school and university?" She was here for a mission, but if she kept asking questions, she would be exposed. Yes, you need points to exchange, 2333 said cheerfully. Exchange. Okay, 5,000 points for a high school pill, 10,000 points for a university pill. Do you want to exchange? 2333 asked. Why is it so expensive? Ning Shu's heart bled. It's daylight robbery. It's abnormal if it's not expensive. Everyone else is studying seriously and honestly. You only need to take 2 pills and save so much time. You call it expensive? Why don't you go to heaven? Ning Shu gritted his teeth and said, I'll do it. As soon as Ning Shu's voice fell, 2 white pills appeared in his hand. They were exactly the same as pills. He placed them at the tip of his nose and sniffed. There was no smell. Ning Shu hesitantly mixed the pills with water and swallowed them. He smacked his lips and didn't feel anything. He really didn't feel anything. Fake goods. Ning Shu was still suspecting that the medicine was fake when he started to feel dizzy. Then, the world started spinning. The side effects of this medicine were too great. Ning Shu endured the dizziness, climbed onto his bed, and fell unconscious on the bed. Hey, Zhuang Yutong, wake up, wake up. Why are you sleeping in broad daylight? Wake up. Ning Shu was awakened by someone. When she opened her eyes, she saw a ferocious-looking man with disheveled hair and a pale face. His face had been slashed by a knife and was bleeding crimson blood. His pupils were dilated and somewhat empty, containing boundless and deep-rooted hatred. Ning Shu quickly sat up and hugged the blanket. He almost stuffed his fist into his mouth to stop himself from screaming. Ning Shu used the blanket to cover his head. Although it was a bit deceiving, Ning Shu really saw such a terrifying scene. Ning Shu shuddered as she felt the chill all around her. Waves of yin qi invaded her pores. Oh my God, I'm so scared. Zhuang Yutong, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yuyan pulled Ning Shu's blanket away. Are you sick? If you're sick, go see a doctor. When Ning Shu saw Zhang Yuyan, he froze for a moment. He looked left and right, but didn't see the female ghost. It was said that when people woke up, it was easy to see things they weren't supposed to see. The position of the female ghost was where Zhang Yuyan was standing. Was this female ghost by Zhang Yuyan's side? Ning Shu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. His heart was beating fast. If this happened a few more times, his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Zhang Yuyan looked at Ning Shu with disdain and said, Lin Xianxian said there's a party tonight. You should go too. What party? Ning Shu asked. She was invisible in this dorm. If there was an event, the 3 of them would never invite her. Zhang Yuyan was a little impatient. Whenever she was annoyed, a wisp of black fog would appear between her eyebrows. Zhang Yuyan looked at Ning Shu with disdain and said, It's just a normal university gathering. Do you want to go? Don't worry, I won't make you pay. Someone will pay for it. Ning Shu nodded and said, I'll go. Ning Shu was a bit scared to leave her alone in the dorm. Was the female ghost she saw just now the pen spirit? Ning Shu thought for a moment and asked, Zhang Yuyan, have you felt anything wrong recently? Like you're not feeling well? No, nothing at all. Zhang Yuyan crossed her arms and looked at Ning Shu arrogantly. Ning Shu couldn't see if the female ghost was still by Zhang Yuyan's side. Zhang Yuyan told Ning Shu about the party and left with her purse. Ning Shu's limbs were weak. He sat on the bed for a while before he got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash his face. Ning Shu turned on the faucet. A pungent smell of rot instantly wafted out. Ning Shu looked down and saw dark red blood flowing out of the faucet. The smell was disgusting. Ning Shu threw the faucet out. The blood splashed on the wall, making the smell even worse. Ning Shu's scalp was going to explode. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a woman slowly appear in the mirror. It was the same as what Ning Shu had seen before. Ning Shu immediately looked around. There was no one in the bathroom, but the female ghost in the mirror was still there. The knife marks on her face were slowly rotting until her face was unrecognizable. She opened her mouth and roared. She seemed to rush out of the mirror and jump at Ning Shu. Ning Shu used his hand to block and turned to run. Suddenly, he felt an extremely cold presence invade his body. It was so cold that his body was numb. Ning Shu's heart was filled with hatred. Motherfucker, I have no enmity with you, but you still want to harm innocent people after your death. You deserve to be beaten up by the Taoist priest. After a while, his body gradually recovered. Ning Shu opened the window to let in the sunlight. Even with the sunlight, Ning Shu still felt no warmth in his body. With this kind of yin qi invading his body, even if he wasn't pushed into the artificial lake, he wouldn't be able to survive for long. Ning Shu thought for a while. He wanted to see if this body could practice peerless martial arts. If he could cultivate qi jin, it could also heal the body that was invaded by yin qi. To Ning Shu's surprise, although this body's aptitude wasn't very good, it was not as good as Mu Yenluo's in the previous world. Chapter 200. Because of the gathering that night, Ning Shu found the original owner's clothes that were relatively nicer to match. It didn't look too old-fashioned. In this society, one should respect the clothes first before the person. Ning Shu found the place Zhang Yuyan had mentioned. It was a high-end KTV. If it was the original owner, she wouldn't have attended such an event. She couldn't afford it. The waiter brought him to a private room. The lighting in the room was dim. The magical lights on the ceiling flashed all kinds of colors. When they shone on their faces, it looked strange. When Ning Shu entered, he didn't cause any commotion. There were both boys and girls in the room. There were some drinks and fruits on the table. Lin Xian was singing with a boy. They looked at each other affectionately. Ning Shu walked over to the dormitory group and sat next to Su Manyu. Su Manyu stared blankly at Lin Xian and Ji Qingyuan who were singing. Most of her attention was on Ji Qingyuan. Su Manyu turned her head and saw Ning Shu sitting next to her. She immediately moved to the side, obviously not wanting to sit next to Ning Shu. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. Girl, you don't have to go that far. She's not a virus. Zhang Yuyan sat to Su Manyu's left. A few boys were trying their best to talk to Zhang Yuyan, trying to please her. But Zhang Yuyan didn't care about them at all. She looked very arrogant. The air in the room wasn't very good. Ning Shu didn't even have a sense of presence. It really didn't matter if she was there or not. Ning Shu looked at the fruits on the table. He picked the ones that weren't broken. Cut fruits like watermelons were very dirty. There were even rumors that there might be drugs on them. Ning Shu picked up peanuts and melon seeds to eat. After Lin Xian and Ji Qingyuan finished singing, Su Manyu, who was sitting next to Ning Shu, immediately stood up and wanted to sing with Ji Qingyuan. Lin Xian also generously gave up her boyfriend so that Ji Qingyuan could sing with Su Manyu. Ning Shu could tell that Su Manyu liked Lin Xian's boyfriend, but Lin Xian didn't seem to know. Lin Xian sat beside Ning Shu. She first opened an unopened can of beer and took a sip before noticing Ning Shu beside her. She smiled at Ning Shu and said, Zhuang Yutong, you're here. Have fun later. Ning Shu nodded. Although Lin Xian was talking to Ning Shu, her eyes were fixed on Ji Qingyuan and Su Manyu. Especially when the two of them got too close to each other, Lin Xian's expression darkened. After Ji Qingyuan and Suman finished singing, Lin Xian immediately went over and grabbed Ji Qingyuan's arm. She pulled Ji Qingyuan over and sat him down. She then placed the beer next to Ji Qingyuan's mouth and said, have some. You've been singing for so long. Su Manyu gripped the microphone tightly. She stood there alone, watching the intimate scene between Lin Xian and Ji Qingyuan. Ning Shu stood to the side and watched. What a scene of jealousy. Ning Shu looked at them and felt very worried. She didn't know what was hiding in the dark and wanted to capture everyone in the dormitory in one fell swoop. These people were still here thinking about these romantic things. Ning Shu didn't know how to deal with spirits. Perhaps the system store had something that could deal with evil spirits, but she didn't have the right to access it yet. So she still had to rely on herself. Ning Shu wasn't interested in this activity at all. If it weren't for the fact that he was alone in the dormitory and had to face the pen spirit alone, Ning Shu would never have come. Ning Shu was deep in thought when he felt a pair of hands touching his thigh. Ning Shu turned his head and saw a guy pretending to be serious. He didn't even look at Ning Shu, but one of his hands was touching Ning Shu's thigh. Ning Shu lifted one of the guy's fingers and pulled it in the opposite direction. The guy cried out in pain. Everyone looked at him. He laughed awkwardly, but his gaze towards Ning Shu was unfriendly. The gathering only ended when it was time to close the dormitory door. The 4 people from Ning Shu's dormitory were walking together. Lin Qian, who was walking in front, suddenly stumbled as if she had tripped over someone. She screamed and rolled down the stairs. In the end, her forehead hit the wall, bruising and bleeding. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qian had already rolled down the stairs. Everything happened so quickly that Ning Shu didn't even have time to react. Su Manyu and Zhang Yuyan were also confused. Ji Qingyuan, who was walking in front and talking to someone, ran back. He anxiously asked Lin Qian, how are you? My head hurts. My legs hurt. Lin Qian wanted to move her legs, but the pain made her tear up. Su Manyu, why did you push me? Lin Qian asked Su Manyu as she endured the pain. Su Manyu was confused. She then said firmly, I didn't push you. You rolled down the stairs yourself. Ji Qingyuan glared fiercely at Su Manyu. His handsome face was cold. Did you push Qian? I didn't. I really didn't. Faced with Ji Qingyuan's questioning, Su Manyu felt wronged. I didn't push her. Why would I push her? I didn't do anything. Ji Qingyuan frowned and picked up Lin Qian. Blood flowed down Lin Qian's face. I clearly felt you push me from behind. You pushed me down. Lin Qian endured the pain. I really felt someone push me from behind. Manyu, why did you push me? Lin Qian seemed determined to get to the bottom of this. She didn't even care about the wound on her forehead. Su Manyu said in annoyance, I said I didn't do anything. Am I the kind of person who doesn't dare to admit what I did? If I really pushed you, then I'll die a horrible death. Did you see me do anything? Su Manyu, Ning Shu, and Zhang Yuyan asked. Zhang Yuyan shook her head and said, everything happened too quickly. I only saw Lin Qian roll down the stairs. Ning Shu also shook her head. She felt like this thing was standing right next to them. Maybe it was next to her, or maybe it was next to Su Manyu, or maybe it was next to Zhang Yuyan. They couldn't see her. Maybe she was smiling viciously. Ning Shu believed that Su Manyu didn't do anything. He also believed that Lin Qian wasn't lying. He just didn't expect that Lin Qian would be the first to get into trouble. Let's go to the hospital first. Ning Shu interrupted. Ji Qingyuan carried Lin Qian out of the KTV. As he left, he glanced at Su Manyu's face and said coldly, I'll get to the bottom of this. Su Manyu's face instantly turned ugly. Her eyes turned red. She was so angry that she turned around and left. Obviously, she wasn't going back to the dormitory. Zhang Yuyan glanced at Ning Shu. She brushed her thick wavy hair and said to Ning Shu, since they're not going back to the dormitory, I'm not going back either. Zhang Yuyan left after saying that. Ning Shu thought, fuck you. After all this time, she still had to stay in the dormitory alone tonight. Chapter 201. As soon as Zhang Yuyan left, Ning Shu felt her surroundings become cold. She felt a chill on her face. Ning Shu wondered if that thing was touching her with its hands or licking her with its tongue. However, she couldn't see anything. She could only imagine the scene in her mind. Ning Shu was scared to death. Ning Shu hugged her body and recited the formula of a peerless martial art in her mind. At the same time, she tried to circulate her qi to resist the yin energy in her body. Why did she feel so cold? The other three didn't have as big of a reaction as Ning Shu when they came in contact with the otherworldly item. Ning Shu hurried back to her dormitory. To be honest, Ning Shu didn't want to go back to her dormitory. However, since that thing would follow them wherever they went, she might as well go back to her dormitory. Tap tap tap. Ning Shu heard footsteps behind her. Ning Shu didn't turn around and quickened her pace. Ning Shu sped up, and the footsteps behind her became hurried. Suddenly, a hand landed on Ning Shu's shoulder from behind. Ning Shu's heart spasmed. She grabbed the hand and threw him over her shoulder without thinking. The man who was thrown to the ground groaned and screamed in pain. Ning Shu used the dim light of the street lamp to see who it was. Wasn't that the boy who touched her thigh in the KTV? How bold of him to chase after him. The boy stood up with his hands on his waist and bared his teeth. Ning Shu looked at him and found him to be ordinary. Ning Shu, who was used to seeing beautiful men, felt uncomfortable. Ning Shu was used to seeing dozens of beautiful men. She felt that this guy was really ugly. Why are you doing this to me? The boy asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu said coldly, you attacked me from behind. I was just defending myself. Ning Shu didn't want to say anything more to this guy. She turned around and left. The boy chased after her. Ning Shu said, I was wrong about the KTV. I heard that your family is very poor. Be my girlfriend. I will pay for your living expenses. Ning Shu stopped and looked at the boy. The boy asked happily, do you agree? My name is Song Ming. It's so late. Do you still want to go back to your dormitory? Let's go outside. Song Ming pulled Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu took a step back and coldly looked at the boy called Song Ming. I don't sleep with the male lead. How can I sleep with you? This boy called Song Ming just wanted to trick her into bed. Ning Shu sneered. She stretched out her leg and kicked Song Ming's crotch. Song Ming immediately covered his crotch. It was so painful that he wanted to die. Ning Shu grabbed his collar. Don't have any ideas about me. In the future, if you approach me with such dirty thoughts, I will directly cripple you, beast. Ning Shu loosened her collar, turned around and left. Song Ming held the wall with one hand and covered his crotch with the other. He grimaced as he looked at Ning Shu's back. Ning Shu returned to the dormitory. She turned on the light and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up. However, when she thought of what happened during the day, she was afraid that the faucet would bleed. Only their dormitory's faucet was bleeding. How could such an unscientific thing happen? Fortunately, there was no bleeding today. Ning Shu washed up, closed the window, pulled the curtains, and turned on the light. Ning Shu climbed onto the bed and sat in meditation. Ning Shu knew that the pen spirit would come. This kind of thing was used to provoke the fear in people's hearts and make them collapse. It used magnetic fields to do strange and frightening things. Humans' fear of ghosts came from invisible and mysterious forces. Ning Shu began to practice her peerless martial arts to dispel the fear in her heart. Pang! The window that Ning Shu closed was blown open by the wind. The lights in the dormitory were instantly extinguished. There was no light in the dormitory at all. Even outside the window, it was as dark as ink. Nothing could be seen. The wind blew against the window, making a pa-pa-pa sound. The curtains were blown into a ball. Ning Shu sat on the bed as still as a mountain. If she did not open her eyes, she would not be able to see anything. Ning Shu muttered in her heart, I can't see anything. I can't see anything. I'm not afraid at all. I'm not afraid. Ning Shu even smelled a rotten smell. Her whole body felt as if it had fallen into icy water. Even her head started to feel dizzy. Ning Shu clenched her teeth and closed her eyes, refusing to open them. At the same time, she tried to circulate the qi gene in her body to resist the cold. Hiss. A deep roar sounded in her ears. It was the sound of a woman crying. It was very close, but also very far. Ning Shu even felt something dripping on her body. It was warm, like blood that had just flowed out of her body. Ning Shu still did not open his eyes. He felt the temperature in the room drop again. Ning Shu felt as if he was standing naked in the snow in the middle of winter. His muscles started to shiver. Why won't you open your eyes and look at me? Why? The voice was both poisonous and filled with endless coldness. Ning Shu circulated the qi gene in his body, trying to resist the pen spirit's influence. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu did not know how long he had endured. When he opened his eyes again, it was already daytime. The window was wide open, and the curtains swayed gently in the breeze. It was another beautiful morning. There was nothing out of the ordinary in the dormitory. If not for the numbness in his body, Ning Shu would have suspected that the previous night had been an illusion. Ning Shu sat on his bed for the whole night. Ning Shu yawned and felt particularly tired. She got out of bed and opened her cupboard. She found a neatly folded piece of clothing in the cupboard. It was a bright red woolen coat. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. This shirt did not belong to her. The original owner did not have such a beautiful shirt. The color of the shirt was very beautiful. It was an eye-catching red, and wearing it gave off a cold and elegant feeling. Whose shirt was placed in her cupboard? Ning Shu suspected that it was Zhang Yuyan's. The shirt fit Zhang Yuyan's style perfectly, proud and elegant. Ning Shu thought for a moment and picked up the shirt. When he touched it, Ning Shu felt something was wrong. The shirt was wet and sticky. He put his hand to his nose and sniffed. There was a rotten smell. Ning Shu immediately understood that the pen spirit had placed the shirt in her cupboard. Ning Shu suddenly felt something cold approaching him. Waves of yin energy entered his pores, and a thought appeared in his mind. For this reason, why not try on this beautiful shirt? Ning Shu took the shirt out of the cupboard. There were muddy water stains where the shirt had been placed. The shirt was very heavy, and it had not been wrung dry after absorbing the water. Ning Shu laughed coldly. He took out a pair of scissors and cut the shirt into pieces. The temperature in the dormitory dropped a lot. A strong wind blew from the window, blowing the pieces of the shirt on the ground. The room was filled with a disgusting rotten smell. Chapter 202. After Ning Shu cut the clothes, the pen spirit started to get agitated. The wind blew the window back and forth heavily. The glass shattered, and glass shards flew everywhere. Ning Shu's ears were filled with the ear-piercing sound of electric current, which almost pierced through her eardrums. Ning Shu covered her ears and squatted down, closing her eyes. The pen spirit was angry. Ning Shu felt that there was nothing to be afraid of even if it was a ghost. It was just like 2333 said, it was just a spirit, and it was a little more vicious. As long as she could overcome the fear in her heart, there was nothing to be afraid of. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Ning Shu opened her eyes. The dormitory was quiet. Other than the shattered glass on the floor, there were no pieces of clothes. However, the cold presence followed her like a shadow. Furthermore, there was a chill around her neck. Ning Shu suspected that this malicious spirit was strangling her neck. Ning Shu channeled the qi gene in her body and opened the door. The dorm manager was standing at the door. He looked at Ning Shu with an unfriendly gaze and asked, "What were you doing just now? Why is the glass in the dorm broken?" "I'm sorry. I used too much force when I closed the window, and the glass shattered. I will fix it as soon as possible." Ning Shu did not argue and apologized directly. The manager saw that Ning Shu's attitude was good, so he told her to fix it as soon as possible. Then, he said to Ning Shu, "Someone is looking for you downstairs." Ning Shu was a little surprised. Who would be looking for her? Ning Shu went down the stairs and saw Song Ming standing under a tree. When Ning Shu saw this person, she did not look happy at all. Ning Shu turned around and went back to the dorm. When Song Ming saw Ning Shu was about to leave, she quickly ran over and grabbed Ning Shu. Ning Shu asked, "Why did you run when you saw me?" "I'm not running. I just don't want to see you. Don't wander around in front of me, or I'll really cripple you." Ning Shu's eyes were cold. She didn't want to be entangled with this person. How could he be a good person if he stuck his hand into a girl's thigh the first time they met? Based on Ning Shu's temper in the past, he really wanted to give this guy a whip. Perhaps he wouldn't put his hands between other girls' thighs only because he saw that she was dressed in a rustic manner and came from the countryside without any backing and was easy to bully. He thought that she wouldn't dare to stick her nose out. How could such a cowardly person be a good person? Last night, he had already thought that Song Ming was ugly. Now that the light was bright, he looked even uglier. His face was full of pimples, and there were even pimples on his chin. Ning Shu, Song Ming looked at Ning Shu. This girl was dressed a little ugly, but she had a kind of simple beauty. She was probably still a virgin, so he made the first move. "Last night, I said that you would be my girlfriend. Have you considered it?" Song Ming's eyes swept across Ning Shu's chest. Ning Shu was someone who had experienced several worlds. She was very clear about what kind of tricks this man in front of her had in his heart. Ning Shu thought about it. "I'll think about it. I'll think about it." Ning Shu grabbed Song Ming's collar and said coldly, "Stop wandering around in front of me. You want to do this, old lady? Look at your ugly face. It's so ugly that I can't eat. It's so disgusting that I lose my appetite." Song Ming's expression was ugly. He pulled away Ning Shu's hand that was grabbing his collar and shouted angrily, "What are you so proud of? You're just a country bumpkin from the countryside. Do you really think that you're popular? I just saw that you were living a difficult life and wanted to help you. You really think that you're something?" There were really scumbags everywhere. The pen spirit didn't find these disgusting men and scare them to death. Instead, she only knew how to hurt innocent girls. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected, women were good at making things difficult for other women. The 4 girls in the dormitory might have some small problems, but they had never hurt the pen spirit. However, the pen spirit wanted them dead. From all the signs, the pen spirit was probably killed by someone when she was alive. Then, she was filled with resentment and wanted to kill someone. Ning Shu looked at Song Ming and sneered. He raised his leg and kicked Song Ming's lower body. Song Ming's eyes were about to pop out. Tears came out of her eyes. She cried out in pain and bent over to cover her crotch. This was the entrance of the female dormitory. There were many girls coming and going. The girls pointed at Song Ming. Song Ming's face was red. The pimples on her chin were a lot bigger. It was very disgusting to look at. "You, Zhuang Yutong, you." Song Ming pointed at Ning Shu. Ning Shu said coldly, "I've said it before. If you walk around in front of me in the future, I'll beat you every time I see you." Ning Shu turned around and left after saying that. Back in the dormitory, Ning Shu started to pack up and prepare to go home. There was no way he could stay here. Also, from Zhuang Yutong's memories, he knew that the witch in the village was quite capable. She could solve all the strange things in the village. In the original plot, Zhuang Yutong wanted to go back to find the witch. However, before she could do so, she died. Ning Shu decided to go back. Ning Shu was unwilling to give up and summon 2333. Is there really nothing that can deal with this malicious spirit? Ning Shu, didn't I tell you? 2333's voice was helpless. You are not qualified to open the shop. If you do, there will be many things that can deal with this spirit. The problem is that you are still too weak. Why can I exchange for aphrodisiac and learning pills? Ning Shu asked again. Ning Shu was not used to the system calling him trash. Even if you throw these low-level items on the ground, no player will pick them up. I use my authority to exchange for them for you. 2333 said. Ning Shu roared in his heart. If these are low-level items, Why do they cost so many points? Why? Why? Even though it's a low-level item, it's still something from the system store. It's still very powerful. Alright, stop talking to me. I don't have enough energy. Bye-bye. 2333 said and ignored Ning Shu. The feeling of being cheated lingered in Ning Shu's heart. She always felt that she had been cheated by the system. 2333 meant that she was nothing more than a low-level player now. Who knew what plane she would disappear in? After packing his things, Ning Shu planned to ask for leave from the counselor. Ning Shu was afraid that he would fall into the artificial lake like in the storyline, so he deliberately avoided the artificial lake. After asking for leave from the counselor, Ning Shu walked out of the administration building. As she was walking, she suddenly heard a sharp honk from a car. Ning Shu turned around and saw a van rushing straight towards her. It was getting faster and faster. A gust of yin energy entered Ning Shu's body. It was so cold that Ning Shu's body became numb. It was as if something was holding him tightly, not letting him move. Ning Shu used her qi and quickly avoided the van. The van rushed into the grass and crashed into a tree. The tree was directly knocked down. The front of the van was also smashed into pieces. Chapter 203. Ning Shu looked at the wreckage of the van, and his heart raced. He shook his numb arm and looked down to see the black fingerprints on it. Something had grabbed him earlier, and that was probably the ghost claw. Ning Shu walked over and saw that the van owner had fainted. He immediately called the police. The hairs on Ning Shu's back stood on end. She broke out in a cold sweat. This pen spirit wanted to kill her. The more it was like this, the more Ning Shu hated it. Everything had a cause and effect. The pen spirit could not harm people like this. The original owner, Zhuang Yutong, had never harmed the pen spirit, and she had no grudge against it, but it still wanted to kill Zhuang Yutong. Let's see who will take care of who in the end. Ning Shu chased away the chill in his body as he walked back to the dormitory. When Ning Shu opened the door, he saw Zhang Yuyan, who had returned at some point, climbing up the window. She looked very dangerous, and it seemed like she was going to jump out of the window. Zhang Yuyan's face was filled with despair like she had encountered something scary. Her eyes were blank, and she looked like she had lost her soul. Her movements were slow as she stood by the window. The dormitory was very cold, and he could hear something roaring. The hatred and coldness were suffocating. Ning Shu quickly ran over to grab Zhang Yuyan's hand. He wanted to pull her down, but he could not. It was as if someone was trying to push her off the balcony. Zhang Yuyan, wake up. Hey. Ning Shu took a deep breath and used his qi to pull Zhang Yuyan down. Zhang Yuyan fell on top of Ning Shu, and Ning Shu could not stop coughing. Zhang Yuyan had already fainted. Ning Shu carried Zhang Yuyan onto the bed, and he saw a ghost claw mark on her other wrist. Zhang Yuyan's body was very cold. Her body was trembling and her face was pale. Ning Shu covered her with the blanket and then covered her body with her own blanket. She took Zhang Yuyan's hand and rubbed it. Ning Shu was now a martial arts practitioner, and martial arts practitioners were full of vitality. He hoped it would be of some use to Zhang Yuyan. Zhang Yuyan's face was very pale, and she no longer looked as sexy and proud as a rose. Ning Shu sighed. These girls were really unlucky. Curiosity killed the cat. Sometimes, one shouldn't play with fire. It was one thing for Lin Qianqian to be curious, but she even dragged them down with her. In the end, only Lin Qianqian survived. Ning Shu sat on the edge of the bed the whole time. In the middle of the night, she couldn't take it anymore, so she leaned against the edge of the bed and fell asleep. Zhang Yuyan, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly sat up and lifted the blanket with a numb expression. Ning Shu was awakened by Zhang Yuyan. Seeing Zhang Yuyan like this, she knew that she was being controlled again. Ning Shu grabbed Zhang Yuyan tightly, but Zhang Yuyan's strength increased, and she slowly dragged Ning Shu to the window. Ning Shu thought, fuck you. Let's see who wins today. Ning Shu exerted all his strength, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge as he pulled Zhang Yuyan back. Zhang Yuyan turned around, her face incomparably malevolent. It was so rotten that it was impossible to see what she looked like. One of her eyeballs was about to fall out. It was only because a bit of flesh and meridians were holding it that it did not fall to the ground. Her entire body was incomparably disgusting. Ning Shu even felt that his hand holding Zhang Yuyan had become wet and rotten. Ning Shu looked down and saw that Zhang Yuyan's hand was rotten. He could even see white maggots crawling under the rotten skin. Ning Shu was so scared that he almost let go. He closed his eyes and said in his heart, "I'm not scared. I'm not scared at all. This is a trick. This is Zhang Yuyan's hand. I can't let go. I can't let go." It wasn't that Ning Shu wanted to save Zhang Yuyan out of kindness. It was that Ning Shu was fighting against the plot. In the plot, Lin Xianxian was the only one left. Everyone else was dead. Saving these people was the same as saving himself. Ning Shu gathered his strength, and the muscles in his arms were trembling. He held Zhang Yuyan's hand tightly. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu felt his hand lighten. Zhang Yuyan fell to the ground with a thump. She no longer looked hideous and rotten. Ning Shu placed Zhang Yuyan on the bed and shook his trembling hand. Finally, the sun rose. Ning Shu was exhausted. Zhang Yuyan, who was lying on the bed, started to have a fever. Ning Shu touched Zhang Yuyan's forehead. It was burning. Ning Shu took out Zhang Yuyan's phone from her bag and called her family, asking them to pick up Zhang Yuyan. She was going back to her hometown. She couldn't stay by Zhang Yuyan's side. By the time the Taoist priest arrived, most of the people in the dormitory would be dead. She would have to rely on herself. Zhang Yuyan's family arrived quickly. They thanked Ning Shu and took Zhang Yuyan away. Ning Shu took his luggage, locked the dormitory, and headed to the bus station. Ning Shu was on the bus. Along the way, Ning Shu was afraid that something might happen, so he was constantly cultivating his peerless martial arts. He was constantly circulating his qi, emitting a strong qi and blood force. The strong yang qi could make these ghosts stay away from him. There were many accidents along the way. The bus either had a flat tire or went the wrong way. The old driver even got lost. Ning Shu knew that the spirit was following him. Ning Shu swapped seats with someone and sat behind the driver. Ning Shu turned his head. He could even see a ferocious face reflected in the glass. Ning Shu looked away expressionlessly. It was nothing more than using this kind of thing to scare people. Once they were numb from fear, it would be fine. After 3 days of bumpy ride, they finally arrived. The 2-day journey was delayed by an extra day, and there were many accidents along the way. Everyone on the bus said that they were possessed by ghosts. There was still some distance from the bus station to the original owner's village. Ning Shu dragged his luggage and felt cold air around him. It was summer, but Ning Shu felt like it was winter. When they arrived at the village, Ning Shu didn't go home directly. It would be bad if Zhuang Yutong's family was harmed by such a troublemaker. This was a ghost that killed people without any principles to ease the hatred in her heart. Ning Shu went to the witch's house. The witch lived in the westernmost part of the village, near the mountains. It was also the most desolate place. There was basically no one living nearby. The place where the witch lived was very simple and even had a gloomy feeling. The curtains were all black. The lighting in the forest wasn't very good, and this made it even more gloomy. However, Ning Shu felt his body relax. The coldness was gone. It was as if the spirit had left his side. What was she afraid of? Ning Shu walked into the yard and shouted into the house, "Granny, I'm Yutong. I have a favor to ask." After a while, an old voice came from inside the house. It was hoarse and harsh. "Come in." Ning Shu lifted the black curtain and walked in. The house was very dark. There seemed to be no windows, so the lighting wasn't very good. There were 2 candles on the table, as if they were worshipping something. Ning Shu looked around the room casually. He turned around and saw a skull hanging on the wall next to him. It had empty eye sockets and a few teeth in its mouth. Chapter 204. Ning Shu was so scared by the skull that he took a few steps back. However, he stepped on something. He looked down and saw that it was a leg bone. Ning Shu almost jumped up. Damn it, why did they have to make it so scary? Why couldn't they put the bones away? What did you provoke? It's so powerful. A hoarse voice came from behind Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately turned around. It was dark around him and he didn't notice that someone was sitting behind him. With a snap, the lights came on. Ning Shu rubbed her eyes and saw an extremely old woman standing in front of her. Her face was full of wrinkles and deep ravines. Her eyes were very sinister as she sized Ning Shu up from head to toe. Ning Shu said to the witch, "Granny, I'm in trouble. I want to ask for your help." The witch sat down. Ning Shu said, "Sit down." Ning Shu quickly sat across from the witch. There was a small tea table in front of him with all kinds of strange things on it. The witch lit the lamp on the table and a sweet smell slowly spread out. Ning Shu coughed and said, "Granny, what's this? It smells good. It's made of soul-removing grass. If you smell it too much, your soul will dissipate and you will become a living dead," the witch said lightly with a hoarse voice. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu immediately held his breath. The witch looked at Ning Shu and said, "Didn't you go to school? How did you provoke something like this? These things are the most powerful. They are full of yin qi. Have you been possessed by a ghost?" Ning Shu shook his head and immediately asked, "I haven't been possessed by a ghost. Is there any way to get rid of this thing?" Ning Shu told the witch everything that had happened in the dormitory. The witch looked at Ning Shu with her cold eyes and said hoarsely, "Everything has a cause and effect. This female ghost naturally has a reason to find you. Someone in your dormitory has a grudge against this female ghost. That's impossible. We just started college this year. We didn't even know this female ghost before. I grew up in this village and only left when I started college. There's no grudge between us," Ning Shu retorted. The witch glanced at Ning Shu. "It has nothing to do with you. Maybe it has something to do with your parents." Ning Shu, was this a grudge between two generations? But Zhuang Yutong was the most pitiful and innocent person. At the end of the plot, Ji Qingyuan and Lin Xianxian found a Taoist priest to destroy the female ghost. But Zhuang Yutong was already dead. "Granny, what should I do? Is there any way to get rid of this female ghost?" Ning Shu asked the witch. "I don't think this female ghost is a good person. Even if someone in the dormitory has a grudge against this female ghost, she still wanted to kill everyone in the dormitory. I was almost killed by a car." The witch said faintly, "This kind of thing can no longer be reincarnated. It's full of resentment. If you provoke it, it won't stop until you're dead. This kind of thing has no conscience at all. It's just an evil spirit. If you get rid of it, it's fine. If you don't, you won't have peace for the rest of your life. If you're lucky, you won't die, but you'll be poor for the rest of your life. If you're not, you'll die an unnatural death." It was obvious that Lin Xianxian was a person of great fortune. She was blessed with great fortune, but the other three were short-lived. Ning Shu pursed his lips and looked at the witch. He was about to cry. "Granny, what should I do?" The witch ignored Ning Shu's pitiful eyes and gave Ning Shu a bowl of water. It was dark and had a strange smell. She said in a hoarse voice, "Drink it." "What is this?" Ning Shu took the bowl and asked. The witch looked at Ning Shu. "If you continue like this, you won't be able to live much longer. This is something to get rid of the yin qi." Ning Shu drank it without hesitation. It tasted very strange. It tasted sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. It tasted indescribably strange. "I can save you, but I have a request," the witch said in a hoarse voice. Ning Shu immediately said, "Please say it." "I need a kind of herb." "You have to pick it for me," the witch said faintly. Ning Shu said without hesitation, "Okay." "What kind of herb?" Ning Shu asked. The witch looked at Ning Shu and said coldly, "It's very dangerous to pick this herb. You might die. But if you pick it, I'll give you this. It can protect you." The witch took out a black bead. The bead was black and shiny, like a black pearl. Before Ning Shu could say anything, 2333's voice boiled in Ning Shu's mind. "Quick, quick, take this thing. Quick, quick, I can't believe we found something like this in such a low-level realm. Quick, take it." Ning Shu felt his ears buzzing. "Shut up." Ning Shu didn't know what the bead was, but if it made 2333 so excited, it had to be something good. Ning Shu said calmly, "Granny, I'm willing to pick the herb. You have to think carefully. It's very dangerous to pick this herb. You might die." The witch looked at Ning Shu coldly. Ning Shu nodded. "This evil spirit is following me. Something bad will happen if I go back early. I might as well pick the herb for Granny." "Very well, I'll give this to you." The witch gave the bead to Ning Shu. Ning Shu took the bead and felt it was very heavy. It was only the size of a man's thumb, but it was very heavy. "This is the herb I asked you to pick." The witch gave Ning Shu a piece of paper. "Pick it according to the instructions. Don't hurt the herb." Ning Shu took the paper and looked at it. Her pupils trembled, but her expression was normal as she said, "Granny, I will definitely pick the herbs." The witch told Ning Shu the location of the herb. Ning Shu put away the black pearl and left the witch's room. He took his luggage and went home. When the original owner's parents saw Ning Shu, they were very surprised. They asked if something happened. Ning Shu said nothing happened. He just came back to see his parents and took out some money to give them. Zhuang Yutong's father was a dark-skinned farmer. When he saw Ning Shu take out a stack of money, his face changed. Ning Shu asked where the money came from. Ning Shu said that it was the money she earned from her part-time job and was saving it for the two elders. Only then did the two elders heave a sigh of relief and return the money to Ning Shu. Ning Shu said that it was for her younger brother's studies. Ning Shu exchanged some of the money with his points. Honestly, Zhuang Yutong's parents had a hard time. With this money, they could live a little easier. When he returned to his room, Ning Shu put down his luggage and looked at the black pearl in his hand. He asked 2333, "What is this?" "Don't underestimate this thing. This is a spirit orb. It absorbs souls. It contains pure soul power. The conditions to form a spirit orb are very strict. Sometimes, a spirit orb can't even be formed in a plane. It's all soul power." Ning Shu looked at the orb with shining eyes. It was so heavy. How much soul power did it contain? Chapter 205. Ning Shu looked at the soul pearl in her hand. Her heart was very excited. This was all soul force. If she could absorb this soul force, her soul would become stronger. If she encountered some difficult task and needed to stay in the mission world for a long time, it would be fine. It wouldn't hurt her soul too much. "Don't tell me you want to absorb the soul power in the spirit pearl?" 2333 said sarcastically, "You are looking for death. This soul orb can only absorb souls. It can absorb any kind of soul. It is known as the soul terminator. You want to absorb this thing? No one can absorb this thing. If you were in the state of a soul, you would have already been absorbed by this thing and died without a trace of smoke. This thing is a sharp weapon against souls. Even souls are afraid of this thing." 2333 warned again, "Don't get any ideas. When you return to the space, I will keep this thing for you. In the space, you are a soul and will be absorbed by the spirit pearl." Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu thought it was some kind of treasure. It turned out that it was something that could only be absorbed. Ning Shu finally understood why the ghost girl ran away. It was because she was afraid of this thing. Ning Shu put away the spirit pearl and took out the herb that the witch gave her. This herb looked very strange. It only had 2 leaves, but it bore a fruit that looked like a fetus. Ning Shu saw this thing in the godly doctor's book. It was called the longevity fruit. It was said that it had the effect of prolonging one's life. Ning Shu thought it was fake when she saw it, but now the witch wanted her to pick it. The witch probably wanted to prolong her life. She didn't think that there would be such a precious thing in this world. No wonder the witch gave her the spirit pearl. This fruit is not that precious in a higher level world. However, the spirit pearl is very precious. It is impossible for a world to have such a pearl. This is a good deal. 2333 said. Since it was like this, Ning Shu decided to go find this fruit. Moreover, this thing grew on a cliff. This kind of precious thing was guarded by fierce animals. As a weak girl, she might really die. Fortunately, Ning Shu had practiced a peerless martial art. His strength and agility had increased, so he might be able to reap some benefits. There was no way Ning Shu was going to take the witch's bead for free. Setting aside the fact that the witch knew some strange things, what would happen to Zhuang Yutong if she took the bead away? Zhuang Yutong had not been killed by the malicious ghost, but by the witch. The next morning, Ning Shu was woken up by the 2 elders for breakfast. Then, she took a bundle of rope and went to the mountains behind the village. Father Zhuang saw Ning Shu holding a bundle of rope and a hatchet, and asked her where she was going. Ning Shu said that she was going to the mountains to get some wild mushrooms and bring them to school for the teachers to eat. When Father Zhuang heard this, he only told Ning Shu to be careful. Ning Shu followed the route on the paper and headed deep into the mountains. The further he went, the deeper the fallen leaves on the ground. There was a lot of animal feces on the ground. The trees were also very thick and looked quite old. The forest was lush and green. When the sun shone down, it formed small spots of light through the leaves. Ning Shu reached her destination. This thing grew on a cliff. Ning Shu had to hang on the rope and slide down to where the longevity fruit grew in order to pluck it. Ning Shu looked down the cliff and suddenly felt dizzy. Damn, she was afraid of heights. Ning Shu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He tied the rope securely to the tree and tied another rope to himself. He pulled the rope and slowly slid down. For the sake of this bead, Ning Shu was quite desperate. He slid down beside the longevity fruit. Looking at the fruit up close, it was even more frightening. It was completely in the shape of a fetus. It was curled up and even had facial features on its face. Damn, was it going to grow into a child? Ning Shu remembered that in the miracle doctor's medical skills, this thing was a kind of plant. However, it was really surprising that a plant could grow like this. 2333 System Sir, what exactly is this thing? Ning Shu reached out to pluck the longevity fruit. It's nothing more than a kind of spiritual herb. Don't make a fuss about it. When you reach the cultivation world, you will see all kinds of spiritual herbs, 2333 said indifferently. His tone was dispirited. Obviously, he didn't want to explain anything to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was a country bumpkin. Whoosh. Suddenly, something rushed towards Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu quickly retracted his hand and pulled the rope away from the longevity fruit. Only then did he see it clearly. Far away from the longevity fruit, there was a snake the size of a pinky finger. It was only 3 inches long. This snake was very small and was about the same color as a rock. Ning Shu didn't notice it before. This snake coiled its body and looked at Ning Shu cautiously. Fortunately, he retracted his hand quickly. Otherwise, he would have been bitten by this thing. One man and one snake confronted each other. Ning Shu should have known that something was guarding the longevity fruit. Otherwise, if it grew on such an obvious cliff, it would have been pecked by birds. Obviously, this snake had been guarding the longevity fruit all this time. Now, the only way to get the longevity fruit was to kill this snake. Ning Shu quickly pulled out the hatchet at his waist and slashed at the small snake. At this point, he had to fight. The small snake raised its head and bit at Ning Shu's wrist. Ning Shu turned his wrist and slashed at the snake's head. The small snake's cold eyes revealed a fierce look. It flew towards Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu circulated her chi. She pulled the rope with one hand and stepped on the cliff, avoiding the small snake that rushed over. She used the hatchet to chop the small snake into two halves. The small snake's corpse fell down the cliff. Ning Shu's limbs were weak and his body was covered in cold sweat. He took a deep breath and picked the longevity fruit. He put it in the box the witch gave him. When they got home, Father Zhuang saw that Ning Shu was in a mess. He didn't see any fungi. He asked, "Where are the fungi?" "I picked some. They were all poisonous wild fungi. I didn't pick them. I don't want them to eat them." Ning Shu found a random excuse. Father Zhuang took the bamboo strips and said that he would go to the mountains to find those that weren't poisonous. Ning Shu looked at Father Zhuang's back. This was a father who always thought about his child. Zhuang Yutong was lucky to have parents like this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have changed her fate. In the end, it was for her parents. Ning Shu washed his face casually and took the box to the witch's house. Ning Shu stood in the yard and shouted, "Grandma, I'm here. Come in." The witch's voice was hoarse. Only then did Ning Shu enter the house and pass the box to the witch. "I've picked something." "So fast?" The witch's voice was hoarse. She reached out with her withered hand and opened the box. When she saw the longevity fruit inside, her hand trembled. It's really, probably because she was afraid of Ning Shu, the witch didn't call out the fruit's name. She quickly put the box away. Chapter 206. Now that she had gotten what she wanted, the witch's attitude towards Ning Shu became a little more amiable. Ning Shu said hoarsely, "You can have the bead. Since you got it back so quickly, I'll give you this." Ning Shu took the bottle and asked, "What is this?" "It's some powder to remove yin qi. The girls in your dorm are absorbing yin qi into their bodies," the witch said in a hoarse voice. Ning Shu put the bottle away. She felt that the girls in her dorm would never drink this. They might even laugh at her. Ning Shu asked the witch again, "Granny, will this thing grow again in the future?" A smile appeared on her face, but this smile was especially sinister. Her voice was hoarse as she said, "It is already not bad to have one of these heaven-defying creations. I might not be able to see the next one in this lifetime." "I see." Ning Shu sighed in relief. She was afraid that the witch would ask Zhuang Yutong to pick this thing after she left this world. She had martial arts, and it wasn't easy for her to pick this thing. However, Zhuang Yutong was a weak girl. Asking her to pick this thing would be suicide. Ning Shu was here to help Zhuang Yutong. She couldn't leave a mess for her. After leaving the witch's house, Ning Shu relaxed. With the spirit orb, she didn't have to worry about being killed by evil spirits anymore. The evil spirits wouldn't dare to enter her body anymore. If they got close, they would be absorbed by the spirit orb. Ning Shu couldn't wait for the evil spirits to get close to her. It would be best if the spirit orb could absorb their souls. Ning Shu didn't stay at home. She said goodbye to the two elders of the Zhuang family and prepared to go back to school. Now that the female ghost wasn't with her, she should be with the other girls. Ning Shu had already walked a long way when Father Zhuang caught up with her. He stuffed the bag into Ning Shu's hands and said that it wasn't wild mushrooms. Ning Shu didn't take it and asked Father Zhuang to keep it for himself. She really didn't know who to give it to in school. She didn't have any close friends, and the only people she interacted with were her 3 roommates. However, her 3 roommates were all people with eyes growing on top of their heads. They probably wouldn't want this kind of thing that was in bad condition and had mud on it. It was better to leave it at home and let her family eat it. Ning Shu got on the bus and saw that Father Zhuang was still standing on the side of the road until the bus turned a corner. Ning Shu retracted her gaze. She felt that Zhuang Yutong was very lucky. She was a girl living in a village like this. Her family's situation wasn't good, but she was still allowed to study. Although the conditions weren't good, the family atmosphere was good. That was why Zhuang Yutong wanted to study hard. She wanted to change her fate so that her parents could live happily in their old age. However, she didn't expect that she would die less than a year after entering university. Her parents' efforts and her own efforts were all in vain. When a person died, there was nothing left. Life was very precious. On the way back, nothing strange happened. It was a smooth journey. She hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. Ning Shu dragged her luggage to the dormitory downstairs. She saw a pool of blood on the ground. There were also white traces of the crime scene. Someone had died here. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat. She looked up and saw that it was room 503. It was their dormitory. Jumped down from upstairs? Zhang Yuyan. Ning Shu dragged her luggage upstairs. When she opened the door to the dormitory, she saw two women fighting. One was pulling her hair, the other was scratching her face. Ning Shu quickly put down her luggage and pulled them apart. What are you doing? Ning Shu looked at Su Manyu and Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian's head was still wrapped in gauze and her leg was still in a cast. How could she still fight like this? Su Manyu brushed her messy hair and looked at Lin Qianqian with hatred. Lin Qianqian leaned on her walking stick, looking embarrassed and angry. Neither of them said anything. The atmosphere was very awkward. Ning Shu noticed that Su Manyu looked very haggard. She had lost a lot of weight and there were bruises under her eyes. Even makeup couldn't hide the haggard look on her face. Lin Qianqian's expression was full of anger and innocence. What's going on? What's with the white line below the dormitory? Ning Shu didn't see Zhang Yuyan anywhere. Su Manyu glared at Lin Qianqian. Ning Shu said, Zhang Yuyan committed suicide by jumping off the building. As expected, Ning Shu felt an indescribable sense of pity. She pretended to be shocked and asked, why? Everyone says that Zhang Yuyan committed suicide, but that's not what happened. I saw her jump with my own eyes. She was controlled by something. It must have been the pen spirit that night. I will never forget the last time she looked at me. She gave me a ferocious smile and said that none of us will be able to escape. Then, she jumped down. She didn't commit suicide at all. Ning Shu sighed in his heart. She definitely didn't commit suicide. Lin Qianqian angrily shouted at Su Manyu, that's not what happened. Su Manyu, why are you framing me? Are you saying that I caused Zhang Yuyan's death? The police already said that she committed suicide because Zhang Yuyan was slept with. Ning Shu listened to the conversation between the two and finally understood what had happened. The police determined that Zhang Yuyan's death was a suicide. The cause of death was that Zhang Yuyan wanted to become a celebrity and sign a contract with a management company. However, she was slept with and was caught in a video. Because of this, Zhang Yuyan couldn't take the shock and committed suicide. After this incident, the school increased its management of the dormitory. Every night, when it was time, the school would call in the dormitory number to prevent students from staying out all night. Su Manyu, who had been staying at home, and the injured Lin Qianqian, were both called back to the school. Since they were in the same dormitory as the victim, they were naturally questioned by the police and had to give statements. At that time, Ning Shu was at home. Su Manyu was certain that Zhang Yuyan didn't commit suicide, while Lin Qianqian was certain that Zhang Yuyan committed suicide. Moreover, the police had already found the video of Zhang Yuyan being slept with. Ning Shu looked at the window. There seemed to be an invisible thing staring at them. He revealed an evil smile. Su Manyu said to Ning Shu, there really is a ghost in this dormitory. Recently, a lot of strange things have been happening around me. Ever since I started playing Pen Spirit, these things have been happening. Su Manyu's face was a little pale. She gathered her clothes together. It was the hottest day of summer, but Su Manyu was wearing 2 layers of clothes. Lin Qianqian bit her lip and didn't say a word. She sat on the bed with a terrible expression. Ning Shu took out the medicine from the witch from his bag. He poured some water from the thermos and made a cup for Su Manyu. He said, "Drink some medicine. This is to prevent you from catching a cold. The weather is so hot, yet you're wearing 2 layers of clothes." Su Manyu's condition was a sign of yin energy entering her body. She was afraid of the cold. Before long, her organs would be corroded by the yin energy and she would eventually die. Chapter 207. Su Manyu looked at the teacup in Ning Shu's hand and her nose twitched. She covered her nose with her hand and said in disgust, "What's that smell?" "Folk remedies from the countryside are very effective," Ning Shu said. If Su Manyu didn't drink it, Ning Shu couldn't do anything about it. Su Manyu took the cup. Perhaps because she was really uncomfortable, she pinched her nose and drank the medicine. Her face contorted. "It's disgusting." Su Manyu smacked her lips and felt that the taste was even stranger. Su Manyu picked up her bag. Perhaps because of the bowl of medicine, Su Manyu's attitude towards Ning Shu improved a little. Ning Shu said, "I'm leaving. I won't be staying in the dorm tonight." "I don't want to see a certain person," Su Manyu said coldly. Lin Xianxian's expression was ugly. Her bright eyes were filled with anger. She picked up her walking stick and said to Su Manyu, "I also don't want to stay in the dorm with someone who always accuses me of being a murderer." Ning Shu, the female lead and the supporting female lead were on the verge of a catfight. Ning Shu said, "Isn't the school not allowing us to stay outside? Even if there's a ghost, if we split up like this, wouldn't it be easier for her to attack us? Let's stay together." Lin Xianxian and Su Manyu didn't say anything, but they had no intention of leaving. Ning Shu asked Lin Xianxian, "Do you want some medicine?" Lin Xianxian shook her head, "No need, I'm taking anti-inflammatory medicine now." "Zhuang Yutong, pour me another cup," Su Manyu said to Ning Shu. "I do feel a lot better after drinking it." "I'll pay you." Ning Shu pursed his lips and poured a cup for Su Manyu. "Drink it, you don't have to pay." Su Manyu held the cup of water and took a deep breath. Then, she gulped down the medicine in one go. The atmosphere in the dorm wasn't good. Ning Shu didn't care about the 2 sulking girls. He tidied up his clothes and made his bed. She glanced at Zhang Yuyan's empty bed. She was still alive before, but now she was gone. Ning Shu was currently studying her soul pearl. How should this thing be used? How should it be used to absorb the evil spirit's soul? "Zhuang Yutong, do you want to wash up and go to bed?" Su Manyu asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu was surprised. The bathroom was just next door. Why was she being called? Su Manyu raised her chin slightly. Ning Shu said, "Come with me. Let's go wash up together." Ning Shu was speechless. Since when did her relationship with Su Manyu become so good that they became best friends who washed up together and went to the bathroom hand in hand? Su Manyu glanced at Lin Xianxian. Ning Shu said, "This dorm is haunted. Even when I go home, strange things happen. Blood comes out of the faucet." The reason why Su Manyu went back to school was because her family was in a mess. She might as well go back to school. Su Manyu was afraid that blood would come out again when she washed up, so she called Ning Shu. Ning Shu put away the soul pearl and took the basin into the bathroom. Su Manyu followed Ning Shu into the bathroom. Seeing that the faucet Ning Shu turned on wasn't blood, she let out a sigh of relief. He turned on the other faucet. Ning Shu asked, "Zhuang Yutong, do you believe me? There really is a ghost here?" Ning Shu nodded and said, "I believe you. I've also encountered a lot of things. 1 is a coincidence, but 2 isn't. Now that Zhang Yuyan is dead, who will be the next?" Su Manyu bit her lip. The water in the basin overflowed. Ning Shu turned off the faucet and said to Su Manyu, "There must be a way. I suspect that it's because of the pen spirit that night. If I had listened to you, this wouldn't have happened." Su Manyu looked haggard. Zhuang Yutong didn't want to play the game, but Lin Xianxian said that the pen spirit could predict the future and answer their questions. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to the future. Ning Shu washed up. Seeing that Su Manyu was still in a daze, he comforted her, "It's okay." Su Manyu sighed in the end. The two washed up and walked out of the bathroom. They saw that Lin Qianqian was already lying on the bed. Her foot was in a cast. She didn't even wash up before lying on the bed. Lin Qianqian saw the two of them walking out of the bathroom intimately and felt uncomfortable. She felt like she was being ostracized. Before, it was Zhuang Yutong who was ostracized, but now it was her. It didn't feel good. Lin Qianqian closed her eyes. Su Manyu shrunk into the blanket and curled up into a ball. Ning Shu walked to the window and looked at the night sky that was as dark as ink. She smiled coldly at the empty space. "I'm not afraid of you. Now, if you have the ability, try to catch me again." Ning Shu closed the window and drew the curtains. He then climbed onto the bed and sat down to meditate. Who was the last to go to bed? Why didn't you turn off the lights? Lin Qianqian asked as she opened her eyes. "I can't sleep with the lights on. It's too bright." Ning Shu was the last to go to bed. Lin Qianqian's words were directed at Ning Shu. Before Ning Shu could say anything, Su Manyu, who was sleeping on the lower bunk of Ning Shu, immediately said, "Just turn on the lights. There's a ghost in the dorm. I'm scared." "Su Manyu, do you have to keep saying there's a ghost? Is the dorm's electricity free?" Lin Qianqian said to Su Manyu in a bad tone. "I'll pay for the dorm's electricity this month. Turn on the lights." "I'll tear apart whoever turns them off," Su Manyu said coldly. She looked at Lin Qianqian with a sharp gaze. Ning Shu was speechless. So domineering. Even the female lead was rendered speechless by his words. In the end, she didn't turn off the lights. The surroundings were quiet. Ning Shu was sleeping soundly on the bed. He wasn't afraid of the female ghost at all. As soon as the female ghost came close, she would be sucked into the spirit pearl and turned into pure spiritual energy, becoming a part of the spirit pearl. In the middle of the night, the window was blown open by a gust of wind. It was as if a bone-chilling wind had blown in. The temperature in the room dropped instantly. The lights in the room went out. There were ghostly figures wandering outside the window. There was also the sound of resentful crying and whispering vicious curses. "You're all going to die. Give me your lives." Ning Shu sat up. Looking at the ghostly figures outside, he gave them the middle finger. "What's the big deal outside? Come in if you dare." Ning Shu knew she was afraid of the spirit pearl and didn't dare to come in. "Come in, I'll deal with you." Lin Qianqian was shocked. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if what she was seeing was an illusion. Lin Qianqian's fingers clutched the blanket tightly. She was so scared that she didn't know what to do. Su Manyu was trembling in fear. She climbed onto Ning Shu's bed and wrapped herself in Ning Shu's blanket. Su Manyu's teeth chattered. She pulled Ning Shu down and hugged Ning Shu tightly. Her limbs wrapped around Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. Chapter 208. Outside, the ghostly shadows were everywhere. It was so eerie that it was like a graveyard. Ning Shu didn't sleep well that night. Su Manyu clung to him like an octopus, and he couldn't break free. When dawn finally arrived, Su Manyu finally let go of Ning Shu. Her face was a little red, and she said, "You're quite warm. I'll sleep with you from now on." "Ning Shu, the bed is quite small. We don't have to squeeze together," Ning Shu refused. Su Manyu raised her chin and said, "Zhuang Yutong, I'm sleeping with you because I think highly of you." "Ning Shu, I don't need you to think highly of me." Ning Shu got out of bed and saw Lin Qianqian's pale face and dazed eyes. He quickly asked, "Lin Qianqian, are you okay?" Lin Qianqian finally came back to her senses and gulped. Ning Shu asked, "What did you see last night? Did you hear anything?" Su Manyu sat on Ning Shu's bed, ran her fingers through her hair, and said sarcastically to Lin Qianqian, "Of course I heard and saw." I told you that this dorm is haunted. Lin Qianqian's face turned even paler, and she burst into tears. Su Manyu said even more sarcastically, what's the point of crying now? Zhang Yuyan is already dead. Lin Qianqian raised her head and looked at Su Manyu. Her bright eyes dimmed with fear. What right do you have to say that I was the one who summoned this evil spirit? Zhang Yuyan committed suicide because of the unspoken rules. I know you also like Ji Qingyuan. That's why you're targeting me. Lin Qianqian looked at Su Manyu and said angrily, you're a homewrecker. You're trying to frame me for murder just to deal with me. The police won't believe you. Su Manyu immediately picked up Ning Shu's pillow and threw it at Lin Qianqian. The pillow hit Lin Qianqian's head. The pillow wasn't heavy, so it didn't hurt. But Lin Qianqian was insulted by Su Manyu's action. She gritted her teeth and said, Su Manyu, don't go overboard. I've gone overboard. I was the one who got to know Ji Qingyuan first. I admit that I like Ji Qingyuan. But you got to know Ji Qingyuan because of me. You beat me to it. Do you think a poor person like you can get to know Ji Qingyuan? Ning Shu, why are they fighting so? Su Manyu's words. Qingyuan won't like you if you're so arrogant. You've known Qingyuan for so long, but he didn't like you. He didn't like you in the past, and he won't like you in the future. Lin Qianqian picked up her crutches from the bedside table and walked away. They were clearly talking about ghosts. How did they end up talking about love? Su Manyu sat on the bed with an unpleasant expression. Seeing Ning Shu staring at her, she couldn't help but say, don't tell me you also think I'm a homewrecker. No, I'm just thinking about how we should deal with this ghost. Now that the hostile ghost had stayed away from her, Ning Shu couldn't see where it was. Speaking of ghosts, Su Manyu's expression became worried. She got off the bed. Ning Shu was about to leave when Su Manyu immediately asked Ning Shu, where are you going? I'm going to eat. Ning Shu was about to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. No matter what, he had to fill his stomach first. I'll go with you. Su Manyu immediately put on her shoes and followed Ning Shu. She followed closely behind Ning Shu like Siamese twins. Ning Shu didn't think Su Manyu was used to the food in the cafeteria. As expected, when Su Manyu saw Ning Shu eating steamed buns and porridge, she immediately said Ning Shu was eating pig's food. Ning Shu did not pay any attention to her. Meanwhile, Lin Qianqian left the dormitory and went to look for Ji Qingyuan. She told him everything that had happened that night. Ji Qingyuan didn't quite believe her, but when he saw how haggard his girlfriend looked and how scared she was, he couldn't help but feel comforted. Ji Qingyuan said he would think of something. Lin Qianqian looked at Ji Qingyuan's handsome face and felt her heart ache. She felt sad because Su Manyu liked him. She also felt sad because she was lucky to have such a good boyfriend. When she thought of Su Manyu's angry and jealous face, Lin Qianqian felt happy. Who told Su Manyu to be so arrogant? Lin Qianqian leaned into Ji Qingyuan's arms and murmured, Qingyuan, it's so good to have you by my side. Ning Shu and Su Manyu had breakfast in the cafeteria. When they arrived at the dormitory, Ning Shu felt the spirit orb in his body tremble slightly. It had been quiet all this time, but now it was moving. Ning Shu looked up and saw a flower pot fall from above their heads. In the midst of the sparks, Ning Shu pulled Su Manyu to the side. The flower pot fell to the ground with a thud, splinters flying everywhere. Su Manyu's expression was sluggish. She stared at the flower pot in a daze. The soil was scattered all over the floor and the flowers were broken. Someone had snapped them off. It was a chilling sight. Ning Shu looked up and saw another flower pot floating in the air. Then, as if it had lost its support, it fell towards Su Manyu and her. Let's go. Ning Shu pulled Su Manyu and rushed into the dormitory. As soon as they stepped in, the flower pot fell to the ground where they had been standing. Su Manyu's expression was blank. She sat on the ground, her limbs weak. She held her head with both hands and her body trembled. Ning Shu looked at the broken flower pot. In the original plot, Su Manyu was hit by a falling flower pot and became a vegetable. Being alive was equivalent to being dead. She felt nothing. She might as well be dead. Su Manyu, are you okay? Ning Shu patted Su Manyu's shoulder. Su Manyu put down her hands and looked at Ning Shu. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Why aren't you scared?" "Of course I'm scared." "But she wants us to be scared," Ning Shu said fiercely. "There's always a way to deal with her." Su Manyu supported herself against the wall and stood up. She wiped the tears from her face and gritted her teeth. The muscles on her face were trembling. "I'm going to destroy this bastard." Although Su Manyu said that, her body was trembling uncontrollably. She supported herself against the wall and walked up the stairs, but her body was too weak. Su Manyu asked Ning Shu, "Can you give me a hand? My legs are too weak to walk." "Walk on your own." "My legs are weak too." Ning Shu didn't want to help her. He wasn't her servant. Su Manyu watched as Ning Shu walked up the stairs without any weakness in his legs. She was scared. She dragged her weak legs and followed Ning Shu. Back at the dormitory, Ning Shu opened the door and saw Lin Qianqian. He wasn't surprised to see Lin Qianqian, but he didn't expect Ji Qingyuan, a guy, to be in the girls' dormitory. Su Manyu saw Ji Qingyuan and said sarcastically, "You really can't bear to leave. The dormitory is everyone's place. If you want to be all lovey-dovey here, you have to consider the others." Ji Qingyuan frowned at Su Manyu and said unhappily, "Qianqian is already injured and in a bad mood. Why are you still talking to her like that?" Chapter 209. When Su Manyu heard how Ji Qingyuan was defending Lin Qianqian, her expression darkened even more. On top of that, she had almost been hit by a flower pot. If Zhuang Yutong hadn't been by her side, she would have been done for. Now, seeing Lin Qianqian hiding in a corner, pretending to be innocent and asking Ji Qingyuan to stand up for her, Su Manyu was so angry that her chest was about to explode. She said coldly to Ji Qingyuan, "Ji Qingyuan, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost." "Su Manyu, how can you speak like that?" Ji Qingyuan was displeased. "Did you eat dynamite? How can you speak like that as soon as you come in?" Ning Shu said, "This is a female dormitory. Why are you here?" Ji Qingyuan ignored Ning Shu and Ning Shu. Instead, he looked at Su Manyu and said, "Lin Qianqian is my girlfriend. I hope you can respect her." "Why should I respect her? Who is she to me?" "Ji Qingyuan, you bastard, you just see that I like you. How can you insult me like this? If your girlfriend wants me to respect her, I'll respect your entire family." Su Manyu was incomparably valiant when she opened her mouth, as if she wanted to vent the fear that she had encountered previously. Ji Qingyuan's face was dark. He was clearly angered by Su Manyu's words. "Are you crazy?" Su Manyu rolled her eyes. She glanced at Lin Qianqian and spat, "Lin Qianqian, this is the first time I've realized how disgusting you are." Ji Qingyuan's face was stern as he defended Lin Qianqian. "I'm here because Qianqian is worried about you guys. She said there's a ghost in this dormitory. I applied to the school to sleep here tonight to see if there's really something up." Su Manyu chuckled and glanced at Lin Qianqian, who remained silent. Ning Shu ignored the love and hate between the three of them. He took out a bottle of medicinal water and drank it. When Su Manyu saw Ning Shu drinking the medicine, she quickly said, "Leave some for me." Suddenly, the dormitory was filled with a strange smell. This smell was really strange. Ji Qingyuan frowned and endured it. When he saw Su Manyu drinking this strange thing, he couldn't help but say, "Su Manyu, what are you drinking? It smells terrible. Why do you care what I drink?" Su Manyu pinched her nose and drank the medicine. Then, she took out a set of cosmetics from her cabinet and gave it to Ning Shu. She said, "This is for you. Thank you for saving me today. From now on, you are my friend." Ning Shu thought about it and accepted it. Since Su Manyu had expressed her goodwill, Ning Shu naturally had to accept it. Besides, the original owner of the body wanted to integrate into this small group. Ning Shu took out a triangular talisman from his bag and gave it to Su Manyu. This is for you. It was given to me by the witch in my village. Keep it with you. Su Manyu snatched the amulet and put it in her pocket. Ning Shu said, "You're a good person." Ning Shu was speechless. Lin Xianxian sat on the bed and watched the two exchange gifts, leaving her alone. She felt very awkward. Ji Qingyuan stayed by Ning Shu's side the whole day. When Ning Shu went to class, Su Manyu followed him closely. This made Ning Shu speechless. He said to Su Manyu, "Can you stop following me around? I'm scared if I don't follow you." Ever since Zhuang Yutong saved her, Su Manyu's heart had become dependent on the thin and weak Zhuang Yutong. Seeing her calm, Su Manyu felt her heart calm down. Now, wherever Su Manyu went, she felt that the ghost would kill her. She didn't dare to leave Zhuang Yutong's side. Moreover, it was easy to follow Zhuang Yutong. Ever since she was haunted by the ghost, her whole body felt heavy. It was as if the ghost was on top of her. After a shower, Su Manyu planned to weigh herself. However, she was a lot heavier than usual. She wasn't fat, but she was a lot heavier. Su Manyu felt as if the ghost was sitting on her shoulders. That heavy feeling was trying to push her down. Ning Shu didn't say anything. Since Zhuang Yutong was following him, then so be it. She wouldn't do any harm to him. Ning Shu said to Su Manyu, "Pay attention to your surroundings when you walk, especially when you see buildings. Be sure to look out for things falling from the sky." "Of course I know," Su Manyu said stubbornly. She then turned to Ning Shu and said, "Since the witch in your village is so powerful, why don't you bring her here to take care of this ghost? Granny won't come back. She's old. Plus, she doesn't want to mess with things like this. Once you mess with it, it won't stop until you're dead." Ning Shu actually hoped that the witch would come and take the female ghost away. Su Manyu bit her lip. "I can't stand it. I'll ask my father to find someone to take care of this ghost." Ning Shu was wondering when the male and female protagonists would be able to find the Taoist priest with high cultivation in the plot. Ning Shu and Su Manyu returned to the dormitory. Ji Qingyuan and Lin Xianxian were sitting on the bed, whispering to each other. The atmosphere was very sweet. Su Manyu snorted, breaking the sweet atmosphere. Su Manyu looked at the two of them in a strange way, making Lin Xianxian feel very uncomfortable. Ning Shu and Su Manyu washed up and went to bed. Su Manyu didn't say anything and climbed onto Ning Shu's bed. She then looked coldly at Ji Qingyuan, who was lying on the floor next to Lin Xianxian's bed. "It's okay. I'm by your side. I'll protect you," Ji Qingyuan comforted Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian nodded obediently. Su Manyu saw that Lin Xianxian and Ji Qingyuan were looking at each other with sweet eyes. She felt jealous and spat at them. Ning Shu looked at Su Manyu. He used to think that Su Manyu was very arrogant, but now it seemed that she was even more arrogant and domineering. She was labeled as an evil female supporting character. Even if she was killed by a ghost in the end, no one would sympathize. Su Manyu clung onto Ning Shu, tightly clinging onto his body. Ning Shu pried her hands away and said calmly, "Let's sleep. I don't feel comfortable with you hugging me like this." Su Manyu let go of her hands, but she still clung onto Ning Shu tightly. The night was quiet. The campus was silent. Ji Qingyuan lay on the floor, unable to sleep. Besides, it was a strange feeling to sleep in a female dormitory. There was no movement at all. Ji Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh. It was just the girl's imagination that made her crazy. Ji Qingyuan sat up and gazed tenderly at Lin Xianxian on the bed. He reached out and held Lin Xianxian's hand, but it felt strange. It felt like he was touching a rotten mango. It was wet. Why did Xianxian's hand feel like that? The dormitory was dark, so Ji Qingyuan couldn't see what was going on. He nudged Lin Xianxian's body and called out, "Xianxian, wake up." But Lin Xianxian seemed to be fast asleep. No matter how Ji Qingyuan nudged her, she didn't wake up. Ji Qingyuan's heart suddenly trembled. He quickly got up and found the light switch. He wanted to turn it on, but the lights in the dormitory wouldn't turn on. Instead, he touched a sticky and warm liquid. Chapter 210. Ji Qingyuan's hand was wet from touching it, but he couldn't see what it was. Ji Qingyuan hesitated for a moment, then brought his hand to his nose and sniffed it. He instantly smelled a rotten stench. It was so rotten that it made him dizzy. Ji Qingyuan's heart was filled with fear. The 3 girls in the dormitory were all asleep. It was completely different from when he was awake. Ji Qingyuan hurriedly wiped his hands on his body and rushed to Lin Xianxian's bedside. He shook Lin Xianxian's body and screamed, "Xianxian, wake up! Wake up! What the fuck is going on?" Ji Qingyuan screamed very loudly, but none of the 3 girls in the dormitory woke up. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. The surroundings were dead silent. There was no sound. There were no cicadas chirping, no car horns, and not even the breathing of the 3 girls. "Qianqian, Qianqian." Ji Qingyuan grabbed Lin Xianxian's arm, trying to pull her up. But Ji Qingyuan pulled hard and managed to pull Lin Xianxian's arm off the bed. However, Lin Xianxian still didn't react. She didn't feel any pain and didn't make a sound. Ji Qingyuan's eyes widened to their maximum. His pupils contracted violently. He was still holding on to Lin Xianxian's arm. "Ah!" Ji Qingyuan screamed. He threw away the arm in his hand and bent down to pull Lin Xianxian off the bed. A ray of moonlight shone through the window and illuminated Lin Xianxian's face. It was a face that was completely unrecognizable, like a pile of rotten meat. It gave off a foul smell, but it was smiling strangely at him. Its mouth opened and closed, spitting out words that were filled with hidden bitterness, resentment, and treachery. "You've finally come to find me. I've been waiting for you. I've always been waiting for you. Why are you so cruel? Why are you so cruel? I hate you. Be with me." Ji Qingyuan was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He kicked his legs and kept retreating. He watched as the body with only one arm crawled towards him like a pile of rotten flesh. Ji Qingyuan's back was covered in cold sweat. He shouted, "Don't come here. Don't come here. I hate you, I hate you, I want you dead, ah." Ji Qingyuan, who had been lying on the floor, sat up. His entire body was covered in cold sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Ji Qingyuan looked around in shock. Beside him, Lin Xianxian was breathing slowly. Ji Qingyuan let out a long breath. It turned out to be a dream. He must have been too nervous and was affected by Qianxian's nervous mood to have such a dream. "Qianxian." Ji Qingyuan called Lin Xianxian's name. He wanted to wake her up. His whole body was cold, his heart was pounding, and his mouth was dry. Lin Xianxian's body moved. She lifted her head and looked at Ji Qingyuan. "You're here," she said in a strange tone. Ji Qingyuan suddenly felt his heart stop for a moment before it started beating violently again. What did he see? Lin Xianxian's rotten face was exactly the same as it was in his dream. Ji Qingyuan felt like his brain was about to explode. All the blood rushed to his brain, causing his brain to go blank. Ji Qingyuan quickly got up and distanced himself from Lin Xianxian. "What's wrong, Qingyuan?" Lin Xianxian rubbed her eyes and looked at Ji Qingyuan. When Ji Qingyuan heard Lin Xianxian's voice, he took a closer look. It wasn't the rotten face from before. Ji Qingyuan let out a sigh of relief, secretly lamenting that he had been too nervous. Lin Xianxian lifted the blanket and got out of bed. Her foot was still in a cast, but she didn't feel any pain as she walked. She walked over to Ji Qingyuan. "Qianxian, be careful with your foot. Use the cane to support yourself." Ji Qingyuan hurriedly said to Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian had a smile on her face as she walked over to Ji Qingyuan. She suddenly reached out and hugged Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan laughed heartily. You little girl, you're really... Before Ji Qingyuan could finish speaking, Lin Qianqian grabbed him by the neck. Ji Qingyuan's face turned red from the lack of oxygen. Lin Qianqian was very strong. She grabbed Ji Qingyuan's neck and lifted him up. Ji Qingyuan tried to pull Lin Qianqian's hand away, but he couldn't. Ji Qingyuan's mind was in a mess. He felt like he was going to die, and he was going to die at the hands of his girlfriend. Lin Qianqian's expression was numb. She kept muttering, Why? 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 Ning Shu lay on the bed. He felt like the entire dorm room was like an ice cellar. When he sat up, he saw Lin Qianqian grabbing Ji Qingyuan by the neck. Without thinking, Ning Shu took out the spirit pearl and threw it at Lin Qianqian. Then, he jumped off the bed. Lin Qianqian, who was hit by the spirit pearl, let out a shrill cry. The next moment, her body went limp. She let go of Ji Qingyuan's neck. Ji Qingyuan fell to the ground. He covered his neck and coughed violently. Ning Shu picked up the spirit pearl on the ground. Seeing that Lin Qianqian had already passed out, he touched her body. It was extremely cold. Ji Qingyuan coughed and looked at Lin Qianqian with fear in his eyes. Wake up. Why are you still sleeping? Get up and help. Ning Shu woke Su Manyu up. Su Manyu opened her eyes. She looked displeased. What are you doing? Can't you let me sleep? Lin Qianqian is being controlled. They want to kill Ji Qingyuan, Ning Shu said with a frown. Su Manyu woke up with a start. Seeing Lin Qianqian lying on the ground and Ji Qingyuan's pale face, she quickly climbed down the bed. Ning Shu asked, What happened? How would I know? Help me get Lin Qianqian onto the bed. Ning Shu pulled on Lin Qianqian's clothes. Su Manyu didn't dare to touch Lin Qianqian. She looked at Ning Shu and said, I'm scared. What are you scared of? The female ghost isn't on her anymore. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Ji Qingyuan wanted to stand up and help, but his body was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. He said to Su Manyu in a hoarse voice, Manyu, help me. Su Manyu looked impatient. She helped Ning Shu get Lin Qianqian onto the bed. Su Manyu patted the dust off her hands. She looked at Ji Qingyuan, whose face was red from holding his breath, and asked with concern, Are you okay? Why did Lin Qianqian want to kill you? There were obvious choking marks on Ji Qingyuan's neck. It was obvious that Lin Qianqian had used a lot of strength to kill Ji Qingyuan. If it weren't for Ning Shu, Ji Qingyuan would have been strangled to death by Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian is being controlled. Ning Shu opened his cupboard and took out some medicinal powder for Lin Qianqian to drink. Ji Qingyuan saw that Ning Shu was about to give his girlfriend something strange. He ignored the pain in his body and stopped Ning Shu. What did you give Qianqian? Lin Qianqian has been possessed by a female ghost. Yin energy has entered her body. If she doesn't drink the medicine, it will cause great harm to her body. She's very cold right now. Ning Shu explained to Ji Qingyuan impatiently. She was trying to save someone, not harm them. It was really annoying to see him looking at her with such vigilant eyes. Chapter 211. Ning Shu originally wanted to give Lin Qianqian the medicine, but Ji Qingyuan was sitting by the bed in front of Ning Shu. It was obvious that he didn't want Lin Qianqian to drink the medicine. Without the approval of the Ministry of Health, how could she drink the medicine? If she doesn't want to drink it, then so be it. After all, Lin Qianqian is the unlucky one. Let's keep it for ourselves. Zhuang Yutong, since she doesn't appreciate it, let's keep it for ourselves, Su Manyu said, rolling her eyes. Ning Shu looked at Lin Qianqian's pale face and pale lips. He asked Ji Qingyuan, Are you sure you don't want to drink it? The longer you drag it out, the worse it will be for your health. Su Manyu and I have both drunk this medicine. Ji Qingyuan waved his hand. I'm not drinking it. Fine, if she doesn't want to drink it, then so be it. After all, the female lead won't die. Su Manyu took the medicine from Ning Shu and said, I just touched Lin Qianqian and felt cold all over. Let me drink this medicine. Su Manyu snatched the medicine from him and gulped it down. Ning Shu was speechless. It felt like this girl was eating the medicine like it was candy. Ji Qingyuan held on to Lin Qianqian's hand with an unpleasant expression and asked Su Manyu, what's going on? What's going on? Isn't this a malicious spirit that Lin Qianqian summoned? Su Manyu asked coldly. A malicious spirit? Ji Qingyuan touched his neck, his expression unreadable. Ning Shu was more curious about why the malicious spirit had controlled Lin Qianqian to strangle Ji Qingyuan. It was quite surprising. Ning Shu kept looking at Ji Qingyuan. Su Manyu nudged Ning Shu and asked, what are you looking at? Why did the malicious spirit want to kill you? Ning Shu asked Ji Qingyuan. They had provoked the malicious spirit because they played with the pen spirit, but why did the malicious spirit want to kill Ji Qingyuan? And why did it use Lin Qianqian to kill Ji Qingyuan? Ji Qingyuan said with a cold expression, how would I know? Pung. The window was blown open by a strong gust of wind. A bone-piercing cold wind blew in. The wind was mixed with a kind of mournful sound. At the door of the window, there was a faintly discernible ghostly figure with disheveled hair. It looked exceptionally frightening. Su Manyu immediately hid behind Ning Shu. Her entire body was curled up behind Ning Shu. Ning Shu's fingers were holding the dark and cold soul pearl, which was trembling slightly. Ji Qingyuan's face was full of shock and fear. There really is a ghost. The wind blew against his face, causing him to feel a dull pain. An enlarged ghostly face appeared by the window. It was full of knife scars and was slowly rotting away. It appeared here and there, making people feel incomparably terrified. It spat out venomous words, I'm going to kill you. Why are you doing this to me? Why? The temperature in the room dropped even lower. The ghostly shadow outside seemed to be very agitated. It wanted to rush in through the window, but it was wary of the thing in Ning Shu's hand, so it did not dare to come in. However, it was very resentful and agitated. It felt like it was particularly concerned about someone in the room. Ning Shu glanced at Ji Qingyuan. He felt that this female ghost should be related to Ji Qingyuan. Previously, the female ghost had treated them like a cat playing with a mouse, but today it was particularly agitated. Ning Shu walked towards the window. Su Manyu grabbed onto Ning Shu's clothes. What are you doing? Don't go over there. Ning Shu ignored Su Manyu. Su Manyu stomped her feet, but she did not dare to follow Ning Shu to the window. With every step Ning Shu took, the female ghost moved further away from the window. In the end, she was really afraid of the thing in Ning Shu's hand and ran away on her own. The wind suddenly stopped. Zhuang Yutong, not bad. Even the ghost was scared to death by you. Su Manyu wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. Ning Shu was really annoyed by this female ghost. Why did she want to take the lives of innocent people like them? Ji Qingyuan's face was pale. He said, we can't stay here. Lin Qianqian can't stay here. Then hurry up and take Lin Qianqian away. It's best if you leave. This female ghost wants to kill you. You must be related to this female ghost. Ning Shu waved his hand. Ji Qingyuan was speechless. Ning Shu closed the window. It was still early in the morning. Should he go back to sleep? Ning Shu touched Lin Qianqian's forehead. She was starting to have a fever. Do you want to take her to the hospital? Lin Qianqian is sick, Ning Shu asked Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan's face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. Suddenly encountering such a situation, Ji Qingyuan felt like his worldview had been turned upside down. When he heard Ning Shu's words, his eyes were in a mess. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Sick. Ji Qingyuan frantically touched Lin Qianqian's forehead. His face was full of anxiety. But seeing that it was so dark outside, he didn't dare to take Lin Qianqian to the hospital. Ji Qingyuan, you should take Lin Qianqian to the hospital. If this drags on, she might burn her brain, Su Manyu said to Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan looked hesitant. Su Manyu continued, it's so late now. Let's drink Zhuang Yutong's medicine. That's all we can do. Ji Qingyuan rubbed his forehead. His entire person appeared to be very tired and afraid that he could not get rid of. Ning Shu pursed his lips. He poured the medicine into Lin Qianqian's mouth and poured it in. She should have drunk it earlier. It's morning. Let's take Lin Qianqian to the hospital, Ning Shu said calmly. That night, no one slept well. Ji Qingyuan didn't sleep at all. As soon as the sun rose, he took the unconscious Lin Qianqian and left. Su Manyu saw how much Ji Qingyuan cared about Lin Qianqian. She pursed her lips and asked Ning Shu sourly, is Lin Qianqian really that good? She's not good looking and doesn't come from a good family. At most, she's from a well-off family. Her personality is even worse. She's evil like a white lotus. What's so good about her? Su Manyu was very dissatisfied. Ning Shu was speechless. You make it sound like your personality is good. You're sharp-tongued, arrogant, and domineering. But Su Manyu had the right to be arrogant. She came from a good family and was beautiful. She was better than Lin Qianqian in every aspect. What's so good about Ji Qingyuan? What do you like about him? Ning Shu asked. Just because he's handsome? Su Manyu thought for a moment and said, I don't know. I just like him. Ning Shu pursed his lips. You're pretty and your family is as rich as Ji Qingyuan's. Why would you like him? That does make sense. Su Manyu nodded. Now that the female ghost is a threat, I don't have the energy to focus on these things. Ning Shu thought for a moment and asked Su Manyu, do you think there's a way to see a ghost? Aren't we seeing a ghost now? Su Manyu rested her chin on her hand. If this isn't called seeing a ghost, then what is? I'm talking about seeing a ghost. I heard that if you put cow's tears on your eyes, you can see a ghost. Ning Shu looked at Su Manyu. Su Manyu, can you get some cow's tears? Chapter 212. Ning Shu wanted Su Manyu to get some cow tears. She really didn't want to stay in this mission world anymore. She was always on tenterhooks and didn't get a good night's sleep. Although she had the spirit orb, she couldn't rest until this female ghost was dealt with. I don't want it, Su Manyu shook her head. I'm scared to death right now. I want to see her. I don't want it. Ning Shu said, Granny gave me something that can deal with her. If I see her, I'll definitely be able to deal with her. Are we just going to live like this forever? Su Manyu thought for a moment. Where do you want me to get cow tears for you? I'll think of a way. Ning Shu nodded. Try to be quick. The longer we delay, the worse it will be. What if something happens to us? Ji Qingyuan, who had sent Lin Qianqian to the hospital, returned and said to Su Manyu, I'm going to find a Taoist priest to deal with this evil spirit. I'll leave Qianqian in your care. Su Manyu rolled her eyes and said, I can't take care of Lin Qianqian. This female ghost appears and disappears like a ghost. I can't even take care of myself, so how can I take care of Lin Qianqian? If anything happens to Lin Qianqian in the future, you'll hate me for the rest of your life. I don't want to do something so strenuous and unrewarding. You'd better take Lin Qianqian with you. Su Manyu's words were so direct that Ji Qingyuan was speechless for a moment. Ji Qingyuan said, I also want to bring Qian along, but Qian is really not feeling well right now. Moreover, her injured leg got worse last night. There's no way to bring Qian along. Ning Shu also said, you should take Lin Qianqian with you. There was a lot of luck between the male and female leads. Even if something happened, it wouldn't be life-threatening. Ji Qingyuan originally wanted Su Manyu to take care of Lin Qianqian. Ji Qingyuan knew that Su Manyu liked him and would probably agree to take care of Lin Qianqian. But he didn't expect Su Manyu to reject him. This made Ji Qingyuan feel a little uncomfortable. Besides, he was here for this dorm. If it weren't for Lin Qianqian being here, he wouldn't even care about this mess. Ji Qingyuan, you should be careful. This female ghost has a grudge with you. She wants to kill you. Ning Shu felt that they had provoked the female ghost because of Lin Qianqian, who was Ji Qingyuan's girlfriend. When Ji Qingyuan heard Ning Shu say this, his face, which had not slept all night, became even more unsightly. He looked at Ning Shu with a very sharp gaze. What right do you have to say that? I have nothing to do with this female ghost. Ning Shu shrugged and didn't say anything else. Ji Qingyuan saw that Su Manyu wasn't willing to help him take care of Lin Qianqian, and it wasn't the best time to bring Lin Qianqian home. Ji Qingyuan took a deep breath. His expression was haggard, and he sounded much colder when he spoke to Su Manyu. I'll take Qianqian with me, and I'll get the Taoist priest to take a look at Qianqian's body. Ning Shu asked, who introduced this Taoist priest to you? It's none of your business who introduced him to me. Ji Qingyuan's attitude towards Ning Shu was very disdainful. Ji Qingyuan was very impatient with Ning Shu's questioning. Ning Shu couldn't be bothered to care. The matters between the male lead and the female lead weren't for a little cannon fodder like her to care. Ji Qingyuan left in a hurry. Su Manyu looked at Ji Qingyuan's back and pursed her lips. She looked like she was about to cry. He's angry at me. I don't think we can even be friends in the future. Ning Shu looked at her with disdain. What kind of person are you? Useless. Isn't he just a man? What does a country bumpkin like you know? Su Manyu sneered. I've liked Ji Qingyuan for a long time. You don't understand at all. Tisk, Ning Shu gave her the middle finger. You're so pretentious. He doesn't even like you and you're still acting like a bitch. It's disgusting. Su Manyu's face turned green with anger after hearing Ning Shu's words. Zhuang Yutong, do you want to die? Ning Shu, ha ha ha. After Lin Qianqian left, only Ning Shu and Su Manyu were left in the dormitory. Strangely enough, the female ghost didn't harass them again. Su Manyu also found it strange. Ning Shu said, don't tell me she went to look for Ji Qingyuan and Lin Qianqian. Ning Shu didn't care at all. He shrugged and said, maybe. Su Manyu's face revealed a worried expression. She was obviously worried about Ji Qingyuan. Ning Shu pursed her lips. Don't act like you're constipated. It's so disgusting. Zhuang Yutong, will you die if you don't speak? Su Manyu roared at Ning Shu angrily. Yes. By the way, my family sent the cow's tears over. They were collected from the slaughterhouse. It took a lot of effort. Zhuang Yutong took out a small glass bottle from her bag. It was filled with liquid. Ning Shu took the bottle and shook it a little. He said to Zhuang Yutong, why don't we try it tonight? Hey, I don't want to. Su Manyu shook her head. I'll be traumatized if I see it. Ning Shu was curious. At night, he rubbed the cow's tears on his eyelids. He then opened his eyes and looked around. Su Manyu curiously asked Ning Shu, can you see it? Ning Shu covered his mouth and stared at Su Manyu's back with wide eyes. He pointed at her back. Your back, ah. Su Manyu jumped in fright and hid behind Ning Shu. Her teeth were chattering. What is it? What? Ning Shu laughed. I lied to you. Su Manyu's fist landed on Ning Shu's body. She used a lot of force. Ning Shu immediately dodged and gave her the bottle. Wipe it on yourself. Otherwise, you'll say I lied to you again. Su Manyu hesitated. In the end, she rubbed the cow's tears on her eyelids. She looked around and said, there's no ghost. Ning Shu leaned against the window and said to Su Manyu, come and see if there's anything in this room. Su Manyu stood by the window and looked outside. She immediately saw many wandering ghosts. These ghosts all had blank faces and were very thin. They looked like they were about to disappear. Looking at these ghosts, Ning Shu wasn't surprised. This was a spiritual world. It was normal to have ghosts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given birth to a spirit pearl. Su Manyu, on the other hand, was scared to death. She quickly squatted down and wiped away the cow tears on her eyelids. She said to Ning Shu, "Are we in hell? Why are there such things everywhere? Actually, there's no need to be afraid. We live in a different dimension from them. We won't meet them. The female ghosts we met can affect the magnetic field. That's why these supernatural things happened. I wonder how Ji Qingyuan and the others are doing." Su Manyu wasn't that scared. Ning Shu wasn't worried at all. Looking at Su Manyu, he asked, "I really don't see anything good about Ji Qingyuan. It's because of his appearance." Ning Shu thought that there were too many good-looking perverts. Chapter 213. Ning Shu and Su Manyu lived peacefully for a few days, but after a few nights, the female ghost came back and the temperature in the dormitory dropped a lot. Su Manyu hugged Ning Shu's arm tightly and said in a trembling voice, "Yutong, she's back. Where are Ji Qingyuan and Lin Qianqian?" Ning Shu didn't say anything. He took out a cow's tear and rubbed it on his eyelids. He looked around and saw a female ghost sitting on Lin Qianqian's bed. She was surrounded by black gas and her soul looked very thin. Her face was covered with knife scars and her eyes were full of hatred. When she met Ning Shu's eyes, Ning Shu bared his teeth. He seemed to be worried about something and didn't come to Ning Shu's side. Ning Shu quickly threw the soul pearl at the female ghost. The female ghost dodged the soul pearl, but a part of her soul was sucked away by the soul pearl. The black gas on her body dissipated a lot, and her soul became very thin. The female ghost floated outside the window. Ning Shu roared angrily and the whole dormitory shook. The bed fell down. Ning Shu pulled Su Manyu off the bed and picked up the soul pearl on the ground. All of a sudden, it was as if there was an earthquake, making one unable to stand steadily. Ning Shu sank her chi into her dantian and stood still on the ground. Su Manyu fell on the bed and grabbed Ning Shu's clothes tightly. Why is she so angry? She's just an arrow at the end of its flight. Ning Shu looked at the female ghost's thin soul. If the Taoist priest came, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. You all have to die. I hate you. You all have to die. You all have to die. The female ghost's vicious words made one's scalp tingle. The cow's tear on Ning Shu's eyelids dried up and he couldn't see where the female ghost was. The female ghost's movements also became smaller and smaller. In the end, she stopped breathing. Su Manyu cried out and sat on the ground. She wiped her cold sweat. If this happens a few more times, my heart won't be able to take it. The dormitory was in a mess. Ning Shu picked up the fallen bed and tidied up the dormitory. Do you have Ji Qingyuan's number? Give him a call and ask, Ning Shu said to Su Manyu, who was as soft as a puddle of mud, as he tidied up his things. Yeah, make a call, make a call. Su Manyu took out her phone and dialed a number. After a while, she was so angry that she almost threw her phone away. Ning Shu said, I can't get through. He said he's not in the service area. Ning Shu shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know where the male and female leads were right now. Ning Shu's intuition told him that the female ghost must have met that Taoist priest and exchanged blows with him. Otherwise, her soul wouldn't be so weak. Just now, a part of his soul power had been absorbed by the soul pearl, so his soul power was very weak. Ning Shu felt that the soul pearl in his hand had become a little heavier. He felt that this thing was really strange. It could only enter and not exit. Ning Shu really coveted the soul power inside. The female ghost became weak and rarely came out to cause trouble. It seemed that she was recuperating. Ning Shu wondered when the Taoist priest would come. This was really the best time to get rid of the female ghost. After the female ghost suffered once, she didn't dare to enter the dormitory again. Ning Shu sometimes wiped the cow's tears on his eyelids and saw that the female ghost was actually devouring other wandering souls. The black aura on her body was getting thicker and thicker. Damn, Ning Shu saw this scene and didn't know what to say. It was better to get rid of this ghost quickly. Not only did it kill people, but it also devoured ghosts. Luckily, he had the soul pearl. Otherwise, Ning Shu wouldn't have been able to protect himself and Su Manyu. Saving a life was better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Ning Shu and Su Manyu had been together for a long time, so they had developed some feelings for each other. After a period of peace and quiet, Ji Qingyuan and Lin Qianqian finally returned. Lin Qianqian had lost a lot of weight. Even her skin was a lot darker. Her leg was still in a cast. Ji Qingyuan was also travel-worn. Ji Qingyuan helped Lin Qianqian sit on the bed. Su Manyu asked Ji Qingyuan, "Where did you guys go? Why couldn't I get through to your phones?" Ji Qingyuan rubbed his forehead. He looked tired and said, "The signal is bad. Why are you guys in such a mess? Was the journey not peaceful?" Su Manyu poured a glass of water for Ji Qingyuan, ignoring Lin Qianqian. Ji Qingyuan took the glass and passed it to Lin Qianqian. He asked Lin Qianqian, "Qianqian, does your leg still hurt?" Lin Qianqian frowned. She touched her leg and said, "My leg hurts. The doctor said that you have to take care of your leg. Nothing bad will happen to it." Ji Qingyuan said seriously. He ignored Su Manyu, who was pouring water for him. Su Manyu was so angry that her face changed. Ning Shu watched from the side. He felt that Ji Qingyuan and Lin Qianqian's relationship had deepened. It was probably because they had gone through so much together. Seeing Su Manyu's expression, Ning Shu pursed his lips. "You're done for." Su Manyu saw Ning Shu's expression and her face darkened. Why did Zhuang Yutong keep mocking her? Would she die if she didn't laugh at her? Why was she so happy to see her fall out of love? Su Manyu's expression darkened. She then asked Ji Qingyuan, "What happened on the way here? Did you find the priest?" "We found him. He's at my house right now. He'll be back tonight to exorcise the ghost," Ji Qingyuan said. But a lot of things happened on the way here. He and Lin Qianqian had narrowly escaped death. Moreover, Lin Qianqian's leg injury had worsened. The doctor said that if it wasn't treated properly, it was likely to be amputated. On top of that, her fever had worsened the injury. Ji Qingyuan's heart felt heavy. There were too many things weighing on his mind. Ji Qingyuan felt that this female ghost hated him very much. He clearly didn't have anything to do with this female ghost, but she insisted on killing him. "Are you going to exorcise the ghost tonight?" Ning Shu asked Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan ignored Ning Shu completely. He ignored Ning Shu and didn't say a word. In any case, he completely ignored Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. What the fuck, am I invisible? In Ji Qingyuan's heart, he didn't treat Ning Shu as an equal. He didn't want to answer Ning Shu's question at all. Damn, Ning Shu was so embarrassed that he felt cancer from embarrassment. This was the first time he had met someone who was so arrogant. "Is the Taoist priest you found reliable?" Su Manyu asked Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan calmly said, "He's a Taoist priest who cultivates in the mountains. His cultivation level is very high. He knows my father. My father asked me to find him." "Uncle Ji knows a Taoist priest?" Su Manyu was shocked. Ji Qingyuan didn't care. "My family runs a business. We travel from the south to the north. What's so strange about my father knowing all kinds of people? Why doesn't my father know any Taoist priests?" Su Manyu asked casually. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. He felt a little strange. Lin Qianqian was staying in the dormitory. Her leg injury was so serious. Why didn't she go to the hospital? Why was she staying in the dormitory?